Check, check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. As long as you got it, I'm happy. I'm just kind of keeping it flying. Check, 1, 2. Mic check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2.
that should be on. All you gotta do is turn it on.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If I could ask you to please find your seats so that we can begin today's program. Thank you. Also, find your cell phones. Silence them so they don't disturb the presenters or your fellow attendees.
Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome. So I'm Dr. Mike Bell, the Executive Director of the Jenny Craig Institute for the Study of War and Democracy. The Institute is the museum's hub for a community of scholars in the World War II field. We're responsible for driving the museum's historical content, for public programs, the digital content, our historical articles, videos. I should note, just this year we've had 1.7 million people view our articles online. So, incredible reach between the scholarly world and the public world as we move forward. And we assist in the development of exhibitions. The Fighting for the Right to Fight is we're commemorating today. Author events, individual research on veterans, to include for the Defense POW accounting agency. Many of you may not know there's still 72,000 Americans missing from World War II. And if we can help find closure for those families, that's an important cause. We'll assist in our educational travel to ensure that's the highest quality. We're developing a leadership center to capture the civic and leadership lessons from America's largest war. And we have responsibility for the museum's higher education programs. Our partnership with Arizona State University is thriving and now continued, delivering a Master of Arts in World War II Studies. We have some faculty development programs about teaching World War II at the college and university level, and some colloquia. Before we talk about the colloquia, though, some of you may not know, Jenny Craig grew up here in New Orleans during World War II. Her two brothers were in the Army. Her dad fixed Navy ships right down the street, and an opportunity to do something for her hometown related to education. So she's been a great sponsor for the Institute. Allows us to, programs like we had yesterday. Yesterday we hosted our latest Emerging Scholars Colloquium. We brought in 12 historians who are either nearing completion or just recently completed their PhDs in World War II topics. Topics related to World War II or the Holocaust. We had a full day exploring those issues, providing what I hope was constructive feedback, and then linking them to a network of scholars as we move forward. And someday we'd like to invite them here to present at programs just like this. So, no pressure. But I would like for the emerging scholars that are here this morning, if you'd stand to be recognized, I'd like to give them a round of applause just for all their efforts. I think a couple of the others slept in, so we treated them too rough. Outside on the table, there's some information about the Institute. If you have questions or you just want a bookmark, those are pretty handy. But, it's an effort to try to expand our reach and influence on the war that changed the world, but certainly the war that changed America and its role in the world. Now, we have a few traditions here at the museum. It's my honor to start with those. Do we have any World War II veterans, homefront workers, or Holocaust survivors with us today? Well, if they're watching online at home, let's give them a round of applause. We may have a visitor later today. There is a World War II veteran coming this afternoon who's turning 100 today. So with a little luck, we'll get him to drop by. Also, how about veterans of our armed forces from any era? Would you stand and be recognized as well? Thanks for your service and contribution. And, none of that's possible without the family members who supported them. And so if I'd ask the family members of our veterans or service members, would you also be recognized? Thank you very much. Now, today's program was put together to complement the museum's Refresh Special Exhibition. It's on display just down the hall in the Ilario Special Exhibit Gallery before you get to the airplanes. Fighting for the Right to Fight, African American Experiences in World War II. This has been one of our most popular special exhibits. It originally opened 10 years ago here at the museum, and it's been traveling the country since. And so the goal was to refresh the exhibit, but also to enlarge it and reach ever more audiences in that. The exhibit, as hopefully you've seen it, if you haven't yet, and the themes here today of service and sacrifice in the face of adversity, and the enduring legacy of the World War II experience, not only for African Americans, but for the country itself. So, I hope you have a chance to see that. We will hear from more about the exhibit from our curator in charge of the exhibit, Corey Graff. We also have Kresge Salter. There he is. Hey, you snuck in on us. Hey, good. And we also benefit from our historical external advisors that really made the exhibit what it is, but that we're featuring today on our program. So if we could, Corey and our advisors, would you please stand to be recognized so we can give you a round of applause? Now, Fighting for the Right to Fight is presented in honor of Corporal Warren J. Donald Sr. by the Arnold Donald family, and on display in New Orleans, thanks to their additional support from Dr. Bobby and Mrs. Lori Kent Savoy, and Timber and Peggy Floyd. Let's give those sponsors a round of applause, please. And our symposium today is presented by the Lois and Lloyd Hawkins Jr. Foundation with additional support from Henry and Karen Coxum. So let's give them a round as well. Henry's been a stalwart supporter of the museum. He's served on our board of trustees and is the chair of our Fighting for the Right to Fight host committee, which has worked diligently to spread the word about the exhibit and the programming associated with it throughout our community here. So once again, let's give the host committee, Henry, and all those that have really advocated for this and supported it along the way, just a round of recognition. And so for other friendly faces out there, Patriot Circle charter members, thank you for your continued support. As you know, the museum couldn't continue to offer programs like this without our support. Patriot Circle charter members, how about a wave from you guys? There you go. Hey, Beth. Thank you for your continued support. And then for some of you, this may be your first program at the museum. I hope this isn't your last. No, it's going to be great. Some of you may not have visited for a while. I know there's always people that say, hey, we got here when it first opened. Since then, there's 7 acres of museum that have really emerged since then, part of the genius of Dr. Mueller and his plan as it's pushed forward. But for all of you, I hope you remain connected with the museum, whether you come here to South Louisiana or you remain connected online or you're watching at home. Now, to kick off our Fighting for the Right Symposium, it's my pleasure to introduce the chair of our first session, Dr. Bradley Hart. Bradley is one of our World War II historians in the Institute. Much like the Institute, as you heard from all the things we do, he's pretty much involved in all the things we do. And Bradley earned his PhD in history from Churchill College at the University of Cambridge. He's the author of 2 books, including Hitler's American Friends, the Third Reich Supporters in the United States. For more on Bradley's bio and for all today's speaker bios, you'll see the longer bios in the program, so please take a look at that. But with that, it's my pleasure to turn the stage over to Bradley and his panel on the legacy of World War I and the interwar years. Bradley?
Well, thank you, Dr. Bell, for that fantastic introduction, and thank you to you all for being here a bit early in the morning on a Saturday, but it's going to be a great program today, and glad to be kicking it off. You know, one of the things about history that's true is that every story has to have a beginning. But the problem with history is also that history is just one set of things after another, effectively. And so the intention of our panel this morning is to try to set the stage in some way for the story that you're going to hear unfold over the course of the day and the story that's told in our fantastic Fighting for the Right to Fight exhibition. I'm honored to be on stage this morning with 2 scholars who are groundbreaking figures, essentially, in the work that you are going to hear discussed today. We could spend all morning just talking about their accomplishments, but I'm going to keep my intros brief so we can get to the meat and potatoes of the presentation this morning. But Dr. Jeffrey Sammons and Dr. John H. Morrow, 2 figures who have really shaped the study of the material that is covered in Fighting for the Right to Fight. Dr. Jeffrey Sammons, who we're here from first this morning, is Professor Emeritus at New York University, NYU. His distinguished career includes authoring the book Beyond the Ring, The Role of Boxing in American Society, and co-authoring the groundbreaking study with our other panelists this morning, entitled Harlem's Rattlers and the Great War, the Undaunted 369th Regiment and the African American Quest for Equality. Dr. John H. Morrow is Professor Emeritus at the University of Georgia. He is the author or co-author of 8 publications, 8 books, including his co-authored study with Dr. Sammons on the 369th. We are lucky to have had Dr. Morrow as a presidential counselor here at the museum. I should also note that Dr. Morrow was one of the advisors on both this exhibition and the original incarnation of Fighting for the Right to Fight. And so 2 fantastic scholars we're going to hear from. In terms of format, we're going to hear from both of our experts here, and then I'm going to throw out a couple of questions, abuse the privilege of the chair, as is tradition, and then we'll open it up to questions from the audience. So please join me in welcoming our first presenter, Dr. Jeffrey Sammons.
Good morning. Thank you for coming out, and those who are watching online, thank you. Thank everyone at the museum for the yeoman work that they have done to put this together, and I'm grateful to have been invited to be a part of it. What you see on the screen is the cover of the book that John and I wrote together 13 years in the making, as it was. It's quite a marriage, too. In any event, it's, however, more than a book. It's a testament to John's and my belief that the African-American military experience, especially in World War I, is critical to an understanding of truer and fuller understanding of the Black freedom struggle, full stop. Now allow me to set the historical context for World War I. Throughout their presence on the North American continent, Blacks of all status and condition have understood that no institution connects individuals and groups to nation, citizenship, and freedom more than military service. In return for their service, Blacks expected no less. Some even sided with the British in the Revolutionary War and the War of 1812. Because as the late, great historian Benjamin Quarles tells us, their major loyalty was not to a place, nor to a people, but to a principle. Some even adopted aspirational and/or signifying names, such as Ned Liberty and Jupiter Free. No war, however, has demonstrated the link between military service and freedom more than the Civil War, which Frederick Douglass framed as a golden opportunity to forever wipe out the dark reproaches unsparingly hurled against us by our enemies, and win for ourselves the gratitude of our country and the best blessings of our posterity through all time. Frederick Douglass, a brilliant man, brilliant orator, tremendous leader, but on this front, I hate to say that history proved him wrong about wiping out the stains. Despite the award of 26 Medals of Honor to black soldiers, and some would also point to the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments as rewards for that gallant service, the Congress and the President of the United States in 1866 enacted legislation to formalize and codify a segregated army. And in 1906, Captain Matthew F. Steele, a West Point graduate, a native white Alabaman, condemned that law of 1866 as the only one upon the statute books of the national government which treats the Negro citizen as a class apart, which sets up a Jim Crow car for them and requires them to ride in it or none. He said it was as bad as anything on the statute books of Mississippi and Alabama. And when the time came to fight in the Spanish-American War, President McKinley, William McKinley, initially left blacks on the sidelines. Many would serve in state militias and as volunteers, but only a few would see combat. Others were used in the most insidious way to actually nurse soldiers stricken with yellow fever and malaria because blacks were believed to have an immunity to tropical diseases. Those who did see combat would be alternately praised and maligned by future President and Medal of Honor recipient Theodore Roosevelt, depending on which stance best served his personal and political interest. That same supposed friend of the Negro would summarily dismiss a whole company of black soldiers without a scintilla of evidence for the so-called Brownsville riot of 1906. And sticking with the theme of segregation, slide please, Bradley, thank you. Here is an insidious method of maintaining absolute segregation in the United States military and how blacks were indeed separate and apart from other Americans. Now, in the bottom corner, left corner, is written, there's a tear-off. If person is of African descent, cut off this corner, which means those folks get put in a separate pile to make sure that they're not mixed up with any other people. And also, even more, I believe that that tab or tear off is an override, that if somebody puts in something that the registrar believes is not accurate, they will decide what the race of that person is. The tear-off was a metaphor and an instrument, a metaphor for and an instrument of the structural racism pervading the military. Interestingly, Henry L. Stimson, who was Secretary of War twice and Secretary of State once in a post-war speech to World War I veterans, bragged about the civilized races who fought side by side in World War I as Americans, but not included in that civilized race of, or in the civilized races of men, were African Americans. When war erupted in Europe in 1914, black leaders largely dismissed it as distant and unrelated and driven by red-hot nationalism. Of course, the concern among many, if not all black Americans, was what was happening here to them and the need to protect themselves and their freedom. W.E.B. Du Bois, however, early on understood that the war was motivated by the escalating quest among the Europeans for colonies in Asia and Africa because of their natural resources. Also, many blacks distrusted President Wilson for his firing of black federal workers, his resegregation of the workplace, and the screening of Birth of a Nation in the White House, just to name a few good reasons. With the official declaration of war on April 6, 1917, the mood among blacks, or at least some blacks, began to shift as many feared governmental persecution and prosecution. Others, such as the once skeptical James Weldon Johnson, saw opportunity in the war and a way of claiming the rights of American citizenship. William Pickens of the NAACP believed the war afforded blacks a chance to display their character and to belie their reputation and to make their first great record as a modern international factor and a positive world influence, along with blacks from Africa, the Caribbean, and Canada. And next slide, please. Yet the authorities did not make black support of the war effort easy. And Colonel Charles Young is a case in point. The third black graduate of United States Military Academy at West Point was on track to become a general, the first black general in the United States military. But a junior white officer complained to a Southern senator about serving under Young. The complaint reached the White House, and President Wilson ordered Young to undergo a series of medical exams, which led to questions about his fitness. And as a result, Wilson declared Young inactive, sent him off to Ohio to be with the Ohio National Guard. Now, there's an interesting story about Young. In an attempt to prove his fitness, he rode a horse from Wilberforce, Ohio, to Washington, D.C. And when he arrived, one of the authorities told him, the only thing you've proven is the fitness of the horse. And something else about that ride, it wasn't just a ride because Young also walked part of the way. You had to rest the horse, so he would get off the horse and walk as well. David Levering Lewis, a two-time Pulitzer Prize-winning historian for his biographies of two-part biography of W.E.B. Du Bois, said that Young had been long targeted for his race consciousness and by an alleged characteristic racial trait of losing his head in sudden emergencies. And it was a smear that authorities would apply to black officers throughout the war and beyond. The War Department soon exposed its own duplicity in relation to Young by reactivating him after the war ended, sending him to Liberia, and basically he's on his way to his death at this point, dies in 1922 from a tropical disease in Liberia. Next slide, please. So then there was the East St. Louis massacre of July 1917, in which whites killed countless black residents and destroyed and or damaged some 6,000 homes. To add insult to injury, a regiment of the Illinois National Guard seemingly stood by, or worse, supported the perpetrators. Appeals to the White House went unanswered, so blacks took to the streets, led by the NAACP and the Women's Auxiliary of the 15th New York National Guard. The Negro Silent Protest Parade saw blacks playing the symbolic role of moral witness to the nation's Bastille of prejudice, according to Alessandra Larini. And two of the female leaders, Madam C.J. Walker and Mrs. M.C. Lawton, who was the vice president of the Women's 15th Auxiliary, petitioned Wilson for a meeting and admonished him that no nation which seeks to fight the battles of civilization can afford to march in blood-smeared garments. Then there was the Houston so-called riot, and I call it a rebellion, of August 23, 1917, in which members of the 24th Infantry, suffering from abuse by the local police and citizens, feared an attack after they were stripped of their weapons and launched a preemptive strike, resulting in the death of 16 whites, including 4 police officers. 13 soldiers were executed after a sham court-martial. 45 were sentenced to life at hard labor, and another 6 were executed a few months later. In 2024, the DOD agreed to reverse the convictions and admit to the wrongs done to men and their families. There's too much of this making up after the fact. It happened with Young, too, who's been promoted to Brigadier General, I think, in 2024. All right, next slide, please. So despite these terrible tragedies and injustices, most blacks seem willing, albeit grudgingly, to accept Du Bois's argument that the Central Powers victory would doom the race and that African Americans should forget, end quote, our special grievances and close our ranks shoulder to shoulder with our white fellow citizens and the allied nations that are fighting for democracy. That also meant joining with those largely of African descent in a war that was not the white event it has been normalized as. And these are French tirailleurs who would fight on the European continent in World War I. So some 2 million men from Africa served as laborers and combatants in Europe and Africa. An estimated 25,000 black served from the various islands of the Caribbean, French and Anglophone, as well as several thousand from Canada, and nearly 200,000 blacks from America or the United States made their way overseas, with around 42,000 in combat roles. And not to be overlooked were the 1 million Indians who played their part and lost some 60,000 men. Chad Williams also maintains that the war served as a crucible of the African diaspora and directly contributed to the transnational emergence and development of the new Negro in the New World Order. Now, the experience of the 96, how am I doing on time, by the way, Bradley? Good? Okay. The experience of the 92nd Division is illustrative of the AAF's treatment of its black combatants. It was set up for failure with no real training as a unit and with white officers who were often incompetent and admittedly hostile to black soldiers. And one such example of poor leadership involved the 368th Regiment of that 92nd Division, some of whose soldiers were sent on a raiding mission without proper instructions or equipment, such as wire cutters. Their retreat resulted in accusations of cowardice when, in actuality, they were only following the orders of their commander to retreat. Of course, black officers could have been used, but they weren't. They weren't trained properly at Fort Des Moines Colored Officer Training Camp, oftentimes put in roles for which they had not been trained. Next slide, please. The more fortunate black soldiers were those assigned to the French, especially in National Guard units, and among those units was the 369th Regiment, and one of the most outstanding individual heroes of World War I was Henry Johnson, who is depicted in this graphic illustration by Charles Rogers, which was captioned, two first-class Americans. The Chicago Defender changed that to two real Americans. And here we see this looming, hulking, brutish Henry Johnson, who was actually about 5'5". John and I splitting the difference on 5'4" and 5'6" on that, 130 pounds soaking wet. That's Henry Johnson. So even when, and this appeared in papers across the nation, and established Henry Johnson as the first American combat hero, not black combat hero, period. So much so that General Pershing, and we'll maybe talk about this in the Q&A, but I'm going to read what General Pershing wrote about Henry Johnson rather than give John's description of it. From Pershing, quote, "Reports in hand show a notable instance of bravery and devotion shown by two soldiers of an American colored regiment operating in a French sector. Before daylight on May 15th, Private Henry Johnson and Private Roberts, that's Needham Roberts, while on sentry duty at some distance from one another, were attacked by a German raiding party estimated at 20 men, who advanced in two groups, attacking at once from flank and rear. Both men fought bravely in hand-to-hand encounters, one resorting to the use of a bolo knife after his rifle jammed, and further fighting with the bayonet and butt became impossible. There is evidence that at least one and probably a second German was severely cut. A third is known to have been shot. Attention is drawn to the fact that the colored sentries were first attacked and continued fighting after receiving wounds and despite the use of grenades by a superior force. They should be given credit for preventing, by their bravery, the capture of any of our men. 3 of our men were wounded, 2 by grenades. All are recovering, and the wounds in 2 cases are slight." And guess what? All that, I think that's pretty praiseful. No awards from the Americans. And in fact, they hold up the French honors for quite some time as well. So Henry Johnson received the Croix de Guerre with Palm from the French, which is by order of the Army. It's the highest level at which that award is granted. Needham Roberts got it with, I believe, Gilt Star. And there were many who believed that Henry Johnson deserved more. So there was a campaign launched by the 369th Veterans Association, which led to Henry Johnson's receiving a Distinguished Service Cross, which many saw as a cynical attempt to prevent him or take the wind out of the sails of a Medal of Honor award. And then finally, actually as a result of largely the efforts of Charles Schumer to bring scholars from across the nation into a fact-finding effort to document Henry Johnson's worthiness for the Medal of Honor. He would receive it in 2015, and guess what was one of the major documents that would lead to this Medal of Honor? It was the communique from John J. Pershing about Henry Johnson and Needham Roberts' exploits. So I'm almost done. The 369th was highly decorated. 171 to 174 individuals received the Croix de Guerre. The entire regiment received it as well for its efforts in the Meuse-Argonne offensive. Yet not one black in World War I received the Medal of Honor. 370th was also highly decorated. That one individual who was not downgraded by General Pershing, 8 had been nominated, was Freddie Stowers, Corporal Freddie Stowers of South Carolina, who was with the 371st. And he received his in 1991. So after the war, Colonel Alan Greer, Lieutenant General Robert E. Bullard, and others would lead a libel campaign against the black soldier and especially the black officer. I just wanted to read one thing and then I'll wrap it up. And this will kind of tee up John, but I'm not going to make it the last word. This was written in the Saturday Evening Post in 1919 by a very well-known author, Hugh Wiley. And he called his article "The Four-Leaved Wildcat." So he invents this African-American character, Vitus Marsden, AKA Wildcat, who is a carefree, lazy, and fond of fancy clothes kind of guy. After finding a four-leaf clover, Wildcat receives word that he had been drafted and must report to duty with a labor battalion. Eventually, he is sent to France, where he and a team of mules unknowingly venture into no man's land. After finding a saber, he encounters a group of surrendering German soldiers and mistakes them for lost white folks. Offering them a safe journey on his mules, upon returning to French lines with 37 prisoners, he is awarded the Croix de Guerre. Declared AWOL by U.S. authorities, he faces a court-martial until the commanding officer reads the French report and awards Wildcat the Distinguished Service Cross, to which Marston responds, "Looks like a four-leaf clover." Journalist Alice Dunbar Nelson saw the piece as a pitiful travesty and unworthy of comment, except that it was the most dangerous, insidious piece of propaganda against the Negro designed to minimize his achievements in France. Next slide, please. And I'm going to end with this. Thank you for your patience and attention. This is, oh, that's Henry, the real Henry. So I forgot that I had him on. So the next one, yes. All right, so this is Andy Razoff's riff on John McCrae's classic In Flanders Fields, and I'm going to read just a few lines from it and hand over the podium to John. Ye blacks who live, to you we throw, the torch be yours to face the foe. At home and ever hold it high, fight for the things for which we die, that we may sleep where poppies grow in Flanders Fields. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you. Nick Mueller, the original CEO of the museum, invited me to have breakfast this morning at 7 o'clock, knowing full well that I wouldn't want to get up. But I took him at his word and accepted the challenge. So I've been up for quite a while already today. But it's a pleasure to be with you. I was chuckling about Jeff's story about the fellow who accidentally wins these awards, which was meant to denigrate African Americans. But it oddly enough resembles, for anybody who knows Austrian history, the stories of the good soldier Schweik, who was another one of these characters who blundered into recognition. So that recalled something in European history to me. Today I'm going to focus very closely on a couple of things. But first I want to set the context, in particular the 1920s. The reaction to the First World War, specifically violent white resistance to black aspirations for equality that they felt they had earned by their service at the front and on the domestic front here. The race riots of 1919. These are, for the most part, not race riots. They are race massacres. There's a misuse of the term riot. They are going one way. Whites are attacking and killing black people and burning their houses and their businesses. The Tulsa massacre of 1921 is the culmination. There are 50 race riots in 1919 and 1921 in the Tulsa Race Massacre, which recently was featured in a New York Times article because they never owned up to any of the obligations they owed their black citizens, reparations or anything else. Some 300 African Americans in Tulsa were buried in a mass grave, which they have yet to dig up, and the Little Wall Street district that they called it, the business section, was torched and burned to the ground. Klan marches in Washington, D.C. in 1925, 1926. This is the atmosphere of the post-World War I era in America. With this context in mind, I intend to focus on two aspects of the 1920s, 1930s that stemmed directly from the Great War. The first is the Army's policy toward African Americans, enshrined in a document of 10 November 1925, allegedly based on black performance in World War I, which set the tone for the entire interwar era. The second focuses on the response to the wartime experience of two African American lieutenants who served in Europe and returned determined to expose and fight American racism. The document, Employment of Negro Manpower in War by Army War College Committee, was intended to serve as the basis for employment of the Negro in the next war. Signed by Major General Hanson B. Ely, Commandant, the communication was not marked secret, but the War College regarded it as such. Stamped on the document is a statement in bold font in its repository, the Roosevelt Library, which states, while offensive to modern readers, the document reflects the deep-seated and disturbing racial prejudices regarding African Americans common among many white Americans the early and middle years of the century. I have condensed the lengthy and repetitive screed. It is some 40, 50 pages of drivel. The Negro is by nature subservient. He believes he is inferior to the white man. He lacks the initiative and resourcefulness of the white man. He is mentally inferior to the white man, unmoral, profoundly superstitious, one of the most secretive races in the world. He is jolly, tractable, lively, and docile by nature, but through real or supposed harsh and unjust treatment may become sullen and stubborn. He is very susceptible to the influence of crowd psychology, and in panic is more difficult to control than whites. We may not expect leadership from his race. He doesn't have a great deal of confidence in leaders of his own race. But under white control, as the Negro recognizes the white as his superior, the Negro will stand much greater pressure from impending danger. The Negro lacks the physical courage of the white, but his psychology is such that he willingly accepts hard labor so he can serve as labor troops or other non-combatant branches. The Negro's close association with the white race during the past 2 centuries has affected him in 2 ways. He has acquired a superficial veneer of the white man's culture. On the other hand, no race could have stood the amount of oppression in the form of slavery, openly expressed contempt, injustice, enforced segregation, etc., that the Negro has from the white without evolving a form of psychology against the white. He must feel some tinge of resentment against the race that enslaved him in the past and now holds him as a thing apart, but this state of mind is to a great extent allayed by the innate, easygoing nature of the Negro. The Negro's physical, mental, and moral and other psychological characteristics have made it impossible for him to associate socially with any except the lowest level of whites, with the exception of Negro concubines who have sometimes attracted men who, except for this association, were considered high class. I scratched my head at that because I kept wondering, what the hell does this have to do with military service? Is he making reference to himself? I do not know. The social inequality, though, the point, makes the close association of white and blacks in military organization inimical to harmony and efficiency. The American Negro has not progressed as far as other subspecies of the human race. His mental inferiority and inherent weakness of character are factors in his wartime use, as he can be a fair laborer but an inferior technician and fighter. He is inferior to the white man even when led by white officers. The Negro officer failed as a combat officer in the World War. In most cases, and catch this, in most cases, the Negro officer was still a Negro. What the hell does that mean? In most cases, and it's all cases, he was a Negro. But was he white somehow? I'm not sure about that. Was still a Negro with all the faults and weaknesses of character inherent in the Negro race, exaggerated by the fact that he wore an officer's uniform. Oddly enough, in the middle of this tirade appears the following prediction. The Negro's growing sense of importance will make them more and more of a problem, and racial troubles may be expected to increase. Now, of course, the report substantiates those assessments with short citations from the commanding officer and chief of staff of the 92nd Division, Jeffrey has mentioned, Bullard and Greer, who were the culprits here, and of the regimental commanders from its composite regiments, the 365th to the 368th regiments, with omission of the 366th regiment. And they all have, in parentheses after them, colored. That's how you identified them. Yet the report then cites various regiments of the 93rd Provisional Division, which was a division that was never assembled of 4 and includes the 369th and the 370th, the 371st, and the 372nd regiments. It credits the men of the 370th Regiment with its nucleus of the 8th Illinois National Guard, who had served in the Cuban Spanish-American War in Cuba beforehand, were then mobilized, stating the majority were willing to follow their officers anywhere at any time. This contradicts implicitly the statement that black officers could not lead and black soldiers would not obey them, as the 370th Regiment was all black from commanding colonel to private until the Army replaced the colonel with a white one in Europe. Furthermore, the report is totally silent, and the silence is ominous, about the 369th Regiment. And Jeffrey mentioned the 369th, colored. The former 15th New York National Guard, colored. The Harlem Hellfighters. We are left to wonder why the report would somehow forget the regiment with the best combat record of all American regiments in the First World War. This smacks of that oft-employed approach to many subjects. If it doesn't fit your paradigm, omit it. No historian would have written that. The objective of the report was to condemn the performance in general of black soldiers in combat, and more specifically the performance of black officers in the World War, in order to limit, if not prevent, their presence in the peacetime army. And it did that. The report proposed the application of equal standards to both races, after thus demonstrating that few, if any, black men would measure up. It would take another world war to discredit this white racist mindset. I will return to this point at the end of the paper. Yet, when all appears darkest, individual lights penetrate the darkness, harking toward a brighter future. Individuals can and do affect the course of history. The experience of two black men who served as lieutenants in World War I galvanized them to perform achievements of lasting effect in their fields of endeavor. Historian Rayford Whittingham Logan and lawyer Charles Hamilton Houston. Rayford Logan was born in 1897 to working-class parents in Washington, D.C. Carter G. Woodson, famous African-American historian, taught him in high school. An excellent student, Logan won a scholarship to Williams College, where he graduated Phi Beta Kappa in 1917. He joined the Army in 1917 and served abroad, where the racism of white officers disillusioned him. Logan stayed in France after the war, immersed himself in French language and culture, and then volunteered to help W.E.B. Du Bois coordinate the Second Pan-African Congress held in Paris in 1921. In Paris, Logan also befriended Dantes Bellegarde, the Haitian minister to the League of Nations and an outspoken foe of colonialism. Bellegarde and Du Bois influenced Logan to study Negro history. Upon his return from France in the early 20s, Logan began teaching at Virginia Union University, but his political activism, speaking openly against Jim Crow and assisting black voter registration, prompted the university's conservative white board members to force his resignation. Logan then began his doctoral studies at Harvard in 1930, earning an MA in 1932 and a PhD in 1936. His dissertation on diplomatic relations of the United States with Haiti from 1776 to 1891 became his first published book in 1941, by which time he had published numerous articles critiquing American racism in scholarly and popular journals and newspapers. He continued to help Du Bois organize the Pan-African Congress meetings while working with Woodson's Association for the Study of Negro Life and History, which endures now as African American History, or ASALA. Howard University hired Logan in 1938, and he went on to publish in African, Caribbean, and African American history, including an appeal to the United Nations in 1948 for redress of the denial of human rights to African Americans in the United States. Rayford Logan taught until 1965 and then served as emeritus professor of history at Howard until his death in 1982. Charles Hamilton Houston was born to a middle-class family in Washington, D.C. in 1895. You ought to know Houston. You may not know Logan. His father was an attorney, his mother a seamstress. He graduated from high school and entered Amherst College at age 15, the only black student in his freshman class. You notice both of these young men came out of Washington, and they went to top colleges in the Northeast, smaller colleges, Amherst. The only black student in his freshman class, he graduated Phi Beta Kappa and valedictorian of his Amherst class in 1915, and returned to Washington to teach English at Howard University. When the United States entered the First World War, he joined the Army, served in the infantry in France. After he defended a black sergeant in his assignment as a judge advocate, the response of his white associates, white officers, prompted him to recall the following: "The hate and scorn showered on us Negro officers by our fellow Americans convinced me that there was no sense in my dying for a world ruled by them. I made up my mind that if I got through this war, I would study law and use my time fighting for men who could not strike back." Upon Logan's return to the United States in 1919, he entered Harvard Law School, where he became the first black student elected to the editorial board of the Harvard Law Review. He earned a Bachelor of Law in 1922, then a Master of Laws, and ultimately a doctorate, which is the research equivalent of a PhD. It's called the DLS, from Harvard in 1923. After studying at the University of Madrid on a traveling fellowship, he was admitted to the D.C. bar in 1924 and joined his father's practice. Howard University's first black president, Mordecai Johnson, recruited Houston to join the law faculty, and from 1929 to 1935, Houston served as vice dean and then dean of the Howard University Law School. He built the school into a national center for training black lawyers, where he mentored a generation of them to use the law to fight racial discrimination. His most prominent student, Thurgood Marshall, would become a United States Supreme Court justice. Houston left Howard in 1935 to become the first special counsel of the NAACP until 1940. Here he created litigation strategies to attack racial housing covenants and segregated schools. Houston and his team of black lawyers challenged the practice of all-white juries across the South. He attacked segregation in public education by demonstrating the inherent inequality of the separate but equal doctrine. His challenge to the states: either build facilities for blacks or integrate the present ones, but the facilities would have to be equal. And he knew his objective was to make separate and equal education so expensive that the states would be forced to integrate. Houston became known as the man who killed Jim Crow, and he played a role in nearly every civil rights case that reached the U.S. Supreme Court between 1930 and Brown versus the Board of Education in 1954. He would not live to see the last, as he died of a heart attack on April 20th, 1950, at the age of 54. In conclusion, please recall my comment about another world war to change the racist mindset of that 1925 report. One of the things I hope you understand by looking at Logan and Houston is that these young black men were more than equal to their white counterparts in the Army. And those descriptions, those racist descriptions of these young men, did them a grave injustice as they did to the other of the black officers in the war. But let me come to 1944. Let me cite the War Department pamphlet, number 20-6, Command of Negro Troops, 29 February 1944. It is alleged by some that the Negro cannot be reliable in battle because his race lacks the necessary qualities as a matter of heredity. Insofar as this belief assumes that there are some mysterious inborn factors, such as courage, fear, or a fighting heart, whose presence or absence is a matter of racial inheritance, it is enough to say that there is no scientific evidence whatsoever to support such a view. In the vast number of studies by psychologists and other scientists during the past 2 or 3 decades, there is not one single piece of research which proves that Negroes are, as a group, mentally or emotionally defective by heredity. All people seem to be endowed by nature about equally with whatever it takes to fight a good war. And then under the topic, racial theories waste manpower, the document continues. Effective command cannot be based on racial theories. The Germans have a theory that they are a race of supermen born to conquer. This is nonsense, the like of which has no place in the Army of the United States, the army of a nation which has become great through the common efforts of all peoples. In our army, each man should be given work and responsibility in line with his proven worth. Here we see the first glimmer of the notion of equity, that instead of treating everyone equally, regardless of background, you provide people with what they need, the training they need to be successful. Thank you.
Well, thank you to our presenters for 2 outstanding presentations to kick off today's symposium. Again, abusing the privilege of the chair to ask the first questions here. I have a question for both of our presenters that I'll ask both at once, and then we'll answer, and then we'll have a mic going around for questions from the audience. My first question is for Dr. Sammons. I latched on to something you said. You referred to this phenomenon of making up for things after the fact, especially in terms of reevaluating these reports that had led to the downgrading of honors and things like that, especially the Pershing report that you referred to. I wonder if you could tell us a little bit more about this phenomenon of making up after the fact and some of the ways that this is still being dealt with today. Obviously, this is still an ongoing area of research. Some additional examples would be fascinating. And Dr. Morrow, you just now referred to both of your figures, Logan and Houston, as being from the Washington, D.C. area and having this sort of similar background. I wonder if you could talk more about why that's meaningful and what that tells us about the community at that time. So maybe we'll start with Dr. Sammons and then Dr. Morrow.
I guess is this on?
Yeah, just move a bit closer maybe.
Hello?
Yep.
I guess the biggest example of doing things after the fact, well, there's so many, but I'll go to the one I think is the most salient one first, and that is what happened after World War II, when there were no medals of honor, and in 1994, the Department of Defense authorized a study that was conducted out of Shaw University in Raleigh, North Carolina, historically black institution, that led to the awarding of the Medal of Honor to 7 African-American soldiers and officers, only one of whom was alive to receive the award, Vernon Baker, out of Texas. So that's one. And of course, there's another one that but I'll let John, because I've lost my train of thought on the second one that's closer today. Well, there's Dory Miller too, a ship named for him when the Navy didn't want to award him anything. It was only because of pressure by blacks that they finally gave him a Navy Cross. That's another. There's a Medal of Honor Review, Valor Review Task Force that's operating out of Park University in Parkville, Missouri, outside of Kansas City. And we're waiting to see if that bears any kind of fruit. So there's still one that I wanted to mention, but I'll let John answer his question.
Just apropos of what. This is interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, you got to get really close to the mic. I'm not used to getting this close to anything like a mic. But what Jeff is saying is exactly true. If you go through, and I'm constantly alert to this because there was a fellow, and I'm going to forget his name, but it's Vietnam War, which is beyond my purview, but who ended up being a high-ranking, what we'd call a sergeant major, who actually is a big fellow, is a Marine, about 6'4",
somebody?
Paris, yeah.
Jackson?
Yeah, and essentially when his commanding officer went down, he took command of the unit and led them in the offensive and succeeded, this is in fighting for the Citadel of Hue, and led them successfully. And years later, one of his men who had become an FBI agent realized that he had received nothing, and so put him in and got him a Medal of Honor. This continues to happen. It's pretty constant. And occasionally it'll be someone white, but more usually it's a minority, or in a couple of cases I know, Jewish veterans. So this remains a problem. Now, you were asking me.
Washington, D.C.
Well, Washington, D.C. is a real hub, was a real hub. You have to remember, and this goes back to what Jeff mentioned about Woodrow Wilson. There were substantial numbers of black middle-class people in Washington who worked in the federal bureaucracy. And what Woodrow Wilson did, because it wasn't segregated, he segregated it and then reduced the black members who had already risen in the ranks to much lower levels, which undercut their middle class status. And so you had a number of students coming out of Washington, young people who were essentially middle class, maybe not in reality in terms of the economic situation, but had middle class aspirations. Dunbar High School is a high school that produced a number of them. And, excuse me, what you have to remember is that these young men, this was not a question of whether you would volunteer or not. They did. They automatically felt that they should. This is not nowadays, if my son was considered an oddity when he went in the Army and ended up serving in Iraq and Special Forces because he was middle class. And that was not the case in those years. But the important thing is to remember that Washington was one of these places. And interestingly enough, I'm going to forget a couple of things. Age is showing. But
I know what you mean.
yeah, you have a situation where John Hope Franklin, who was one of the most famous of African-American historians, came from Tulsa, Oklahoma, which had been burnt to the ground, Black Wall Street there and so on. But these were places, these were hubs of black essential merit, and the people who came out of them were encouraged to do well. And I think we have to remember this. So I think the thing that disturbs me to this day, and what I read, my wife always says to me, "How can you stand that?" She said, "You have a temper, and somehow you manage to control it." And I said, "Well, I have controlled it with you. I have controlled it with the children. I have learned over time that I need to exercise this control, but God damn it, it still pisses me off every time I have to read that thing."
Thank you, Dr. Mora. We have some time for questions here. I think we have a mic going around. Please just raise your hand, and we will go to questions in the order that they right up here in the front.
First one will be right in the front.
Okay, I'll introduce myself first. I'm Monty Thornburg. I'm speaking on behalf of my father, who was in the 13th Air Force, the first Air Force unit to go into World War II in the Pacific. I'm also speaking as a high school teacher. My friend here, who I just met, is a high school teacher, and so I have a question that has to do with a metaphor. My metaphor is a hurricane, and the esteemed doctor here said that if it doesn't fit your paradigm, ignore it or leave it alone, or deny it, or silence it, use any of that. So this is kind of a cultural question, because my friend here and I have both experienced places, he in Detroit, me in a small town in Alabama, that's an entire culture of a place that had success in African American history. And then that entire community was ignored. And that's become a paradigm in America, that there are many places in America that have been ignored because of their African American success. So I'll just leave it at that and let you comment however you like. Thank you.
Okay. I appreciate that statement. I grew up in Alabama. So what you realize coming out of the South, I'm 80 years old, I'll admit it. There are days when I feel 90, but then there are other days when I'm insane and I feel 40. But the main thing is that what you realize is that there are these hubs of black achievement and black enterprise in surprising places. I grew up in a little town, Talladega, Alabama, which has a HBCU there, Talladega College, which was quite prominent in the 40s and 50s, and it just so happened my father, we're New Jerseyans. We're both New Jerseyans originally. My dad came out of Hackensack, New Jersey, Phi Beta Kappa graduate at Rutgers University in 1931, Master's University of Pennsylvania, headed for a PhD. No major white university would even look at him. My mother, who was from South Carolina, said, "Go south." And so this is the time of the black migration, you know, from 1914 through 1945, when millions of blacks are going north. My family went south. And I was born in Jersey and grew up in Alabama, Georgia, and North Carolina. And that's when you realize, absolutely, that there are educational developments. Talladega, to this day, has a fantastic set of murals painted by Hale Woodruff of the experience of slavery and revolt against slavery. And people probably don't even think to visit them. But there are these hubs around the country, Detroit, black mayors, and so on and so forth. But then the city is in disrepair. Perhaps one day it'll be restored. But I fully agree with you. I think one of the great difficulties is maintaining the prominence of these places. once established, and the difficulties often have to do with money, finance, and oddly enough, integration, which then prompted a number of African Americans to, as they should have, to go to predominantly white schools. But these schools are still there. They're just sort of omitted many times. But I think that's a very fine point. Thank you.
Next question will be in the back.
Good morning, gentlemen. I really appreciate your papers this morning. And in listening to you both, it strikes me that one of the real similarities between the African American experience in the First World War versus the Second World War is the important role or the effort to deny African Americans the right to serve in frontline combat units. But in both cases, we have heavy African American participation in support units. And we tell this story in Fighting for the Right to Fight by talking about the Red Ball Express and other things. But I'm wondering if you could tell us a little bit about the African American experience in Europe, but maybe behind the front lines as support troops. Thank you.
I don't know much about it. No.
You will recall that 42,000 African American men fought at the front. The other 160,000 were in the services of supply behind the lines, which meant they were responsible for repairing all the roads. They were responsible for supplying the frontline troops. They often encountered situations, this happened in the Second World War, where they ended up in combat by virtue of being in proximity to the front and finding it unavoidable. There are a couple of instances, in fact, in World War II where I just remember these British soldiers in Northern Europe were shocked when they were trying to get across this river, and the Germans had opened fire on them. And the next thing they knew, they were joined by these African-American supply soldiers who were armed to the teeth and wanted to get a bit of the action themselves. So what you find in World War I, they are essential. And one of the interesting aspects of that was the French recognition of how essential they were. The French military attaché in the United States in 1919 was enraged that black soldiers, some dozen of them, were lynched in uniform when they returned to the South to make an example to others who thought that maybe if their service in World War I would give them equality. They wanted to let them know it wouldn't. And so it was a fatal mistake. But he was further enraged by the fact that black soldiers had been urged by their black representative at Moulton not to return home in uniform, to be humble and quiet. You're thinking, hell, I just survived this war, I fought in it, and you're gonna tell me I have to be humble and I've risked my life? The French military attaché was enraged because he said these were the men who supplied the front lines. They should have been decorated for their service. And then he went on to say all of our African soldiers who served returned home to their African countries in their uniforms as they took pride in them. So the outrage was double because he said they earned medals and received nothing, and then to be robbed of the right to return home in uniform to show they had fought was outrageous. That's a Frenchman speaking.
Yeah, there's an operation that very few, I think, know about, and that's the Grays Registration Service. And that is the most onerous, gruesome responsibility that any soldier could have, and that is disinterring those who had been killed and buried on the spot, essentially, and getting them proper burial spaces, either in American cemeteries in Europe or to be sent home. but it was a terrible assignment.
To add a moment to that, it's not humorous, but George C. Scott, that famous American actor, who was not African American, we know, but George C. Scott was on Burial Detail, and he said that's what made him an alcoholic, having to dig up all those bodies and rebury them. It's atrocious. And these 9,000 of us were basically sent to do that after the war, to create those handsome American cemeteries you see if you go to Europe now.
There's just one point of clarification. Alan Greer was the colonel and chief of staff of the 92nd Division, and he served directly under Charles Ballou, who was the commander of the 92nd. Bullard was with which army? First, I'm not sure, but he was over Ballou, and they hated each other. And blacks were caught between these two feuding general officers, and that's in part why Bullard maligned blacks in the 92nd Division to get at Ballou, who issued that famous order at I forget which camp, that blacks should not go to places where they're not wanted on the base. So.
Next question, we will be in the same area in the back.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good
Thank you
morning.
for your wonderful presentations. Thank you for waking up so early to come here. Appreciate that. My question has to deal with, could you speak to the role, if any, that the World War I Black American veterans played in the narrative surrounding African American military service in the Second World War? Got that they closed the ranks, answered W.D. Du Bois' call to do that during the First World War. How did they in turn turn around and advise younger African Americans in the second call to service, 20 years later? Thank you.
Unfortunately, many of the same, I don't know if I want to call them mistakes, but actions were taken in World War II as in World War I, where the 92nd Division was not trained together again. And in fact, it had to be all kinds of pressure brought to bear on the authorities to even basically reestablish that unit. 93rd is all over the place as well, some in the Pacific, some in Europe. So it's not acting as a division anymore. Terrible white leadership in many instances is it the 92nd in Italy, and then blaming the black soldiers. So many of the same mistakes were repeated. What is said, I'm glad you asked that question because it gets at the heart of something that really bothers me, and that is that World War I has been written off as a waste for black people, that they gave up their service without demanding anything in return. In my opinion, nothing could be farther from the truth. But this double V campaign, victory at home, victory abroad, I think set a kind of tone, a narrative that was, latched on to, that made it appear that there was much more going on among blacks in World War II to demand, freedom, equality, et cetera, than in World War I. One other thing about, we've talked about all this disparagement, denigration, demeaning of the black soldier, and that might suggest that we got nothing out of it. But what I maintain is what's more important is the impact of what the black soldier did on black people. That the genie was out of the bottle, as John says, once they seen gay Paris, they can't go back on the farm. There's a transformation of the African-American soldier, but also the people who are witnessing it internalize indirectly what they have witnessed, and they know that these things are lies, and they're prepared to move forward. In fact, Andy Razoff has another poem, "Don't Tread on Me," that is what David Levering Lewis would suggest as the hearkening of the new Negro in the beginning of the Harlem Renaissance, which he also associates with the February 17th, 1919 parade of the 369th up Fifth Avenue.
I fully agree with Jeff, since we worked together in World War I. But I think beyond that, that these things are running families. My father's brothers, my father was too young for World War I, too old for World War II. But one brother volunteered, did not get into the Army in World War I, would have joined the 369th. His best friend was killed overseas. He never got over it. But the youngest brother in the family in 1940 dropped out of college, and when my father, who was 10 years older, went to corral him and strangle him to death, Bill said, "There's a big war coming, and I'm going to be in it." He got his wish, landed in North Africa. He was an infantry lieutenant, and then went on to fight in Italy, and then stayed in the Army in the occupation in Germany, and then fought again in Korea. People, these stories, even if they don't make the white press, they resound in the black community. The black community knows. You could have read Jet or any other magazines, but we were perfectly well aware. It's fascinating. My father would tell me, he was born in 1910. They knew about Charles Young's ride from Wilberforce to Washington. They followed him every step of the way. And so what you have is a situation in World War II, and I'll leave this to our colleagues because they have to do that, and I don't want to steal their thunder, but the Tuskegee Airmen, perfect example. Demonstration that black soldiers, black men can do anything that white men can do. You take all the barriers off to achievement, and you let them perform. And we've got great examples in World War II, and I know my colleagues will talk about this, so I am going to be quiet. Otherwise, I will be beaten up outside in the corridors by my friends. But thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, Jeffrey, John, Bradley, let's give them a round of applause.
Thank you.
So thank you for launching us off on that. We're on our first break. Please join our speakers outside in the theater lobby for book signing. If you were shy and didn't ask your question, there's a chance in this break. Please return, though, at 10:30 for our next session. And ladies and gentlemen, one more round of applause for our first panel.
They were ordinary people, just like you and me, who never expected to find themselves like this. But they found courage. They found grit, grace. They found strength in each other, and in their stories, we find strength within. The National World War II Museum. Find the extraordinary inside.
Knowing our American history is very important, and World War II was a significant event in America's history. I think this exhibition adds that extra layer because it interprets a part of our American history during World War II that quite often gets overlooked.
Fighting for the Right to Fight started as a small exhibit in 2015, and it was immensely popular. And we knew we had to do a bigger and better version. So this version that just opened, it allows us to tell a lot more stories about these millions of people who served in World War II.
This is my 4th national level exhibition that surrounds the African American experience. 2 at the Smithsonian, 1 at the Pentagon, and 1 here. I do personally feel privileged to have also been able to act in the role of guest curator and subject matter expert for this exhibition, but with a host of people at this great institution to help bring this exhibition to fruition.
So the materials in Fighting for the Right to Fight came from the National World War II Museum, but also from all over the world. We tapped various archives, the National Archives, the Library of Congress, various museums and institutions to acquire the artifacts and a lot of the imagery that you see in this new exhibit.
We went out of our way to make sure that we did not only tell those known stories, but tell some of the unknown stories that surrounds World War II, that surrounds African Americans participating, and that surrounds why they were fighting for a double victory. Because that double victory was, 1, they were willing to fight for victory overseas, but they also wanted to have victory at home to end separate but equal.
To a lot of people, it's going to be jaw-dropping to see the way that these African Americans were treated at home and how they gained a little bit of freedom overseas and then came home again and were immensely disappointed that America hadn't changed. This is an important story of American history, and it's often forgotten, and we feel honored to be able to tell it.
When visitors walk through the exhibition, they're going to learn quite a bit. They will learn that the contributions and participation of African Americans on the home front and overseas contributed to Allied and American victory during World War II. I hope individuals will come to this exhibition and learn that African Americans were Americans. They were 3rd, 4th, and 5th generation Americans by that time. So they were willing to fight and die for their country. And so we're hoping that today it will set a spark and have people go out and learn more, because I've always approached an exhibition in this manner, that an exhibition is to educate and inspire.
A remarkable group of African American pilots not only played a critical role in defeating the German Air Force in World War II, but also paved the way for civil rights and equality in the United States. This is the story of the Tuskegee Airmen, and this is World War II in 2. I'm Wayman Brothers with the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. Before World War II, the United States Army was segregated, and it was argued that African Americans were inferior and unfit for certain roles. As a result, the African Americans were barred from serving as pilots in the United States Army Air Corps. But as war loomed once again in 1939, President Franklin Roosevelt signed the Civilian Pilots Training Act in an effort to expand the Army Air Corps. By June, the act set the stage for historic change by including African American colleges. The Tuskegee Institute near Montgomery, Alabama became a hub for training African American pilots for the Army Air Corps. The first group of aviation cadets arrived in Tuskegee in August of 1941. After rigorous training, many joined the 99th Fighter Squadron, which became the first Tuskegee unit to fly combat missions. Initially flying the P-40, this unit saw service in North Africa, Sicily, and Italy. Later, 3 squadrons joined the 99th to form the 332nd Fighter Group, led by Colonel Benjamin O. Davis, Jr. The group flew several aircraft, including the P-39, the P-47 Thunderbolt, and finally, the iconic P-51, painted with a distinctive red tail. By the summer of 1944, the 332nd was escorting bombers of the 15th Air Force over the Alps into Germany. They earned a sterling reputation for losing fewer aircraft under their protection than the other fighter groups. They also earned the Distinguished Unit Citation in March of 1945, escorting the 15th Air Force's longest mission to Berlin and shooting down 3 German jet fighters. By the end of the war, the 332nd had flown over 1,400 combat missions, downing 112 enemy fighters. More than 81 Tuskegee Airmen were killed, with 31 captured and becoming POWs. Their bravery and skills not only proved their worth as aviators, but also as dedicated Americans in a time of crisis.
Millions of American servicemen and women were stationed in Europe in 1944. Most relied on the military mail system to connect with loved ones back home. When the volume of emails and letters became overwhelming, the women of the 688, a unit made up primarily of black women, stepped in to untangle the mess. I dug into our collection of letters to find evidence of the mail getting back on track, and look what I found. One letter home from Corporal Chet Murray. Last night, we got our first mail in weeks, and I was glad to hear from you. I got 10 letters from you, 2 from Mother, and 1 from my sister, and 1 from Pat. Another from engineer Jack McDonough reads, "Mail seems to be getting to us a little more quickly than usual, and I hope it's working the same way with our mail going home." And in a letter from an Army surgeon, Captain Richard Bulkins, he wrote, "While moving, we were given a big sack of mail, and I hit the jackpot. When it rains, it pours." The joy was brought to these service members by the unseen women of the 688 Central Postal Battalion. They were able to bring a piece of home to many soldiers fighting in France, Belgium, and Germany. These letters that will be on display at the National World War II Museum's new Fighting for the Right to Fight exhibit show off just how successful the network of the 688 was at fixing the mail pipeline.
Today we visited Treblinka. It was a hard day, very hard to think about how many people came under the false sense of going to a labor camp or just relocating, and then were very quickly stripped of all of their humanity.
I'm Noah Nassoff. I'm 17. I was a student reporter for the World War II Museum's Holocaust electronic field trip, and I go to Benjamin Franklin High School. The experience was unlike anything I'd ever done before. I've heard about all these places, I read about these places in a textbook, but being able to stand on the very land where maybe my relatives went to die was quite a striking experience. So it was just very overwhelming and really made me think critically more as a student.
Currently there's less than 120,000 American veterans still alive, and they're passing away at a steady rate. And so, you know, it's difficult to imagine that 10 years from now, there will be any American veterans still alive. And our ability to get personal testimony about the war, to get their perspectives, and also to understand their views and the importance of the war itself, that responsibility passes to us as this generation passes away.
Sacrifices were made years ago, 80 years ago now, to preserve the freedoms and values that we consider so dear.
One of the veterans of the Great War, of World War II, that great worldwide conflagration, said this: "We did not defeat the enemy, we just took away their guns." There you have the task that lays before us, and is in fact the mission statement of this magnificent museum, of this campus, of this repository of knowledge.
I got to one point when I said to my wife, I'm sick of my story. I've heard it so many times, I'm through with it. And I don't want to remember it, I don't want to recall it, it's not pleasant. I'm going to hang it up, I'm through. And she said, "You can't. You have a duty and an obligation because you were there and you experienced it to pass along your knowledge to successive generations."
I just wonder how this video might be able to reach classrooms around America and around other places in the world, so that other students who may not have that personal tie to the Holocaust can still take what they're learning and apply it to how they look at the world around them and what kind of change makers my generation is going to be. I guess I'm just pondering, as I get the privilege of going through this story and learning about it from the most experienced people and going to the sites where it happened, that's what makes it a reality for me.
During World War II, an unassuming group of brave young men made history by becoming the nation's first African-American Marines. These trailblazers became the centerpiece of integrating the United States Marine Corps and would go on to play a crucial role in the emerging civil rights and Black Power movements. This is the story of the Marines of Montford Point, and this is World War II in 2. I'm Cameron McCoy at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. Due to tradition and segregationists, the Marine Corps was the last service branch to admit draftees and volunteers who were not white. But in June 1941, President Franklin Roosevelt's Executive Order 8802 broke racial barriers, paving the way for black men to officially enlist in the Marine Corps for the first time. But joining the Marines was far from easy. Initially, these African-American Marines were limited to roles like stewards or mess attendants. This was in large part due to widespread discrimination, reinforced by a 1925 Army War College study that wrongly claimed African-Americans were inferior and unfit for combat. But as the war progressed, the Marine Corps would recognize the value of Montford Pointers. These black Marines were later placed in 2 defense battalions comprised of ammunition and depot companies. By the end of 1942, these companies were pushing back amphibious landings, defending against Japanese attacks by air, and hit-and-run raids by warships. By spring 1943, the companies participated in fierce combat on Saipan, Tinian, Guam, Peleliu, Iwo Jima, and Okinawa. But the expanded roles came at a price. These combat service units suffered most of the casualties among African-American Marines. By the end of the war, the Montford Point Marines had distinguished themselves in the Pacific Theater, earning a part in the Presidential Unit Citation awarded to the 4th Marine Division. Their sacrifice and bravery proved their mettle as skilled warfighters and demonstrated their devotion in a time of crisis.
The National World War II Museum's new exhibit, Fighting for the Right to Fight, explores African American experiences in wartime. And we have several artifacts on display from one of the icons of World War II, the Tuskegee Airmen. These combat pilots trained in Tuskegee, Alabama, and went overseas to fly and fight in the Mediterranean Theater of Operations. Claiborne Buddy Lockett was born in Los Angeles, California in 1918. He enlisted before Pearl Harbor and trained to be a fighter pilot, earning his wings in 1943. Lockett went overseas with the 332nd Fighter Group, which can be seen in this distinctive patch for the group, and he eventually was assigned to the 301st Fighter Squadron. He flew patrols, armed reconnaissance, and bomber escort, where he wore this AN-H-15 flying helmet. Lockett is unique, and that he also flew for the Royal Air Force in North Africa. You can see this pair of Royal Air Force gloves here. He logged time in the Spitfire, Hurricane, and captured German Ju-87 and Ju-88 aircraft. He returned to the US in November 1944 after he suffered an accident that left him with a severely injured hip. These artifacts, along with dozens of others, will be featured in the new exhibit, Fighting for the Right to Fight, African American Experiences in World War II, at the National World War II Museum here in New Orleans.
I first participated in the conference in 2006, which was the first of the conferences. I've been to most of them since then. And watching the museum grow into what it has become with a full campus of pavilions and becoming the touchstone for research and an understanding of the most significant event of the 20th century is we're learning about our common heritage. It's supposed to be enlightening and it's supposed to be thrilling, and it has become that.
Quality of the presentations. Every year I think they get better. I think the quality of the researchers, the people you bring in, plus now the facilities are second to none. So this year is our first year here, but it is clearly the place to be.
I was here at the first conference in 2006, and I was just so enthralled by it. I just fell in love with World War II history and the museum.
An extraordinary collection of some of the best minds in the business, and the thing that I'm looking forward to is actually learning from them. Even though I've been working on certain aspects of the Second World War myself, nobody can know everything. And if you bring a couple of dozen world experts together to share what they know about their particular area of expertise, it's like having a living encyclopedia of dozens of people who really do know the answers to some of the most important and complicated questions about the war.
It's great for me as a teacher. I'm usually in send mode. I'm usually talking to people. It's great to be in receive mode and hear from all these fantastic people who are here and get new insights, not just the scholars, but the guests who are here as well. And just to be able, like I said, just to shut off the send part of your brain for a little while and sit back and learn about some things maybe you haven't thought about.
I just fell in love with it. I've been coming back ever since.
It's the right place to be. When you can get with 500 other guys and gals that are interested in history, it's just the place to be.
It's just one of those conferences that just keeps on giving to the history of our country.
This Purple Heart belongs to Private First Class Booker T. Galbraith. He was born in Hooks, Texas in 1915 and enlisted in the Army in 1940. After years of long-held prejudices, in 1997, the U.S. reconsidered the cases of 7 black servicemen who had served bravely in World War II, but were not awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor. One of those men was Vernon Baker of the 92nd Infantry Division. For his assault on German positions in Italy, he was awarded the military's highest honor. Galbraith was one of the brave men who was killed in the attack, and this Purple Heart was sent to Galbraith's family in 1945. Decades later, in Oklahoma, Mark Brandenburg found this long-lost medal in a junk drawer and donated it to the National World War II Museum. It will be on display along with the Medal of Honor of Sergeant Edward Allen Carter Jr. of the 12th Armored Division in the museum's new Fighting for the Right to Fight exhibit. Come see this unique artifact along with dozens of others here at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans.
Ladies and gentlemen, please find your seats and your cell phones so we can begin the next session. Seats and cell phones. Thank you.
Well, welcome back, everybody. We're going to do two things in this next session, just to warn you. You know, we've got a home front session, but then we have a chance to hear from the curator before lunch, so that then if you go to the gallery, you kind of get a sense of that before you go through there. So two things, home front, then hear from the curator, just so you don't get up and leave when the curator takes the stage. Now, as we move to the World War II years, this session will focus on the home front experiences. And to chair this session, it's my honor to introduce our chair, Dr. Steph Hintershitz. Steph received her PhD in American History from the University of Maryland, College Park. Her books include A Different Shade of Justice, Asian American Civil Rights in the South. Her most recent book, Japanese American Incarceration, the Camps and Coerced Labor During World War II. Steph served here at the museum as senior historian in our institute, and then she left us to take a teaching post, but we're delighted to have her as one of our ASNUS fellows, so we can keep calling on her talents. Now, on a program note, Steph will be joined on stage by Greg Cook and Matt Delmont, who are already there. Unfortunately, Tracy Parker and Jinx Broussard were unable to attend due to unforeseen circumstances. So if you're looking closely at the agenda, you'll say, hey, that doesn't look like Tracy and Jinx. And there's a reason for that. And, unfortunately, this time of year, those things happen. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Steph Hintershitz.
All right, good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here. And what we're going to do with this panel is shift gears a little bit, and we're going to look at what fighting for the right to fight looked like on the home front. So what did that mean for Black Americans to help to support the war effort overseas and abroad, but then also thinking about the home front as a place that had its own battles. So what did that look like here? And in order to help us do that, I am very pleased to welcome our two panelists here. And you do have much more detailed biographies in your program, so I don't want to detract from how accomplished they are, but for the sake of us being able to get into the very fascinating things that they're going to say, I'll keep my bios a little short. So we are pleased to have Gregory Cook, who is a scholar and a documentarian, and he's going to talk a little bit about how you create a history that maybe isn't a written text, but using different innovative techniques to tell a story in a way that isn't just necessarily in a book. But then we also have historian Matt Delmont, who you will hear from again later today, and he is going to provide us with a broad overview looking at the landscape of the home front, and that will help us get set up for Gregory's more detailed intervention. So I will turn it over to Matt. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you all so much for coming out. It's wonderful to have a chance to spend the time with people who care about history, being in the company of folks who care this much about this topic. You would spend Saturday with us. I want to thank Mike, Jeremy, and Connie, and all the members of the museum staff who made this possible. Thank Stephen and Nick for the work they've done to create and lead the museum. I was reminiscing with both Nick and Stephen outside. I think it's 9 years ago that I first came down to the museum for my first interactions. I was at Arizona State University at the time, and it was the early stages of planning for what became the online master's degree in World War II studies. And so it's always an honor and a privilege to be back here at the museum. It's also great to be speaking alongside so many great historians, both the ones who are on the panels today, but also the emerging scholars who spoke yesterday. History truly is a generative exercise. We build on the work of scholars who've come before us, and we try to build on work together in company. And I think today's panel is a representation of that. In that spirit, my presentation builds on Dr. Salmons and Dr. Morrow, who we heard earlier. And I was reflecting on how little time there actually was between the end of World War I and the start of World War II, right? Just 22 years. If you think back to 2003, right, not that long ago, right? You remember things from that time period. You probably have feelings about it, and you would share those with people around you. Same thing was true today. So a lot of what I'm talking about, people's dads, grandfathers, uncles, neighbors, teachers, mentors fought in World War I, and it shaped the perceptions people had on the home front during World War II. Also, hopefully the presentation will set up the post-war presentations we hear later from Dr. Cox and Dr. Lewis. I want to start at the outset saying something I tell my students in the classroom all the time, which is that we can't understand American history without understanding African American history. Right? And I think given everything else that's going on in the world, this is part of our shared history. Right? These are stories that we need to honor and recognize. My presentation draws from the book Half American. The book has tremendous stories of patriotism and sacrifice, stories that should truly make us be proud to be Americans. There are also challenging parts of the story, stories that are upsetting. John mentioned being angry earlier. Doing this research can make you angry, right? Reckoning with the racism and discrimination that people in the United States faced during World War II should make us frustrated. But to do history honestly requires us to reckon with both those parts of the story, both the things that make us tremendously proud and the things that we want to change. So I want to start by telling you a bit about where the book came from, and it connects to the home front. So this book really grew out of research into the black press, black newspapers like the Chicago Defender, Pittsburgh Courier, or in this case, the Minneapolis Spokesman. I'm from Minneapolis, so I want to give a shout out to my hometown. Minneapolis Spokesman is the largest and longest running black newspaper in the United States. But doing research for the book that came before Half American on black newspapers, I kept coming across pictures and stories that look like this, featuring some of the more than 1 million black men and women who served the country during World War II. Now, these weren't famous people. These were just average black Minnesotans who served the country. You'd see similar things in Cleveland, Los Angeles, Chicago, and New York. And it was seeing all those images that made me curious. I wanted to know what more was there to the story that we weren't talking about. But I think in this context, we can think about black newspapers connecting the war fronts, the battlefields, to the home front. Right? There's only 1 degree of separation for almost anyone in the United States and soldiers serving abroad during World War II. That's true across racial lines, but definitely was true for black Americans. They had family members, friends, loved ones, neighbors serving overseas. One of the things you see in black newspapers from this era is a letter written by a man named James G. Thompson. James Thompson was a 26-year-old from Wichita, Kansas, and in late December 1941, he wrote this tremendous letter to the Pittsburgh Courier as a series of very pressing and pointed questions. He asked in part, should I sacrifice my life to live half American? Is the America I know worth defending? And that phrase, should I sacrifice my life to live half American, stuck with me. So I chose Half American as the title of the book. The Pittsburgh Courier was the nation's largest and most influential black newspaper. They used Thompson's letter to launch what was called the Double Victory campaign. As Dr. Salmons mentioned earlier, Double Victory resonated powerfully for black Americans during World War II because it was a very old idea. It was something that came out of the Civil War, came out of the World War I. The idea that we're going to sacrifice and fight for our country, but in return, we want the ability to have actual freedom and democracy here in the United States. And so that's what Double V stood for. It was victory over fascism abroad and victory over racism at home. I think part of the importance of telling the home front part of the story is that it truly was a battleground for black Americans. They were absolutely committed to military victory, but they recognized that wasn't enough. It wasn't enough to defeat Hitler and the Axis forces on the battlefields and then come home to very similar kinds of discrimination here in the United States. So that's why Double Victory was such a powerful framing device. It wasn't just rhetoric or a slogan, it really was a two-front battle. To give you a sense of the scope of this, one of the arguments I make is that we have to start the story of World War II before the bombing of Pearl Harbor. Because for black Americans, they were paying attention to the rise of Nazism and fascism nearly a decade earlier. This is the Norfolk Journal and Guide, 1933, an editorial written by a famous black sociologist named Kelly Miller, making direct connections between Adolf Hitler and the Nazi regime and the KKK here in the United States. Black Americans were among the first to recognize the really serious threat that Hitler posed because they understood that he was explicitly drawing on American racial policies to justify the treatment of Jews in Europe. And so this is part of the home front story. Throughout the 1930s, black Americans are watching what's happening in Europe and saying we need to do something about it. Fast forward a couple years, when the Spanish Civil War starts in 1936, that too galvanizes Black Americans all over the country. The headline here is Chicago Defender, 1936, saying the Second World War has started because El Duce, that's Mussolini, and Hitler are aiding Franco and the fascists in Spain. There's a group of Americans who volunteered to fight in the Spanish Civil War, about 3,000 Americans in all, and they were collectively called the Abraham Lincoln Brigade. Of those, there were 80 Black Americans who served. Langston Hughes, the famous poet and author, is fascinated by this. He wants to know, what does it mean for these average Black Americans from Alabama, from California, from New York, to uproot their lives, travel to a country they've never even been to before, to fight in that country's civil war? So he became a war correspondent for the Baltimore African American, and he travels to Spain, and he's on the front lines reporting on these Black volunteers. Those stories get published back here in the United States and then circulated all across the country. So already by the late 1930s, you have Black people after church, in their homes, in their workplaces, talking about the Spanish Civil War, saying we have to do something to stop the rise of fascism. Highlighted here is that Hughes also went on a speaking tour. Right? And so part of the Homefront story is these stories about the emerging war in Europe are circulating broadly in Black America. The important civil rights story in the lead up to World War II was the March on Washington movement. So before the United States officially enters the war militarily, President Roosevelt announces that the US will be the arsenal of democracy, providing the war supplies that the Allies need to fight and win the war. And everyone knows what that means. It means jobs. But initially, Black Americans are blocked from those valuable war industry jobs. A. Philip Randolph was the most powerful Black labor leader at the time. He was the head of the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters. And he threatens to lead 100,000 Black Americans in a march on Washington in the summer of 1941 unless President Roosevelt agrees to desegregate the defense industries. It was a tremendously bold threat. Through a series of high-stakes negotiations, President Roosevelt agrees to sign an executive order that, at least on paper, does desegregate those defense industries in exchange for Randolph calling off the march. But it does two important things. The first is it demonstrates Black political power on the eve of World War II. Just the very fact that Randolph could persuasively threaten the White House in this way and get Roosevelt to sign this executive order galvanizes Black people to keep fighting for their rights in an organized fashion. The second thing it does is it lays a blueprint for some of the activism that takes place after the war. I think everyone's familiar with the March on Washington in 1963. The blueprint for that is laid in 1941. By that point, Randolph is the grandfather of the movement, but the ideas have been circulating for more than 2 decades. So the war officially starts for the US with the bombing of Pearl Harbor. This is the headline of the Chicago Defender just after the attack. The editors wrote, "Awake, white America, the hour is at hand." They said, "White America must learn that a Negro in the armed service of his country and the uniform of his government must be respected as a defender of democracy." And so there was a hope that finally, with World War II, something would change, that some of the racism we just heard from World War I would be put aside in recognition of the urgency of fighting for a common cause. On that same page, the Defender highlighted 3 young Black Chicagoans who tried to register and volunteer for military service but were turned away. This happened to hundreds of Black men across the country. Just like white Americans, they tried to volunteer for military service, but there were hundreds of Black Americans who were turned away because at that point, the Army and the Navy didn't yet have enough all-Black units to accommodate them. These young men were left dumbfounded. They asked, what's wrong with our patriotism that we can't volunteer our lives to fight for our country? And so these are some of the stories that people are telling after Pearl Harbor. There's also a horrific lynching in St. Louis just weeks after the bombing of Pearl Harbor. A man named Cleo Wright was lynched. That was in Sikeston, Missouri. And so the phrase becomes, remember Pearl Harbor, but remember Sikeston too. Thurgood Marshall, whose mentor was Charles Hamilton Houston, was, of course, the first Black Supreme Court Justice of the United States, but during the war, he was the head of the legal division for the NAACP. One of the main sources I used for the book were hundreds of letters written to Marshall by soldiers who were stationed on military bases here in the US. So part of the Homefront story is also the fact that you had soldiers being trained for military service who were experiencing racism and discrimination here in the United States. And these letters are harrowing to read. People described being called racial epithets, violence against Black troops, in some cases lynching of Black troops in uniform while they're training. Men said they would feel safer once they deployed to the European theater or the Pacific theater than they felt here in the United States, in Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia. Thurgood Marshall, during the war, helped to try to bring those cases to justice, helped to make sure people were being treated as they should be treated as soldiers. To give you a sense of what those letters looked like, this is one written by a minister, black minister, at Camp Shelby, Mississippi. He wrote, "I'm a Negro minister here at Camp Shelby, and the conditions are so terrible. We are on the very verge of deserting the Army. Upon my arrival here at Camp Shelby, life has been the same as some big concentration camp. There's so much Hitlerism here." Some of the complaints he cited were common things, like having to wait hours for buses back to camp because they would allow all the white soldiers to get on before any black soldiers could get on. He also described violence on the base. He said, "We have lots of white MPs, military police, who delight in beating colored soldiers." He concluded, "Please, in the name of God and this so-called American Freedom Act, act at once." So this too is the story of the home front. One of the other key civil rights figures I talk about in the book is Ella Baker. She's perhaps best known for her work in the 1960s as part of SNCC, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. She was a tremendous grassroots activist. During the war, she was the head of branch membership for the NAACP, and she was wildly successful at her job. The numbers on the screen give you a sense of how much the NAACP grew over the course of the war. When historians talk about World War II being a turning point for civil rights, part of what we mean is that the infrastructure of civil rights got built out over the course of the war. The NAACP goes from being a relatively small organization to being a truly national, massive organization. Having all those members means you have more dues-paying members, more money to fight larger, more complex civil rights cases, like Brown versus Board of Education. One of Baker's key innovations was recognizing you didn't need to be a professional class black person to be a leader. You didn't have to be a doctor or a lawyer. You could be a sharecropper or a domestic worker. And so she held leadership training workshops all over the country, helping to organize black people to be leaders, to fight for their own rights in their own communities. One of the people who attended one of those workshops was Rosa Parks in Atlanta in 1945, fully a decade before the Montgomery bus boycott. Gregory's going to be talking about war workers later, Black Rosies. Rosa Parks was a war worker herself. She worked as a civilian seamstress at Maxwell Air Base during the war. And the story she would tell is that by 1944, the buses at Maxwell Air Base were integrated. And so on base, she could sit wherever she wanted to on the bus. But when she got to the city limits and had to transfer to a Montgomery City bus, then she had to go to the back of the bus. She said that one block transfer felt like going from being a first-class citizen to being a second-class citizen. Her brother Sylvester served in the Pacific Theater. But when he came home to Montgomery, couldn't get a loan to buy a home, couldn't get a job. And so all this steeled her resolve to fight for civil rights. She later said, "I'd always been taught that this was America, the land of the free and the home of the brave. I felt that it should be actual, in action, rather than just something that we hear and talk about." This is one of my favorite documents I found in Ella Baker's papers, and I'll give you the context for it. It was a letter written by a group of men who were in the 392nd Engineer Battalion, writing from Normandy in the fall of 1944, right? So just a few months after the D-Day invasion. And they wrote, "We're making a sacrifice for victory abroad, but that does not ensure us of a victory in our own country. We understand and fully realize that we must fight for the WWII and its principles. Knowing that we weren't doing anything toward victory on the home front, we started this collection to aid in the greatest fight toward humanity." And so it's them sending a letter and a contribution to the NAACP and to Ella Baker to fight the Double Victory campaign. In the part that I love the most, on the bottom of the screen, they sent $333.89. Right? And so I picture them passing the hat around, or passing the helmet around, essentially, in Normandy to raise this money. And so again, when we're thinking about the home front, there are direct connections constantly between the war front and the home front. These black soldiers know what's going on at home. They care deeply about what's happening in their home country, and they want to do everything they can to help that fight as well, while they're also fighting in Normandy. Right? It's a remarkable story. To give you a sense of why this is so urgent, and building on some of the stories we heard about racial attacks during World War I, during 1943 alone, there were 240 racial attacks and race riots all across the country. Big cities, small towns, on and near army bases. The one I'm highlighting here is in Beaumont, Texas. On June 15th, 1943, a false rumor circulated in Beaumont that 2 white women had been raped by black men. a crowd of approximately 4,000 people, armed with hammers, axes, and guns, descended on the city's black neighborhoods. The mob looted and burned homes and businesses, and they assaulted many black people. 2 people were killed, and a third died later from wounds sustained during the riot. One commander of the Texas State Guard compared the condition of the city to the destruction he had seen in a World War I battle zone. The city's black neighborhoods, he said, have been literally stomped into the ground. The picture here is from the Baltimore African American, and it's an American flag that's been burned. This flag flew outside of a black business in Beaumont, a man who had sold thousands of dollars in war bonds. And so again, the question, not just in Texas, but across the country for black Americans was, what's wrong with our patriotism? We're doing everything we can to help fight and win this war, and yet this is how our country, or how our communities are being treated. Langston Hughes kept writing during World War II. It wasn't just as a war correspondent. He kept writing and reflecting about the urgency of fighting for the kind of America in which black Americans would be treated equally. He wrote a poem based on this summer of violence in 1943 called From Beaumont to Detroit. And I want to read it to you because I think it gives you a clear sense of what double victory sounded like. Hughes wrote, "Looky here, America, what you done. Let things drift until the riots come. Now your policemen let your mobs run free. I reckon you don't care nothing about me. You tell me that Hitler is a mighty bad man. I guess he took his lessons from the Ku Klux Klan. You tell me Mussolini's got an evil heart. What must have been in Beaumont that he got his start? Because everything that Hitler and Mussolini do, Negroes get the same treatment from you. You Jim Crowed me before Hitler rose to power, and you're still Jim Crowing me right now, this very hour. Yet you say we're fighting for democracy. Then why don't democracy include me? I ask you this question because I want to know how long I got to fight both Hitler and Jim Crow." So as Hughes so often did, he cut to the chase. Right? This is what was on the minds of most black Americans in the country during World War II. They're following news from the war front, eager that America is going to win the war, but also dealing with a whole separate war here in the United States, fighting for actual freedom and democracy. So another one of the arguments that the book makes is that for black Americans, the war didn't end in 1945. Right? That whole generation of black veterans comes back and keep fighting here in the United States. To give you a sense of what they're fighting against, this is Mississippi Senator James O. Eastland on the floor of the Senate in the summer of 1945. Eastland said, "Negro soldiers have disgraced the flag of their country. The Negro race is an inferior race. I'm proud that the purest form of white blood flows in my veins. I know that the white race is a superior race. It's ruled the world. It's given us civilization. It's responsible for all of the progress on earth." Now, if these words are upsetting to us today, and they should be, imagine how they sounded to black veterans who just risked their lives, seeing their buddies killed, fighting for a country that treated them as second-class citizens. They were outraged by this. They were even more outraged because they understood that Eastland was only in the Senate because black people in Mississippi couldn't vote. The population of Mississippi in 1945 is 48% black, but fewer than 2% of black Mississippians can vote because of decades of intentional voter disenfranchisement, violence, in some cases murder, to keep black people from the polls. This is what the Double Victory campaign was about. It was about fighting back against this kind of racism and discrimination. And it shows up in terms of the kind of opportunities that exist for black veterans after the war. And hopefully everyone's familiar with the GI Bill. It's what made it possible for a whole generation of white veterans to be able to enter the middle class. Part of the reason it mattered that you had men like James O. Eastland with those distorted views is that segregationists controlled many of the key committees in Washington, D.C., and as the GI Bill legislation was being drafted, they ensured that it was going to be distributed at the state and local level. And everyone in 1945 knew what that meant. It meant that you were going to discriminate based on the policies and preferences of states. And that's how it turned out. To give you a couple stats, in Mississippi, only 2 of more than 3,000 VA guaranteed home loans issued in 1947 went to black borrowers. And things weren't much better up north. Out of 67,000 mortgages issued by the VA in New York and New Jersey in 1947, fewer than 100 went to blacks. Nationally, by 1950, white veterans had received nearly 98% of VA guaranteed home loans. There's a group of researchers, economists from Brandeis University that tried to calculate the long-term impact of discrimination. And what they found is, on average, black World War II veterans received about $125,000 less from GI Bill benefits than white veterans did. I think an important part of the story as well is that there were thousands of black veterans who were able to access the GI Bill. And they did amazing things with it. They became doctors, architects, and lawyers. And so one of the stories we have to tell is a story of opportunity costs. If there hadn't been that discrimination, we would have had a whole larger generation of black professionals come out of World War II, right? Because the men and women who were able to use it did amazing things. The hardest chapter of Half American for me to write was a chapter called Homecoming, where I described some of the violence that black veterans encountered when they returned to the United States that is frustratingly similar to the violence that black veterans received after World War I. I won't read all of these stories, but let me highlight just two to give you a sense of what this looked like. Maceo Snipes was an Army veteran. He was confronted by 4 KKK members who came to his farmhouse the day after he became the first black person to vote in a Democratic primary in Taylor County, Georgia. Snipes was shot and killed by Edward Williamson, who was also a World War II veteran. George Dorsey served in the Pacific. He'd been home for less than a year when he, his wife Mae Murray, and their friends, Dorothy and Roger Malcolm, were shot 60 times at close range by a white mob in Walton County, Georgia. Dorsey's white landlord, who was implicated in the shooting but never charged, later said, "Up until George went in the Army, he was a good boy. But when he came out, they thought they were as good as white people." This violence against veterans was about power. It was about intimidation. It, more than anything else, was about what kind of country America was going to be after the war. Right? Again, that's why the Double Victory campaign mattered. It was a claim about the kind of country America could be in the future. And this resonated with black people all across the country, even those who might not have served themselves or didn't have any direct family members who served. One of the first published pieces of writing we have from Martin Luther King Jr. was written as a 17-year-old, a letter to the editor of an Atlanta newspaper reflecting on some of this violence. He said, "We want and are entitled to the basic rights and opportunities of American citizens." So again, that's why the Double Victory campaign mattered so much. This battlefront on the home front was something that galvanized black Americans, not just during the war, but after the war as well. And so there were literally hundreds of black Americans who became active participants in the civil rights movement. I'll highlight just a few here, and I know Dr. Cox is going to be talking more about this history. Hosea Williams actually lied about his age to join the Army at 16. He served in the Army, and then came home and helped co-lead the Southern Christian Leadership Conference alongside Dr. King. Whitney Young was also an Army veteran. He helped to lead the National Urban League and was one of the co-leaders of the March on Washington. W. Johnson Roundtree served in the Women's Army Corps. She used the GI Bill to earn a law degree from Howard University Law School and open up a pioneering law firm in Washington, D.C., won a number of important civil rights cases, including a discrimination case against Sarah Keyes, who was also a U.S. Army veteran who had to give up her seat on a bus in a case not dissimilar to the Rosa Parks case, but that happened earlier. Harry Briggs served in the Navy, came back to South Carolina, and actually lost his job as a gas station attendant when he brought a civil rights case against school segregation in his hometown in South Carolina. His case was one of 4 cases that was combined into Brown versus Board of Education. And perhaps the most famous example is Medgar Evers. He served loading cargo for the Red Ball Express, the black truck drivers. His unit landed on Omaha Beach just days after the D-Day invasion. He's just 19 years old. On his 21st birthday, in 1946, he tried to lead a group of black veterans to register to vote in Decatur, Mississippi, only to be turned away by a white mob with guns. He said, "I had been on Omaha Beach. All we black soldiers wanted was to be ordinary citizens. We fought during the war for America, Mississippi included. Now, after the Germans and Japanese hadn't killed us, it looked as though white Mississippians would." Evers, of course, took on increasingly important roles in the NAACP in Mississippi over the course of the 1950s and 60s. He helped to investigate the lynching of Emmett Till in 1955 and kept fighting for voting rights and civil rights until he was assassinated in 1963. He was buried with full military honors at Arlington National Cemetery. So let me conclude here and just say that the stories we tell about the past matter. It matters deeply that we tell these stories and tell them honestly. Because this generation of Black World II veterans, I think one of the things that's so inspiring about that history is that they never stopped fighting for America. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. And then we'll go ahead and hear from Gregory now.
Good morning or afternoon. Good morning. I want to thank everyone, the World War II Museum and all the people Matt mentioned for bringing me here. It's always a great honor. I've been here multiple times. And so I'm going to take a little bit of a different approach and talk about the women of my documentary, Invisible Warriors, African American Women in World War II. But first, a very brief story. When I was 6 years old, I went to the dentist for the first time. I went to a white dentist, and I had 2 of my teeth drilled without Novocaine. I've been hearing these stories. I'll be 70 years old soon. I've been hearing these stories, whether they're military, civilian, whatever, all of my life. And so sitting here listening to these great presentations by these outstanding scholars, emotionally, it's like having my teeth drilled without Novocaine. African Americans know what I'm talking about. I'm not sure other people do. So what I want to do is personalize the stories of the 600,000 African American Rosita Riveters that before I did my documentary, very, very few people knew about them, even scholars. We're talking about 600,000 black women who were Rosita Riveters. And I want you to get to know them individually because, they were just regular people who happened to be in a special time for them. And I want to personalize them because two of the women in my documentary are still living. One of them, Mrs. Susan King, turns 101 in July, and the baby of all the group, she just turned 95 on April 2nd. She's still living. There's a common theme running throughout these women's lives, as well as the presentations you've heard today. And it's how Jim Crow, segregation, whatever name you want to give it, was a constant in their lives. It's been a constant in my life. But as the Eagles talked about last week, adversity is what shapes and builds your character. Yeah. So all of these women were children, young adults, teenagers during the Great Depression. That's another thing that all these folks had in common. The Great Depression, which was like serious stuff for all Americans, but it was more serious stuff for black folks. And it's not so much that black folks lost material stuff because most of them had nothing to lose materially. But they were subjected to violence, discrimination, all these things that stunted, hindered, and destroyed their lives. Interestingly enough, because of the times they were born in, I believe, and because of what they endured throughout their lives, they went on and had some remarkable lives, particularly when you look at where and when they were born and where they were when they transitioned out of this world.
Women wanted for war production work. More and more men are being called into the armed forces. Their jobs must be filled, and filled now. And who can fill them? You women.
Working at the Navy Yard made me feel patriotic, that I did something to help the cause. We were doing something to help the boys, and it just made you feel special.
He looked at us, we were all maybe 100 pounds apiece. He decided that we could be riveters. wanted to go join, and then it was as far as, and I was told in my face that we cannot accept you because you're black.
And I found out that they were putting 3 X's. I knew that was to recognize us as being Negroes, we were called at that time.
We just felt like that we had a job to do at home, and I felt real good about that. And we as women, we had to keep the home front up, because many of us did the jobs that they said only the men had done.
The first day on the job at the Navy Yard, I was scared to death.
When World War II started, I wouldn't let myself cry for anything. I was going to be strong and brave.
When men were in the service, the women had to take over, be the breadwinners, pay all the bills, and take care of the house.
There was a racist notion that black women carried venereal disease and other kinds of diseases.
I still suffer headaches. I take medication every day.
Washington was deeply segregated. It was so segregated that you had the feeling that you were in a foreign country.
We just worked hard all day, picking cotton till my fingers bled.
Well, you were sort of in slavery when you were sharecropping.
He just said, "Look, if you bring your black ass in my office one more time and ask me a question, I'll fire you."
In Alabama at that time wasn't nothing free but a white man and a black woman.
I was able to bring a paycheck home higher than anybody in my family.
We can do it, and we did it.
This is my mother. My favorite Rosie of all time. She introduced me to Rosie when I was a kid. I was 3, 4 years old. For some reason, we were very close, and she was a stay-at-home mom at that time. And so for some reason, when I was 3 or 4 years old, she told me about her World War II story. She told me how when she was 18 years old, she rode on her suitcase, from Norfolk, Virginia, to Washington, D.C., to get her very first job as a clerk typist in the U.S. Patent Office. This picture was taken in 1944. She was 19 years old. Mom never told me about the fact that she rode in a Jim Crow car. I'm 3, 4 years old. What's that mean? She never told me that she was heading to a deeply segregated Washington, D.C. The reason I remembered her story was because of the train ride. I've had a lifelong love affair with trains. There was nothing in her story that made me remember it. What's a clerk typist? I'm 3 or 4 years old. What's the U.S. Patent Office? I'm 3 or 4 years old. It was the train ride. And my mother, like virtually all the black Rosies I've met, certainly the 7 who are in my documentary, my mother transitioned in 2006 not knowing that she was part of history. In 1944, 43, during World War II, she didn't see her picture in a recruiting poster, right? She didn't. But yet the federal government sent out invitations all across the country to black churches, to the black community, telling black women, come to Washington. We need you to run the federal government. And so my mother responded, right? And what a lot of people don't get or know, that prior to the war, a lot of jobs that came to be associated with women, typing, filing, etc., were actually held by white males. And so when the war comes, of course, they are drafted or volunteer for the service. And so who's going to do the paperwork? Who's going to run the government? And so hundreds of thousands of women came to Washington to run the government, to do, even today, nothing happens anywhere unless somebody types up a piece of paper for it, digital or real, for it to happen. And that's what my mother did, and I often wonder what may have crossed her desk, 80 years ago when she's typing. What kind of stuff? She worked in a patent office. I'll never know, but Mom never knew that she was a Rosie. And I think one of the things I'm most proudest of for my documentaries, I have expanded the definition and understanding of who Rosies were, right? Because, heretofore, the image of Rosie was a white woman with a bandana flexing her muscle, and that's the popular image, which really didn't become popular till the 1960s for the women's movement, parenthetically white women's movement. But Mom did this work, and I have expanded the understanding definition of Rosie to be any woman who was in war work was a Rosie. And women were coast watchers. Women ran USOs. A USO is like a nightclub / hotel. That's when all that stuff started. You name it, women did it. Somewhere between 5 and 8 million American women were Rosies, doing jobs in thousands of different categories, and 600,000 of them were African American women. 600,000. And if we look at the 1940 census, if you were to put all 600,000 African American Rosies in one city, they would have been the 13th most populous city in America. 600,000. But nobody knows about them or knew about them. So, like I said, I only remembered her story because of the train ride. Interestingly enough, because of my love of trains and how the universe sometimes works, my very first job out of graduate school, I was a freight brakeman with Consolidated Rail out of Philadelphia. I was a freight brakeman. I survived 6 crashes and train derailments in a 7-week period before I moved into HR, which is what I was originally hired to do. So it was the train ride that made me remember Mom's story. And I wish I started this documentary 3 years after she transitioned, and I got a million questions I would have asked. But I'm so grateful she told me that story when I was 3 or 4 years old. So this is Mom. This is Mrs. Susan King, right? She's the only Rosie in my documentary. When I met her, she knew that she had done something historically significant. I met her at a local Rosie meeting in Baltimore City. And what was interesting about it was she was the only black person there. She was the only black Rosie there. And I got up to speak because I'm trying to get information. And everybody, the leadership, the president of the local, et cetera, is sitting behind me. And I'm asking questions to the audience about, tell me about the racial fireworks in Baltimore during World War II, because there were a lot. And the president was behind me giving the women in the audience eye signals, don't talk to him, don't answer him. I didn't know that at the time because she's behind me, but someone later told me. Right? Mrs. Susan King, she'll be 101 in July. Remarkable woman. Think about this. And I just recently learned this. She was born a premature baby. She was so small that her family members they had to knit a cap for her head. She was so small, they used a house cat for a model to knit the cap. But it was too big. Think about it. What are the odds of a black baby surviving in rural Virginia in 1924 surviving? What are the odds of that happening? They didn't have all the tubes and machines that they'll hook a preemie up to today. And yet today, she's 100 going on 101. So she's already lived longer than 99.999% of all humans who've ever lived. And she started out as a premature baby. So her family moves to Baltimore. Her father's trying to get a better job for the family. They move from rural Virginia to Baltimore. She graduates high school, and she goes to the National Defense Training School. And they were all over the country. And she went there, and they trained her to be a riveter. This is Rosie the Riveter, okay? They trained her to be a riveter. And she told me in talking that she worked with her girlfriend. They were partnered together. Segregation continued in many of the industries where it was possible. When you're talking assembly line work and some of these other jobs, a lot of times it's impossible to segregate. But often when there was opportunities to do that, black women were segregated, meaning they put her with another black woman. And she, because riveting required two people, right? So she went there, she got a job with Eastern Aircraft in Baltimore. Eastern Aircraft was part of General Motors. And she riveted part of the tail section of a fighter plane, Navy carrier plane. And so we talked, she said some of the things she remembers the first time she ever wore pants. And as she said, back then, all ladies wore dresses. But, because of the war, she started wearing pants. I met a Rosie, a white woman, told me her father was about to put her out of the house because she was wearing pants. If you were a lady, a woman, you didn't wear pants in 1940s. You just didn't. Mrs. King also, it was her first time, Eastern Aircraft was integrated. She said it was the first time she'd ever been in an integrated environment in her life where she was eating. Okay? She made more money than anyone in her family because of her job. Mrs. King said she never wanted to be an industrial worker. She said she wanted to be a teacher or a nurse or something because she saw that as a way of getting out of poverty. Long story short, she went to Hampton Institute, then transferred to Morgan State. She got a graduate degree, became a high school counselor. So look at where her life started. Premature baby. What are the odds of surviving? She goes on, she's still living, got a college degree, 2 degrees. Long shot, only in America, I guess. Mrs. Ruth Wilson, my second favorite Rosie to my mother. Mrs. Wilson, I met her in Philly. She's from Philly. She recently transitioned. She was 102 years old. Okay. People ask me, well, how'd you find these people? And sometimes I would go to senior care facilities. I would go to churches. Some was word of mouth. But in her case, something told me, I don't remember now why I went there, but I went to a senior care facility. The administrator, and I asked, the administrator, can you put a little blurb in your local, newsletter? And she said, yeah, but the woman, the administrator went on the intercom and says, anybody here, any women here who did work during World War II? Mrs. Wilson responded. Okay. She was a domestic. And that was the plight of most black women. According to data, 1940, more than 80% of all black women who were employed were either domestics or sharecroppers. More than 80%. Mrs. Wilson made $5 a day, 6 days a week, 12 to 14 hours a day. If you were a sharecropper, very high probability you didn't get paid at all, because sharecropping was really a 100-year extension of enslavement of black people. She told me stories about the indignity she faced in life. She was a domestic for a Jewish couple. A woman came up from Georgia. Mrs. Wilson's in the house dancing. She was a live-in at that time. She's in the house dancing with the kids. And the woman says to her, I'm not allowed to stay here because she's here, and we're not allowed to associate with niggas. That's a direct quote. I've learned that quote. And fortunately, her employer said, well, you leave because Ruth isn't a nigger, she's a member of the family. But Mrs. Wilson had all kinds of indignities in her life because of her skin color. Her husband during World War II was overseas in Europe. He was in graves registration. Someone already touched on that. She was refused one time she took her charges to a restaurant. They wouldn't wait on her. They said, we'll serve the children who are white, but you can't do this. We're not going to wait on you. So she left. Again, we're back to that constant theme again about having your life stunted or being insulted or whatever other word you want to use. But anyway, during the war, she quit her job as a domestic, went to the Philadelphia Navy Yard, helped build the aircraft carrier USS Valley Forge. And what was interesting about that, the war ended before the carrier was completed. And so she never got to see on the day that they commissioned the carrier, her daughter was sick. So she didn't see it. So 3 years ago, I arranged for the Philadelphia Navy Yard to do something about that. We had all the local press there. There was some national coverage. Mrs. Wilson returned to Dry Dock 5 for the first time since the end of World War II. And they presented her with a picture of the aircraft carrier she had never seen, that she worked on. Okay. But she told me after the war, she's making big money. And keep in mind, there was nothing to buy during the war. So this is a generation that came out of the Depression who knew how to save money, and because of rationing, there was really nothing to splurge on. So she saved her money, right, which was typical. But she said after the war, there was a big letdown, because like most of these women, right after the war, she had to go back to domestic service, because this was 1945, right? But she went on to have a remarkable life. She told me, she worked for AAA. She worked for a coat company. She wound up retiring with 3 different pensions, right? But she also said, and this was very common, her independence that she gained, you know, knowing how to take care of the house, knowing how to pay bills, et cetera, it took a toll on her marriage. I got to speed this up. Gwendolyn Faison, electronic assembler, RCA, similar story. The SPARs wouldn't accept her. Moved to Camden, New Jersey, RCA. She was very good in math. She became a supervisor. Didn't give her a new title, didn't give her any more pay, but she became a supervisor. And you heard in the trailer what they said to her. Her supervisor said to her. But she went on to say it was one of the most important experiences of her life. Adversity, again, building her character. She became the first black female mayor of Camden, New Jersey at the age of 73, right? Yeah. The real sad part about that is when she was mayor, she would go to the local schools. Camden's very, very poor, mostly black and Latino. She would go around to the schools and talk about her experiences. She said the kids didn't believe that she had to ride in the back of a bus and pick cotton. Mrs. Willie Mae Govan, ordnance manufacturer, E.I. DuPont. She was injured making gunpowder, and you saw her in the trailer, right? She's injured making gunpowder, and basically she said where she worked, only black women were out there. And she had to leave when they would shake down the powder. She and the other black women had to leave the building for 4 hours every day. They send her out in the field to cut grass. She's the only woman who acknowledged sexual harassment, and she lost her job because she refused to, you know, give it up to her white bosses. She was an organizer in the civil rights movement. She told me her and her husband sent money to Dr. King and Rosa Parks in 1955. They tried to murder her 2 times because she was an organizer, civil rights movement. When she was 60, she earned her high school diploma. 60. After she earned her high school diploma, she became an ordained minister. After she became an ordained minister, she bought a plot of land. After she bought a plot of land, she built a chapel on the land. She's bad. They're all bad. So, victory. What does victory look like? These women overcame racial and gender barriers, okay? They did. They challenged, you know, the norm of the day. And they changed the employment arc for all black women. All black women today, specifically, are standing on their shoulders, right? I believe arguably they are the greatest group, and I emphasize group, of black women post-enslavement. 600,000, okay? And lastly, these women, like my mother, during that time, they were raised to be ladies. You spoke a certain way in public. You carried yourself a certain way in public. You didn't wear pants except if you worked in a factory. But they were all raised to be ladies, and that's a term that's fallen out of favor today, I think. But I gotta tell you, there were some badass women, and that cannot be taken from them. So these are the invisible warriors, and you know, they're invisible no more. Thank you.
All right, so I definitely want to make sure to save time for Q&A from the audience, but I do have really one big question for both of you. And you have a quote in your book, Matt. It's on page 135, so you should buy the book so you can read more than just 135, where you describe a member of a committee, so government committee, discussing Executive Order 8802. So you brought it up too, Gregory, ending, supposedly, discrimination in a lot of wartime industries. And this member of the government said that, quote, this was a war order, not a social document. So the idea that this was not supposed to solve every racial issue in the country, it's just a wartime order. But you both demonstrate how, especially Black women, but Black Americans in general, took that as an opportunity to really push for change. And Matt, you had also mentioned that World War II was important for building the infrastructure of civil rights. So I was just gonna ask for both of you to talk a little bit more about just how important labor was during World War II and how important that was for building the civil rights movement to come.
Thank you so much for the question, Stephanie. So labor was incredibly important. And I think the quote's a nice one because wars have always been times of change, right? And people try to take advantage of that, ideally, to create opportunities that hadn't existed previously. And I think, Greg, your work does a really wonderful job of showing how this kind of factory work was entirely off limits to Black women previously. Labor mattered, I mean, for one of the most basic reasons, because it was a paycheck, right? That's why Black people were so eager to get into defense industries, is because the amount of money they could make doing that was far exceed anything they could make otherwise. But it was also about pride and the kind of work you could do, and having to be recognized in a way that being a sharecropper, being a domestic worker, just wasn't recognized. There was a hope that it was going to be a foothold that they could continue after the war, and that frustratingly often was not the case. They were often the first fired once men, particularly white men, came home from the war. But I think the other thing it showed was organizing. One of the things that was important about getting access to those war industry jobs is most at that time were still union controlled. And so getting a foothold meant being able to work as a group to try to make claims on the ability to keep this work in the years after the war. And so it's a really important part of the larger story we tell about the home front during the war.
Great, thank you.
Get closer. Labor was very important. For example, one of the things that people really don't talk much about or know much about is women were really the backbone of the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters, A. Philip Randolph. They were doing a lot of the organizing. There was a women's auxiliary. So women were the wives, family members of the actual porters were major players in the labor union. Of course, he started the first Black labor union, right? So very important there. And when the war comes, it gives Black women an opportunity to get out of white folks' kitchens and out of the fields, right? And it gives them an opportunity to make more money than they had ever made before. Let's be real. I mean, there was some patriotism involved, but this was about dollars and cents. A lot of these women did have people. A couple of women I didn't show, her brothers went off to war. She was a sharecropper, and her brothers went off to war, but they came back, couldn't vote. But so the war gives Black women this opportunity, and Black people, this opportunity to make more money than they'd ever made before. And if you were in the military, if you're in the federal government, everybody got paid the same thing. So if you were a private in the U.S. Army, Black, white, whatever you were, you got paid the same thing. If you're level 1, level 2 in the federal government, everyone got paid the same thing. But Mrs. Bernice Bowman told me she worked for the General Accounting Office in Washington. All of the white workers were given raises to grade 2. The Black workers never got a raise, right, the whole time she was there. Mrs. Bowman did go on to have a long career in the federal government. So, labor was a game changer for African Americans and, these women in particular. And of course, you're helping other people in the community, right? And so you're not only uplifting yourself and your own family, you're also helping to uplift the community with the resources. And you're a model. You're a model for other people to look up to and say, look at what she did. Like I said, the real sad part about this is most of these women I've met went to their graves, including my mother, not knowing that they had done something historically significant.
Great, thank you. And I do think listening to both of your presentations, and really all the presentations that you're going to hear today, emphasize the importance of making sure that these stories become part of American history, that they are absolutely integral, and there's so much that if it's not integrated, that will get overlooked. So I have more questions, but I do want to turn it over to the audience for any Q&A, and then, so my colleagues will be coming around with the microphone.
We'll start towards the back, straight ahead from y'all.
Hello, my name's Lenora Gobert. I have two questions, and I'm going to ask them at the same time because I don't know if you'll get back around to me. The first one is for Dr. Delmont. You talked about the percentages of GI Bill that you never mentioned the West Coast, and a lot of our families went to the West Coast. So, what percentage were the guys in the West Coast able to take advantage of that? The second question is for the union for the sleeping car porters. What about the cooks? Were they part of that? My maternal grandfather was a cook on the railroad, so I'm curious about that.
Thank you for both questions. In terms of the West Coast, I don't have percentages to give you, but the story in the South with the GI Bill was almost complete discrimination for reasons that you can anticipate. If there's official Jim Crow segregation, most Black Americans couldn't take advantage of the GI Bill benefits or could only use them in very specific ways. Outside of the South, it depended a lot on who your local person was that you're trying to go to seek the benefits from, the local VA office or GI Bill office. And so in California, I think the things I would highlight is there was definitely discrimination in many places. For higher education, which was one of the main things people would use the benefits for, most main colleges and universities, including on the West Coast, had quotas about how many blacks they would accept. And so the University of California system, University of Washington, University of Oregon, had a handful of black students that would be integrated, technically, but they were in no position to accommodate the groundswell of returning veterans who might have wanted to go to college. And so part of the discrimination that was built in to the GI Bill was that it didn't open up more opportunities for HBCUs, primarily in the South, to be able to grow, to expand, to meet the number of veterans. And then outside of the South, it didn't do anything to address the quotas that existed. There definitely also, in terms of home ownership, there were many specific cases of homeowners, white homeowners, organizing to keep black people from buying homes in specific neighborhoods in California. I don't have stats to be able to give you, but that was definitely something that showed up quite a bit as well. And then the second piece, absolutely, cooks were part of the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters. It was meant to address everyone who worked in any capacity on the railroads. And it's part of what gave the organization the heft that it did. When Randolph makes this threat that 100,000 black people are going to march in Washington, D.C., he's the figurehead of it, but it's people all across the country, including a lot of black women who are the local captains. This is how organizing's always worked. You've got local people all over the country who are organizing their local groups, saying, yes, we're going to do this, writing editorials, holding marches. That involved a lot of the cooks, but also a lot of women working on the ground.
Next question is going to be to your right.
Thank you all for your research and work in this space. That's really to everybody. It's really kind of sewing into the space of providing clarity on the African American experience in space, right? I'm Leviticus Cleveland, Air Force veteran, grandson of a World War II veteran. My question to you is really about, there is a coordinated effort or attack on how we tell history, just generally speaking. That is very prominent within the last year or so. As you are likely aware, a few weeks ago, the Air Force paused for a moment their training and awareness to new airmen about the Tuskegee Airmen, for example. And I think that's kind of back in line with that. What are your thoughts on that? How do we keep this just truth telling alive?
I'm going to be very brief about that. I think America has changed, but it has not evolved. And so we've been down this path before. And there's always going to be resistance. And depending upon the time and space and history we are, it's going to have more legs than others, you know. But my own view is I don't think America has evolved. It has changed. And it's like one generation You're wearing a blue suit, the next generation, you're wearing a gray suit, the next generation is brown. But the person, the institutions wearing the suit haven't changed. And voting, for example, education, that's like democracy 101. And 60 years after a lot of this legislation, still fighting that same battle.
Matt, if you teach the next generation, can you talk about being a teacher at these times?
Yeah,
Professor.
like many of my colleagues here, it's a great question. It's obviously one that's on all of our minds right now. To hear my goal for myself and my colleagues at Dartmouth, I think it's true for all my colleagues who teach, is our goal is very similar to the museum's goal, right? Our goal is to tell the truth about the past based on evidence, right? And we don't sway with political winds, right? The things I write about in my book were true when Trump was first in the White House, when Biden's in the White House, when Trump's back in the White House. It would be true of Obama or Bush or whoever's in the future, right? My obligation as a professional historian is to tell the truth about the past based on evidence, right? I think that goal, and I think the reason for forums like this are incredibly important, is that part of the attack on higher education, the way we teach history, is distorted. It's intentionally an effort to score political points and using history to do that, which is obviously upsetting to me as a historian. It also does a disservice to us as a nation, right? If we're going to understand where we might go in the future, we have to understand what happened in the past, and we do a disservice to all the men and women who served in World War II if we can't talk about those stories honestly. On the military piece, it's frustrating to me. I think Dr. Lewis will talk more about the work that the military has done since integration. The military deserves a tremendous amount of credit for being on the forefront of thinking about issues about inclusion, equity, and diversity, right? From 1948 to the present, right? It took them long enough to get there, right? But they've done an amazing job. Part of why they've done an amazing job, though, is they understood it's mission critical, right? They're not doing it to be politically correct. They recognize that if you're going to have an efficient, lethal fighting force, you have to be able to draw on the capacities of all Americans to get rid of the discrimination that we heard about in World War I and World War II. As upset as I am as an educator, I'm equally upset on behalf of folks who are in the military that recent efforts are walking that back, right? Not understanding where the military has come from and how it's learned from its past, right? I think that it's antithetical to what it means to create successful, diverse teams that draw from the reality of the American population today.
We're going to stay to your right here.
Good morning. My name's Edith Michelle, and I come from the museum side of the house. I work for the Woodrow Wilson House Museum in Washington, D.C. And so I'm really pleased to see this exhibit today, Fighting for the Right to Fight. But I think museums have now a greater responsibility to not just have these exhibits for 1 or 2 months, but to make them part of their permanent collection so the story can continue to be told. And I hope that the next step for this museum, World War II National Museum in New Orleans, is to make not only this exhibit permanent, but to grow the story, because you know there's more layers to it that have not been told.
In the back to your right.
Good morning, I guess almost afternoon. My name is Peter Anderson. I'm sitting here with my sister Lauren Anderson, who lives right up the road. I happen to be here in town for a convention, and lo and behold, this symposium is happening today, so I stayed for an extra day. The reason I stayed for an extra day is because this is my second opportunity to visit my dad here at the museum. My sister, many years ago, saw that they were going to be doing an exhibit and donated his uniform. So I visited that uniform with my mom a number of years ago. We just lost her in July at 97. So I'm back to see my dad. So I'm inviting everybody that goes into the exhibit to look for the display of Lawrence Anderson, who served on the USS Lexington in World War II, obviously on a segregated aircraft carrier. His experience was so profound for him that conversations about World War II did not exist in our family. We did not see his uniform practically until it was here in this museum. So I echo what you're asking. Thank you.
Thank you to you and your family.
My third question, how do we get to see and where can we see your documentary?
It is not in distribution yet. There is some interest. I will be very honest. Technically, it was just finished last week. I've been screening it for 2.5 years. So we're talking about a journey that took 15 years and 2 months. And I just dotted the last I last week. I made it, yeah. I made it for education. I made it for young people and those not yet born. So I have STEAM and social studies and history curricula to accompany it for grades 8 through 12. But it is not in distribution yet. We're getting there, but it has to be, the right match. I've shown it here,
we've had
I
a
think,
screening
twice.
here.
Yeah.
And I
The
would
World
say,
War, I'm sorry.
Greg, for every 10 authors that I know who wish they had another page or another chapter, I could show you 100 documentarians I've dealt with who never quite finish it. They're always tweaking their documentaries because there's always that other story you want to add. And but no, we've been proud to screen it. I think twice. You said twice, right?
Yeah.
I know once.
Yeah.
I think twice.
Twice, yeah.
Any other questions? I know Steph has a few in her. Oh, we got one right here. We got a microphone for
Oh, I'm so sorry. There we go. Oh, God, I can hear myself now. Of these esteemed women, you described one who was rejected by the SPARs.
Yes.
Now, I think many people here don't know who the SPARs were, but they were the naval branch of the Coast Guard. And as such, they were involved with coastal security. It was the only branch that truly developed a strategy for the interception and protection of the coast. They, of course, were in combat as well. But I found it interesting that you made mention of her rejection by this branch of service, a branch of service that depended on male and female African Americans who had mobility to get to the ports, to get to the zones of service for both the men and machines. Was there any branch of service, therefore, that embraced men and women of color during this critical period of time? Because you mentioned one that did not.
I think there were 3 black women in the SPARs, 3, 4, something like that by the end of the war. My view is that none of the services actually embraced black people. And when the war started, black men were not intelligent enough to fly airplanes and were not intelligent enough to drive tanks. As the war progressed, their IQs went up. And as they were needed, so their IQs went up, and so we had the Tuskegee Airmen, 761st Tank Battalion, and others. But the general feeling was, my view is the military didn't embrace any of these people. And none of the branches did. And the reality is that there are a whole lot of jobs in the military that have to be done. Somebody has to dig ditches and latrines. That's just, somebody has to do that. The issue was making black people, that was all that they were seen as capable of doing. And there are all kinds of jobs in the military. You don't make documentaries about them. You're not going to make a movie about somebody unloading a ship. But without those kinds of jobs, none of the other stuff happens. But my view is at the beginning of the war, none of these people were really embraced.
Well, that's what the SPARs did.
Just a minute, sir. We need the microphone with you.
That's what the SPARs did. They were actually transporters of material, and they were small crafts. So the idea of bringing anyone into these positions that could add muscle, thought, and mobility it seems like the very definition of success. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
And with that, we have one. You can have two.
Hello, gentlemen. Thank you again for a lovely presentation. My question kind of circles around the home part of the home front. You talk a lot about labor, and I think labor cannot be separated from the home sphere, and particularly with regards to women. I mean, they're really dual hatting it at this point in the war. So I'm wondering, how did this kind of mass movement to labor, working in the federal government, working in the factories, translate into the living conditions experienced by African Americans, and particularly African American women during the war? And I'm thinking specifically about moving into housing, schooling. They're obviously coming with children, and that increase in pay, they're often finding themselves not necessarily where they're from and new locales. So how is that labor and movement translating into the lived experience in the homes of these individuals during this time during the war? Thank you.
Yes, there were a lot of people moving all across the country, but the fact that they were moving into places created racial anxiety and violence from among and from whites. Detroit was probably, June 1943, Detroit was probably the most violent racial action during World War II. And in Detroit, you know, the black population in Detroit swelled by 50,000 people coming to Detroit for jobs. And of course, when you have pressure for jobs, okay, there's also pressure for housing. There's also pressure for schooling. And it did not go well socially, you know, and blacks who moved to northern cities were herded into ghettos. Right, and so you have these same kinds of problems, and to some extent they exist to this day. Inferior quality housing, inferior, you know, education. Right, and in Detroit, what was interesting, there was a public housing project, Sojourner Truth Public Housing, and it was all white. And so when black folks tried to move in, that was just another example. It didn't go well. And so in June 1943, it all exploded. Again, you have, you know, white mobs attacking black people, going into the black communities and burning, killing, etc. And that's old behavior. And I'd just like to mention, 2 days later in Bamber Bridge, England, the Battle of Bamber Bridge erupted, in some ways for the same issues. You know, the treatment of black soldiers. In this case, the catalysts were white MPs. Well, the police always had a hand in a lot. They had a hand in a lot of this turmoil and unrest. But I think fundamentally it was like black people moving into virgin spaces, and there was this pushback by the white citizens already there. And Detroit, I think, really exemplified that in June of 1943. Yeah.
So we're going to say thank you to Steph, to Matt, to Greg. Let's give them a round of applause. So remember, we said there's two things in this session. We've got them and we've got the curator, but they'll be outside at the book signing. You know, a huge opportunity to see them. You know, but we also mentioned, though, we want to call up our lead curator for the exhibition, Corey Graff. Come on this way, Corey. Corey's a curator here at the National World War II Museum, graduate of the University of Oregon. He's worked in museums for 25 years, written 10 books. Before he came here, he was at the Museum of Flight and the Flying Heritage and Combat Armor Museum. I like the armor part. But Corey, come on up here. Just to give everybody that overview, though, I think it'll be very powerful. And then certainly if you still have questions for our last panel, they'll be out there, and then Matt will be on stage after lunch as well. So with that, the lead curator, Corey Graff.
Hello and thank you. Me being the lead curator, we should probably do a little bit of an examination of that. One of the things about a huge project like this is that no one does it on their own. So I'm sort of the standard bearer or the figurehead. But it's worth remembering that just even externally in the National World War II Museum, that there are, as an exhibits department, program managers, audiovisual facilities, the historians here at the Jenny Craig Institute, other curators. There's all sorts of people involved in this, and I'll talk a little bit about some of the external people as we go along. Now, a little bit of history. Fighting for the Right to Fight dates back to about 2015. It was a temporary exhibit that was in the Brown Gallery in one of the original buildings. And not only was it here, it went out and traveled on the road. It went to about 12 different venues throughout the United States and came back, and it was retired. Now, it's kind of unheard of for an exhibit to come back. I think us in the collections and curator department, we're always sort of pining over some exhibit that's been retired, Pelican State or Our War II. And one of the things that brought Fighting for the Right to Fight back was it was immensely popular. And in addition, as we know, the story of African Americans in World War II is often ignored or forgotten. And so it felt like something that we had to do, and we had to do it. $6 Million Man, we had to do it bigger and better, stronger and faster this time. So we were able to essentially make it 3 times as big and bring it back to the World War II Museum. Now let's talk about some of the people outside the organization. Many of them are here today. Adrian, Gregory, John, Marcus, and Tracy as well are here. This is one of the things that you do when you develop an exhibit, is draw upon ex-military, universities, museums, etc., in order to get that expertise. I also have to mention specifically Kravoski Salter, who's all those things, ex-military, museums, universities, who acted as the guest curator, and you'll be hearing from him later on today. This is part of the advisory team. In addition to sort of these national advisors, there's also a core of local advisors who not only help put an exhibit like this on its feet, but also promote it within the community here in the New Orleans area. So let's take a look at planning an exhibit like this. Kind of looks like chaos from up above, which is the way exhibits always start. There's so many things that you want to say and so many things that you want to do within an exhibit space. So see, these are some of the first illustrations of what the exhibit looked like. One of the things that's sort of unfortunate about an exhibit in its finished form is it looks clean and beautiful and smooth, but there's a lot of dirtiness and ugliness to get it to that sort of situation. As the curators, we worked sort of like sculptors. We want to take away some of the marble, make it clean and simple, but still retain the theme of what you're working on. In addition, because this exhibit will be shown here until July, and then it'll go on the road again, it all has to fit in a truck. So it's all a little magic trick. Actually, this one's going to take 2 tractor trailers to get it where we need to go. One of the things that's important about exhibits is sort of creating a feel, if you will. And this is a large mural that you encounter as you turn right as you come in. And this photograph, Kravoski found this photograph, I believe at Fisk University, in a box, abandoned box of photographs. This man was nameless. This is a photograph that was taken in 1919. And he was chosen for his expression, his frustration, his disgust, if you will, coming back from World War I. This photograph has appeared at the Smithsonian, nameless. It started out here, nameless. And we have a sort of a research savant who was able to find out who this guy was. And it sort of even made the story better. Captain James A. Kennedy. In the Medical Corps, in the 92nd Infantry Division at the very end of World War I. On November 10th/11th, he was personally in charge of taking care of 360 wounded and gassed soldiers. As we all know, when the war ends on November 11th, he continues on essentially preparing the dead, tagging, identifying, getting them ready for burial. He comes back to the United States. He has given his all. He's literally seen his friends and colleagues die, and he comes back to a world where he's still considered less than. And I always say, this is a little bit like when you see a movie and the first scene reveals everything you need to know. You just don't have all the pieces to put it together, and we're going to see this happen again during World War II. So one of the things that you do when you develop an exhibit is you ask yourself, well, could this be a book? Could this be a website? And one of the things that separates books and websites from a museum exhibit is artifacts. So one of the things that you're doing is you're trying to find iconic material that helps you tell these stories. Lawrence Anderson's uniform is one of those things, as is Rothacker Smith's material, Claiborne Lockett, all these other people that appear within the exhibit. And you'll see it if you haven't seen it already later. This is like at the right here, you can see me struggling to figure out what is going to fit inside this case and whether I have enough room to do it. This is a case that's discussing 8802 executive order and dovetails nicely into what Gregory and Matthew were talking about the rise of Rosie the Riveter, the Great Migration, some of these other things. You'll see down here at the bottom, this is one of our museum photographers who's working to show the artifacts in a little bit more of a presentable fashion. Now, another struggle with the National World War II Museum, as you might imagine, collects material from World War II. This is a very broad exhibit that goes from basically the 1890s up through 1963. So one of the things that you do in a situation like that is you examine your own collection, but you also leverage universities, historical institutions, museums, and even in some cases, antiques dealers and things like that to get that 1890 ballot box or the 1963 March on Washington pennant as you move into this exhibit. Now, one of these pieces, let me do this first. So these are some of the loans within the Fighting for the Right to Exhibit at the moment, including having a surreal conversation with the University of West Florida about obtaining some of their Ku Klux Klan material to put within this pre-World War II section to talk about the Ku Klux Klan between the end of World War I and the beginning of World War II, as well as the rise of Jim Crow. One piece in there, in that big, huge case, the Rosie case, as we would slang call it, is a employee badge from Joe Priest, who worked at American Twist Drill in Detroit, Michigan. There's a Detroit connection we were talking about with Gregory just moments ago. And it brings about a rule that's sort of important as we develop this exhibit. And what I mean by that is that the bombing of Pearl Harbor, the beginning of World War II for America, is closer to the end of the Civil War than we are to the end of World War II today. So your mindset has to change. This is not today's world. And there are many, many prejudice, segregation, worldview among American society that we would consider unacceptable today. And sort of the main rule of thumb in the military or in the civilian life is if it's dirty or dangerous, that's where you're going to find lots of African Americans doing the work. Joe Priest worked at American Twist Drill, which I can't say apparently, but he was the janitor. That was his job at the facility. And this is famous North American aviation. This happens to be Kansas City, but North American were the ones that made the P-51 Mustang, famously flown by the Tuskegee Airmen. But this is their janitorial corps at the time. And you can see a lot of dark faces there. And so it's very important to sort of keep this mindset as you walk through the exhibit. And there's Joe Priest's employee badge within the case when you go have a look. Port of Chicago. Port of Chicago is a little confusing. It's actually in the Bay Area. It's a Navy port where they were loading material to go out into the Pacific, ammunition essentially. Again, we get to our rule of dirty and dangerous. Who do you think are the ones loading these Victory ships and Liberty ships? In July of 1944, one of these ships that was being loaded detonated and exploded the one next to it. 360 men were killed in this explosion. A vast majority of them were African American. One of the pieces in the exhibit came from the Viejo Naval and History Museum, and it's the jumper of Freddie Meeks. Now, on its own, it's just a jumper, but the story behind it is amazing, and it tells you a little bit about what life was like at the time. Freddie Meeks was not there that day, but he, along with hundreds of others, protested the dirty and dangerous conditions that they were in. They were expected to go right back to work loading ammunition for the Pacific. 49 men and Meeks, so 50 in total, were actually imprisoned for their protests, and Meeks was later court-martialed. It took up until the middle of the 1990s for Meeks, who was one of 2 surviving members of that 50, to actually receive a pardon. And if you guys have been looking at the newspapers lately, 2024 was the time that the 256 sailors who were punished in some way for the protests were actually exonerated. So this is a great piece within the exhibit that you can see. Don't pass it up. The other thing too, this little chunk here, this is a piece, actually it's the butt end of a 5-inch shell from the explosion that was thrown 12 miles to downtown Viejo and landed in the street. And someone picked it up and at some point decided it probably belongs in a museum. Another section that's worth looking into is that of Staff Sergeant Edward Carter. The thing about Edward Carter is the story behind the medal, if you will. He was the son of missionaries. He was a soldier before anyone else in the United States, or very few people in the United States. He fought in China in the 1930s. He was one of those men that volunteered for the Spanish Civil War. He fought there as well. When Pearl Harbor was bombed, he joined the U.S. Army. Again, a soldier through and through, had been fighting for years, knew more about combat than 98% of the people in the United States at the time. Because he was black, he was put in a quartermaster trucking company at the beginning of the war. And he struggled to find his way into combat, which he finally did towards the end after the Battle of the Bulge. He was with the 12th Armored Division, and his tank was attacked. The men with him were incapacitated. He himself was wounded. He was shot 5 times. I say wounded, that's not enough. He was shot 5 times. And the German patrol that came out to gather him up, Carter killed 6 of them and took 2 of them prisoners. Son of a missionary, he knew 5 languages. One of them was German. So he captured these guys and questioned them. He wanted to stay in the Army. That's where he belonged. He was a soldier. But after World War II, his ties to the quote, communists, because he'd fought in the Spanish Civil War, precluded him from staying in the military. No African Americans received the Medal of Honor during World War II or immediately after for their actions in World War II. But that changed as well in the 1990s. The military and the government decided to examine these instances and see if racism, prejudice, segregation were involved. And they came up with the names and actions of 7 different men who rightfully deserved the Medal of Honor. The sad part of this is all but one, Vernon Baker, were dead by the time in the 1990s, including Edward Carter, who his family accepted the award in his stead. One of the biggest artifacts in the exhibit is this balloon winch. It weighs 985 pounds. Why do I know? Because we're going to travel this exhibit, and you have to know when something's going to weigh 985 pounds. This type of equipment was used by the 320th Barrage Balloon Battalion, which was one of the first African-American units ashore at D-Day. Their job was to put up these balloons. In fact, you can see in this pit here, you can see the top of one of the winches. Like if I go like this and then like this, you can see it peeking out from beyond. But these barrage balloons were critical, and they had balloons in the air that morning of December 6th by 11:20. You can't have a scene like this with the ships and unloading without those barrage balloons in place because of the threat of German aircraft. Now, many of you have probably seen the movie recently about the 6888 Central Postal Battalion. We had an encounter with Janice Martin, whose mother, Indiana Hunt, later married name Martin, was one of those 855 women, the only primarily African-American unit, women's unit, to go overseas, both in England and France. They were sorting mail. The funny part of it was Janice said, you know, I used to rib my mother constantly about, why do you have your suitcase full of junk from World War II? Why are you lugging that junk around everywhere you go? And Indiana got the last laugh because now that, quote, junk is in a museum and you can go see it. It's pretty amazing. The other thing, too, is I realized pretty early on, okay, of course, the famous story is that they freed up thousands of letters that had been tied up in these hangars, and you see it illustrated in the movie. Could I go into our collection and find white soldiers exclaiming, I finally got my mail? And so these letters down at the bottom, and you can read them in the exhibit, do that, you know, people excitedly saying, hey, we were just about to move, but I got 10 letters from you today. Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. So it's very, very cool to see it sort of in concrete form. Now, another thing that's worth mentioning as you go through the exhibit is Voices from the Front. This gives you an opportunity, leveraging AI, to speak with veterans. There are 3 in here, a Tuskegee airman, a woman from the 6888, and a Montford Point Marine who you can have a conversation with virtually and ask them questions. I highly urge you to ask Teresa Maybell what her age is, because she gives Romay Davis, what her age is, because she gives you a kind of a little bit of a snarky answer. It's kind of fun. The other thing, too, is when you're doing an exhibit like this that you know involves 1.2 million people in uniform and just as many on the home front at the time, it's a little bit less finite than, say, you're doing the story of a battle or doing a story of a ship. So early on, we knew we were going to have to tell stories. So the secret thing about this exhibit is there's an exhibit hidden within it. Took just about as long to develop, and that's this this victory in every theater. And this is, of course, is Europe, and you can go to the Med, and you can go to China, and you can go to the U.S. And there are icons with little essays on various people, units, and activities and events throughout the war, just illustrating the fact that African Americans went everywhere in their service for the war. And then there's what we would call linear media pieces. You'd probably call them very small films. They're about 5 to 6 minutes long. One of the things conceptually that you try to do when you work through an exhibit like this is there are people that will come in and they'll read every period and paragraph and everything and look at every picture. There are other people, they're on vacation, they cruise through. So these linear media pieces essentially give you the Cliff's Notes version, tell you what you need to know in case you don't want to dive really deep during this experience. And I am running out of time, unfortunately. I will be out in Fighting for the Right to Fight as we move to lunch. If you'd like to ask me questions, I'll be stationed there. And thank you so much for your time.
So as Corey said, he'll be down in the gallery, continuing this conversation. Steph, Matt, and Greg will be at the book signing station. And with that, we'll reconvene at 2. I hope you have a wonderful lunch and a chance to engage with Corey and our authors. Thank you very much.
They were ordinary people, just like you and me, who never expected to find themselves like this. But they found courage. They found grit, grace. They found strength in each other, and in their stories, we find strength within. The National World War II Museum. Find the extraordinary inside.
Knowing our American history is very important, and World War II was a significant event in America's history. I think this exhibition adds that extra layer because it interprets a part of our American history during World War II that quite often gets overlooked.
Fighting for the Right to Fight started as a small exhibit in 2015, and it was immensely popular. And we knew we had to do a bigger and better version. So this version that just opened, it allows us to tell a lot more stories about these millions of people who served in World War II.
This is my 4th national level exhibition that surrounds the African American experience. 2 at the Smithsonian, 1 at the Pentagon, and 1 here. I do personally feel privileged to have also been able to act in the role of guest curator and subject matter expert for this exhibition, but with a host of people at this great institution to help bring this exhibition to fruition.
So the materials in Fighting for the Right to Fight came from the National World War II Museum, but also from all over the world. We tapped various archives, the National Archives, the Library of Congress, various museums and institutions to acquire the artifacts and a lot of the imagery that you see in this new exhibit.
We went out of our way to make sure that we did not only tell those known stories, but tell some of the unknown stories that surrounds World War II, that surrounds African Americans participating, and that surrounds why they were fighting for a double victory. Because that double victory was, 1, they were willing to fight for victory overseas, but they also wanted to have victory at home to end separate but equal.
To a lot of people, it's going to be jaw-dropping to see the way that these African Americans were treated at home and how they gained a little bit of freedom overseas and then came home again and were immensely disappointed that America hadn't changed. This is an important story of American history, and it's often forgotten, and we feel honored to be able to tell it.
When visitors walk through the exhibition, they're going to learn quite a bit. They will learn that the contributions and participation of African Americans on the home front and overseas contributed to Allied and American victory during World War II. I hope individuals will come to this exhibition and learn that African Americans were Americans. They were 3rd, 4th, and 5th generation Americans by that time. So they were willing to fight and die for their country. And so we're hoping that today it will set a spark and have people go out and learn more, because I've always approached an exhibition in this manner, that an exhibition is to educate and inspire.
A remarkable group of African American pilots not only played a critical role in defeating the German Air Force in World War II, but also paved the way for civil rights and equality in the United States. This is the story of the Tuskegee Airmen, and this is World War II in 2. I'm Wayman Brothers with the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. Before World War II, the United States Army was segregated, and it was argued that African Americans were inferior and unfit for certain roles. As a result, the African Americans were barred from serving as pilots in the United States Army Air Corps. But as war loomed once again in 1939, President Franklin Roosevelt signed the Civilian Pilots Training Act in an effort to expand the Army Air Corps. By June, the act set the stage for historic change by including African American colleges. The Tuskegee Institute near Montgomery, Alabama became a hub for training African American pilots for the Army Air Corps. The first group of aviation cadets arrived in Tuskegee in August of 1941. After rigorous training, many joined the 99th Fighter Squadron, which became the first Tuskegee unit to fly combat missions. Initially flying the P-40, this unit saw service in North Africa, Sicily, and Italy. Later, 3 squadrons joined the 99th to form the 332nd Fighter Group, led by Colonel Benjamin O. Davis, Jr. The group flew several aircraft, including the P-39, the P-47 Thunderbolt, and finally, the iconic P-51, painted with a distinctive red tail. By the summer of 1944, the 332nd was escorting bombers of the 15th Air Force over the Alps into Germany. They earned a sterling reputation for losing fewer aircraft under their protection than the other fighter groups. They also earned the Distinguished Unit Citation in March of 1945, escorting the 15th Air Force's longest mission to Berlin and shooting down 3 German jet fighters. By the end of the war, the 332nd had flown over 1,400 combat missions, downing 112 enemy fighters. More than 81 Tuskegee Airmen were killed, with 31 captured and becoming POWs. Their bravery and skills not only proved their worth as aviators, but also as dedicated Americans in a time of crisis.
Millions of American servicemen and women were stationed in Europe in 1944. Most relied on the military mail system to connect with loved ones back home. When the volume of emails and letters became overwhelming, the women of the 6888, a unit made up primarily of black women, stepped in to untangle the mess. I dug into our collection of letters to find evidence of the mail getting back on track. And look what I found. One letter home from Corporal Chet Murray. Last night, we got our first mail in weeks, and I was glad to hear from you. I got 10 letters from you, 2 from Mother, and 1 from my sister, and 1 from Pat. Another from engineer Jack McDonough reads, "Mail seems to be getting to us a little more quickly than usual, and I hope it's working the same way with our mail going home." And in a letter from an Army surgeon, Captain Richard Bulkins, he wrote, "While moving, we were given a big sack of mail, and I hit the jackpot. When it rains, it pours." The joy was brought to these service members by the unseen women of the 6888 Central Postal Battalion. They were able to bring a piece of home to many soldiers fighting in France, Belgium, and Germany. These letters that will be on display at the National World War II Museum's new Fighting for the Right to Fight exhibit show off just how successful the network of the 6888 was at fixing the mail pipeline.
Today we visited Treblinka. It was a hard day, very hard to think about how many people came under the false sense of going to a labor camp or just relocating, and then were very quickly stripped of all of their humanity.
I'm Noah Nassoff. I'm 17. I was a student reporter for the World War II Museum's Holocaust electronic field trip, and I go to Benjamin Franklin High School. The experience was unlike anything I'd ever done before. I've heard about all these places, I read about these places in a textbook, but being able to stand on the very land where maybe my relatives went to die was quite a striking experience. So it was just very overwhelming and really made me think critically more as a student.
Currently there's less than 120,000 American veterans still alive, and they're passing away at a steady rate. And so, you know, it's difficult to imagine that 10 years from now, there will be any American veterans still alive. And our ability to get personal testimony about the war, to get their perspectives, and also to understand their views and the importance of the war itself, that responsibility passes to us as this generation passes away.
Sacrifices were made,
years ago, 80 years ago now, to preserve the freedoms and values that we consider so dear.
One of the veterans of the Great War, of World War II, that great worldwide conflagration, said this: "We did not defeat the enemy, we just took away their guns." There you have the task that lays before us and is, in fact, the mission statement of this magnificent museum, of this campus, of this repository of knowledge.
I got to one point when I said to my wife, I'm sick of my story. I've heard it so many times, I'm through with it. And I don't want to remember it, I don't want to recall it, it's not pleasant. I'm going to hang it up. I'm through. And she said, "You can't. You have a duty and an obligation because you were there and you experienced it to pass along your knowledge to successive generations."
I just wonder how this video might be able to reach classrooms around America and around other places in the world so that other students who may not have that personal tie to the Holocaust can still take what they're learning and apply it to how they look at the world. I guess I'm just pondering, as I get the privilege of going through this story and learning about it from the most experienced people and going to the sites where it happened, that's what makes it a reality for me.
During World War II, an unassuming group of brave young men made history by becoming the nation's first African-American Marines. These trailblazers became the centerpiece of integrating the United States Marine Corps and would go on to play a crucial role in the emerging civil rights and Black Power movements. This is the story of the Marines of Montford Point, and this is World War II in 2. I'm Cameron McCoy at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. Due to tradition and segregationists, the Marine Corps was the last service branch to admit draftees and volunteers who were not white. But in June 1941, President Franklin Roosevelt's Executive Order 8802 broke racial barriers, paving the way for black men to officially enlist in the Marine Corps for the first time. But joining the Marines was far from easy. Initially, these African-American Marines were limited to roles like stewards or mess attendants. This was in large part due to widespread discrimination, reinforced by a 1925 Army War College study that wrongly claimed African-Americans were inferior and unfit for combat. But as the war progressed, the Marine Corps would recognize the value of Montford Pointers. These black Marines were later placed in 2 defense battalions comprised of ammunition and depot companies. By the end of 1942, these companies were pushing back amphibious landings, defending against Japanese attacks by air, and hit-and-run raids by warships. By spring 1943, the companies participated in fierce combat on Saipan, Tinian, Guam, Peleliu, Iwo Jima, and Okinawa. But the expanded roles came at a price. These combat service units suffered most of the casualties among African-American Marines. By the end of the war, the Montford Point Marines had distinguished themselves in the Pacific Theater, earning a part in the Presidential Unit Citation awarded to the 4th Marine Division. Their sacrifice and bravery proved their mettle as skilled warfighters and demonstrated their devotion in a time of crisis.
The National World War II Museum's new exhibit, Fighting for the Right to Fight, explores African American experiences in wartime. And we have several artifacts on display from one of the icons of World War II, the Tuskegee Airmen. These combat pilots trained in Tuskegee, Alabama, and went overseas to fly and fight in the Mediterranean Theater of Operations. Claiborne Buddy Lockett was born in Los Angeles, California in 1918. He enlisted before Pearl Harbor and trained to be a fighter pilot. earning his wings in 1943. Lockett went overseas with the 332nd Fighter Group, which can be seen in this distinctive patch for the group, and he eventually was assigned to the 301st Fighter Squadron. He flew patrols, armed reconnaissance, and bomber escort, where he wore this ANH-15 flying helmet. Lockett is unique, and that he also flew for the Royal Air Force in North Africa. You can see this pair of Royal Air Force gloves here. He logged time in the Spitfire, Hurricane, and captured German Ju-87 and Ju-88 aircraft. He returned to the US in November 1944 after he suffered an accident that left him with a severely injured hip. These artifacts, along with dozens of others, will be featured in the new exhibit, Fighting for the Right to Fight, African American Experiences in World War II, at the National World War II Museum here in New Orleans.
I first participated in the conference in 2006, which was the first of the conferences. I've been to most of them since then. And watching the museum grow into what it has become with a full campus of pavilions and becoming the touchstone for research and an understanding of the most significant event of the 20th century is we're learning about our common heritage. It's supposed to be enlightening and supposed to be thrilling, and it has become that.
Quality of the presentations. Every year I think they get better. I think the quality of the researchers, the people you bring in, plus now the facilities are second to none. So this year is our first year here, but it is clearly the place to be.
I was here at the first conference in 2006, and I was just so enthralled by it. I just fell in love with World War II history and the museum.
An extraordinary collection of some of the best minds in the business, and the thing that I'm looking forward to is actually learning from them. Even though I've been working on certain aspects of the Second World War myself, nobody can know everything. And if you bring a couple of dozen world experts together to share what they know about their particular area of expertise, it's like having a living encyclopedia of dozens of people who really do know the answers to some of the most important and complicated questions about the war.
It's great for me as a teacher. I'm usually in send mode. I'm usually talking to people. It's great to be in receive mode and hear from all these fantastic people who are here and get new insights, not just the scholars, but the guests who are here as well. And just to be able, like I said, just to shut off the send part of your brain for a little while and sit back and learn about some things maybe you haven't thought about.
I just fell in love with it, and I've been coming back ever since.
It's the right place to be. When you can get with 500 other guys and gals that are interested in history, it's just the place to be.
It's just one of those conferences that just keeps on giving to the history of our country.
This Purple Heart belongs to Private First Class Booker T. Galbraith. He was born in Hooks, Texas in 1915 and enlisted in the Army in 1940. After years of long-held prejudices, in 1997, the U.S. reconsidered the cases of 7 black servicemen who had served bravely in World War II, but were not awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor. One of those men was Vernon Baker of the 92nd Infantry Division. For his assault on German positions in Italy, he was awarded the military's highest honor. Galbraith was one of the brave men who was killed in the attack, and this Purple Heart was sent to Galbraith's family in 1945. Decades later, in Oklahoma, Mark Brandenburg found this long-lost medal in a junk drawer and donated it to the National World War II Museum. It will be on display along with the Medal of Honor of Sergeant Edward Allen Carter Jr. of the 12th Armored Division in the museum's new Fighting for the Right to Fight exhibit. Come see this unique artifact along with dozens of others here at the National World War II Museum in New Orleans.
Welcome back for our Warfront session. Hope everyone had an excellent lunch break, got a chance to visit the exhibit, maybe talk with some of our first-class advisors, and is ready for the second half of our wonderful program. Now, as a reminder, at the end of the program this afternoon, we'll host a reception for you to continue conversing, and the opportunity to tour some of the exhibit still. So, just if you don't get your question in, just have a chance to engage with these folks as well. Now, before lunch, we heard about the African American experiences and contributions on the home front. Our next session is the General Raymond E. Mason, Jr. Distinguished Lecturer on World War II. Will focus on the battlefronts and overseas service. Now, the Mason Lecture Series is devoted to the legacy of America's largest war. It's made possible through the generosity of the late Major General and Mrs. Raymond E. Mason and the Raymond E. Mason Foundation. Now, Mason served in the European Theater in the 4th Armored Division of Patton's 3rd Army. Prior to retiring then in 1976, so quite a few years after the war, he held several high-ranking Pentagon positions. We would like to thank the Mason family and foundation for their continued support of this, the museum's longest-running series. This session will be a conversation between Dr. Koreski-Salter and Dr. Matt Dermott. Matt, we heard from earlier today, is the Frank J. Giuari Associate Dean of International Studies and Interdisciplinary Studies, it's a mouthful, and the Sherman Fairchild Distinguished Professor of History at Dartmouth College. Matt is joined by Dr. Koreski-Salter. Dr. Salter is a retired U.S. Army colonel with 25 years of service to our nation. Of course, I think now it's 28 years ago we were on the faculty at West Point together to reveal our age. He's also a military historian who's worked at or with the Pritzker Military Museum and Library, the 1st Division Museum and Research Center, the Smithsonian's Museum of African American History, of course, the Pentagon, and he served, as Corey noted, as our guest curator, side by side with Corey, to curate this revisioning of Fighting for the Right to Fight. Now, this work, the exhibit opening, our international conference, and now this symposium, has brought Dr. Salter back to New Orleans so often that seems like he's part of the team. And, frankly, we're proud to have both of you here. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in a nice welcome for Matt and Koreski.
Yes, Mike and I were captains together at West Point, so full circle. This is a conversation, so I will eventually be sitting next to Matt, and we'll have a conversation. I am an American soldier, so we're going to do TOT, time on target. You will hear an alarm go off, and that alarm tells me to ask only one more question, because what I want to do is throw the floor open to you all for at least 20 minutes, if not more. Not us to be talking, but we will get to talk a while. But sitting in my seat and listening to all of these great conversations this morning, it's kind of hard. You're like a, popcorn and about to pop. I wanted to say a few things. So there's one thing that stuck out that's not quite on the program to me that I thought I would address. Matt and everyone already addressed it with double victory starting in 1942, but did it really start before 1942? Double victory was the name that was coined in 1942. So, I was thinking about setting the stage, and I have 4 quotes that I think I will use. The first one is from Abigail Adams, 1774. 1774, that's on the eve of the American Revolution. And I'm going to paraphrase these, so, if they're not word for word, understand that. But she says, and she's writing to her husband, John Adams, a future president. And she is also the mother of a future president. And she writes, "It always appeared a most iniquitous scheme to me to fight ourselves daily for what we are robbing and plundering from those who have as good a right to freedom as we do. Of course, she's talking about the hypocrisy of the American Revolution. She's a white American talking about we are fighting for freedom against the crown, yet we are holding a people enslaved. Fast forward about 90 years and go to 1863, and Frederick Douglass says something to the effect, once let the black man get on his person the letters U.S., let him get an eagle on his button, let him have a musket over his shoulder and bullets in his pocket, and there is no power on earth that can deny him citizenship. Okay, fast forward about another 75 years, and there are about 3 or 4 quotes. We can use W.B. Du Bois, we can use A. Philip Randolph, we can use a Charles Hamilton Houston quote. There's a great quote that we use in the exhibition, and you know, I didn't know who this gentleman was, but I think the crack team here at World War II found out that it might be actually Captain Kennedy, who's that image on the front of the exhibition. But I'm gonna use, I like poetry and art, that's why you see a lot of artwork in the exhibition. But this one is by Claude McKay, and it's from a poem, If We Must Die. And he writes this in 1919, is if we must die, oh, let us nobly die, so that our precious blood would not be shed in vain. We will fight like men's against the murderous, cowardly pack, though pressed to the wall, dying, but we will be fighting back. And then that's my second piece of poetry that kind of relates to military history. But the last one, because this is World War II, gets to the issue of double victory and what I wanted to say before our conversation. And I've used this several times, but luckily we used the entire poem in this exhibition. And I quote this piece in my sleep all the time. And it's by Langston Hughes in 1943. And he writes it in 1943 because that is the most bloodiest summer. And it's from Beaumont to Detroit, or Detroit to Beaumont. I got to get it, which city is first. But that's when those 2 horrific, not riots as John mentioned, they're massacres, pretty much. And he writes, you tell me that Hitler, and I'm paraphrasing the main points of this poem, it's very long. You tell me that Hitler is a mighty bad man. I guess he took lessons from the Ku Klux Klan, because everything that Hitler and Mussolini do, Negroes get the same treatment from you. So I ask you this question because I have to know how long I gotta fight both Hitler and Jim Crow. He writes this in 1943. So I say that to set the stage. When was double victory coined? In 1942. But African Americans have always been fighting for a double victory. And that's why the first exhibition I've had the opportunity to curate is entitled Double Victory, the African American Military Experience. That's the title of the exhibition at the Smithsonian's National Museum of African American History and Culture, and it's broken down into 3 phases. The colonial period to the American Civil War, the Western frontier to World War II, the Korean War to the present, or post-Gulf War, however you want to go. Because in all of those 3 periods, African Americans have always been fighting for a double victory. Yes, they were willing to fight during the American Revolution, although many were impressed, as we know. Yes, they were willing to fight during the War of 1812. The last battle actually fought near here after the treaty was signed. The Battle of New Orleans was fought in 1815, I believe, and the treaty was signed in 1814. And they were willing to fight during the American Civil War, and all points in between. But what they were fighting for the side that gave them the best chance at freedom. That's why you had black folks fighting with the British during the American Revolution. Fast forward to the War of 1812, but fighting for the Union during the American Civil War. The double victory they were fighting for was freedom, because they were legally, and I use quotations, a people enslaved, but they were also willing to fight for the country that they were in. That's the double victory from the American Revolution to the Civil War. From the Western frontier to World War II, they did get freedom. The 13th Amendment was ratified in December of 1865. Then you had the 14th and the 15th Amendment within the next 5 years. But during that period, now they have their freedom, but they're fighting for those amendments to be carried out. But we have Plessy versus Ferguson and separate but equal for another 50 years, which starts on paper 30 years after the American Civil War. So they're willing to fight on the Western frontier. They're willing to fight in the Spanish-American War. They're willing to fight in the Philippines. They're willing to fight in World War I, and they're willing to fight in World War II when double victory is coined. But that double victory they're fighting for, we've already talked about it. And then from the Korean War forward, now African Americans and their allies are beginning to demand. That's what the civil rights movement is. It's an agency to demand. So that's my stage setter. And Matt, I'm looking forward to, for the second time, Matt and I have done this before. The other time was virtual when I was at the Pritzker Military Museum and Library. And I'm so pleased and happy to be with him in person, because I've read this great book twice now, from cover to cover, to make sure I'm prepared today. I don't want to rely on my 3.5-year-ago memory. Okay, so Matt, is this, okay. We're gonna stay on target. So it says we have 37 minutes for a conversation. Can you guys hear me? 1, 2, 3, can you guys hear me? Okay, so, earlier, and the reason I did that opening, I was thinking about it over lunch, is because early on you guys heard that Matt was not supposed to be on the conversation earlier, but we had 2 people drop out. So within 48 hours, he stepped in and did what you guys saw. So within 48 hours. So I said, well, you've answered 2.5 of my questions, although we will revisit those. So I'm gonna take some time to just kind of do an opening statement, and you've heard the opening statement. But, and you saw his bio, your 5th or 6th book?
5th.
5th. And if you read the titles of those books, and I guess I should be, I'm having a conversation with Matt. I read the titles of those books, and they're, busing in the civil rights movement, the making of roots. None of them, unless I missed it, deals with the military. Did I miss it?
No, you're right.
Okay, so my first question is, and you've answered it partially earlier, but I'm going to ask it again. Why, what brought you to this particular subject?
First off, let me say thank you so much, Dr. Salter, for agreeing to do this again. It's great to meet you in person. We did this on Zoom, and so seeing people in 3 dimensions is a real pleasure. And congratulations on the Fighting for the Right to Fight exhibit. I had a chance to look at it after lunch. It's really wonderful.
Great.
Thank you for that.
Team effort, team effort.
So you're right. I'm not a military historian by training. All my work is on American history, African American history, and history of civil rights broadly. And so I'm particularly interested in social and cultural history. So I've done work on civil rights in Philadelphia and the TV show American Bandstand, the miniseries Roots. You might remember Alex Haley's Roots. Busing for school desegregation in Boston, Detroit, Chicago, New York. And then the most recent project before this was on black newspapers. And so it really was, the image I showed, the soldiers from our town, was one of the entry points for me. I was doing this project, it's called Black Quotidian. You can find it for free online. It's a digital book project called Black Quotidian. It's blackquotidian.org. But the whole point of that was to look at black newspapers, try to understand how black communities experienced the 20th century as it unfolded. And it was drawn on the idea, Carter G. Woodson, who founded what was at the time called Negro History Week, his whole idea was that it was going to be Negro History Year, right? And so we're in Black History Month. The idea is to try to expand that to a study for the whole year. But in the course of looking at those newspapers, I kept coming across these pictures and stories about black troops. It was that curiosity that led me to do the research that resulted in the book. And I hope that my contribution to military history is looking at sources that haven't been explored as deeply as they might have in the past and trying to stitch together parts of the story that certainly have been told in different places. We've got good books on Tuskegee Airmen, good books on Montford Marines, Doris Miller, but I didn't feel like when I was teaching, I had one book that could do both the military history and its multiple domains and also the home front. Right? And so my real goal with Half American was to try to write the kind of book that I could assign in my classes and write the kind of book that would give just ordinary Americans a better understanding of that time period from the black perspective.
Right. And I will say, so as a military historian, and I will kind of correct a little bit about my bio, I'm an American historian. My concentration as master's was on military history because like with Mike, I went to West Point and I taught military history, but I did my PhD in African American history. So I just merged those two, and I will say I really enjoyed this book the second time around even better because number one, the structure of this program, you've heard it, pre-World War II, John and Jeff did a great job. Then the home front, we are supposed to be talking, and we are going to talk about the battlefront. So Matt's book is an 18-chapter, all-inclusive book, pre-war, during the war, post-war, home front, and on the war, but we are going to narrow our discussion down to those 7, let me get my fingers, I'm not a mathematician, to those 7 chapters that focus on the military history. And what's great about your book is the way you weave all of this together. I mean, it's that military history, but also you have these great stories on the social, cultural, economic, and political threads that runs through. And so this is familiar to Mike, but I think you were in the American side, but you guys probably use the threads as well. So this is a question you have partially answered, so I'm going to throw out 2 names. You've talked about the Abraham Lincoln Brigade and why African Americans were actually in the war, so to speak, on the battlefield beforehand. So I'm going to throw out 2 names and just kind of talk about the importance of Salaria Key and Walter Garland, the nurse and the African American lieutenant, and what that meant.
Yeah, so the book starts with the Spanish Civil War and how black Americans were paying attention to the rise of fascism in Europe. So it's starting the story before the bombing of Pearl Harbor. Langston Hughes, as I mentioned, became a war correspondent for the Baltimore African American. So he travels to Spain and reports on some of these 80 black Americans who volunteered to fight against fascism in Spain. And 2 of the people I mentioned, Walter Garland and Salaria Key, Walter Garland was one of the first black men to be an officer in the Abraham Lincoln Brigade. And so he's leading a multiracial international group of soldiers. And when Langston Hughes sees this, he's blown away. Given some of what we heard in terms of the history of World War I, he understands how important it is for Garland to be assigned this rank and assigned this command and to be leading his men so proudly as they're marching in review. And so Hughes' story on Garland talks about the shininess of the helmets and the crispness of the uniforms and how these men are marching in formation, but how important it is that you have people of all races, soldiers of all races, standing and saluting a black man, Walter Garland, because he understands in 1938 that was not going to happen in the U.S. Army. And so Hughes' point is that he wants to juxtapose the possibilities of what's happening in Spain with the reality of what's happening in the U.S. Salaria Key is one of my favorite examples from the book because she was the only black woman in the Abraham Lincoln Brigade. She's a nurse. She tries to volunteer to serve in the Red Cross in Spain, but they turn her away. They say the color of her skin makes it more trouble than it's worth. So she volunteers for the Abraham Lincoln Brigade instead. She was a 23-year-old, originally from Akron, Ohio, and she did her nurse training in Harlem, at a Harlem hospital. And when Hughes catches up with her, he asks her, what brought you to Spain? What motivated you to do this? She's never been to Spain before. And she said it was 2 things. The first is that she's a Catholic. And even though she didn't consider herself particularly political, so it was her obligation to help people who were in need. And so when she read about peasant communities being bombed in Spain, she knew she had to do something about it. Then the other thing she said is that she worked alongside a number of Jewish doctors in the hospital in Harlem, and they told her about some of the atrocities of the Nazis in the Nazi regime in Germany. And so that too motivated her to fight in Spain because she understood that Hitler and Mussolini were providing men and ammunition and planes and tanks to help the fascists. And the other important part of that story about the Abraham Lincoln Brigade is many of those men and women went on to serve in the U.S. Army during World War II. So there's continuities there, and Solaria Key is a good example of that. She was a nurse in the U.S. Army during the war, so she's a veteran who had been fighting fascism even before the bombing of Pearl Harbor.
Okay, great. Well, I'm glad you didn't dive into someone else who was there, but we're going to get to a gentleman who served in the Spanish Civil War when we get to the war in Europe. But I think the key thing there is, you know, Langston Hughes, and he was a part of my question, but you already answered that, you know, he's showing the fact that you have, especially with Garland Walters, that an African American is capable and doing a great job of leading men and women of all races, creeds, and colors. And I thought that was a good story. And I only picked out a few because I think you tell about 5 or 6 stories in there, and one we'll talk about a little later. And that's chapter 1. So the next chapter that really dives into the military experience is chapter 5. Chapter 5. And chapter 5, and you alluded to some of it earlier, you know, remember Pearl Harbor and remember Sykeston too. So what I want to talk about on the battlefield, you know, let's talk about, you know, the story of Dory Miller and how important his story is, but not only Dory Miller, if we can tie it to the Navy, how you do in the book, and I think we talk about it in the military, that a lot of people don't realize that just about every ship, I mean, the mess service, intended service was African American, but also in that chapter, you begin to talk about the number of African Americans that are killed at Pearl Harbor, which doesn't make it back home. So maybe you address that. And when you talk about you weaving military history and social history, the sociological laboratory, I'm giving you kind of 3 or 4 questions here, and dive into that because I like the way you tell that story. And then the other 2 I'll save if we have time. But those are the 3, you know, Dory Miller, but not only Dory Miller, but African Americans in the Navy early in the war, the sociological laboratory that is experienced.
Awesome. Yeah, there's plenty of work with there.
Okay.
So I'm going to do the same thing I do in my classes, so bear with me. Show of hands, how many people have heard of Doris Miller? That's awesome, right? So Doris Miller, I think, is probably the most well-known individual Black American to serve in World War II. So I'll go over the highlights just to refresh your memories. A young mess attendant from Waco, Texas, a big guy, right? Morning of bombing in Pearl Harbor, he performs heroically. As soon as his ship, the USS West Virginia, is hit, he starts to tend to the wounds of injured shipmates. He goes above deck, makes a makeshift stretcher, moves his captain to a sheltered space on the deck, and then when his lieutenant orders him to go to the anti-aircraft guns, even though he has no training on the ship's weapons, he goes over there and starts firing at the Japanese planes that are circling overhead, potentially hitting and downing one of them. It took several weeks for the Navy to release Doris Miller's name. It only comes through pressure from the Black press and civil rights activists saying, we know that a Black mess attendant performed heroically, tell us who it is. Part of the reason that story resonated so powerfully for Black Americans is that they understood that between World War I, as we heard, and World War II, the military has done almost everything they can to disparage the service, patriotism, and bravery of Black Americans. The report that John read, that is the official doctrine of the U.S. military. This isn't some isolated crank spouting racist nonsense. This is what they're teaching people at West Point. Those officers go on to become the leaders in World War II. And so for Black people all across the country, they see Doris Miller's story as clear evidence of just look, if you give us opportunity, we have the ability to perform heroically in combat. Other important things about that story, within the U.S. Navy until very late in the war, Black men could only be mess attendants, where they did the cooking and cleaning aboard ships. Right? It was intentionally putting them in the lowest possible role. But as I think the bombing of Pearl Harbor evidences, and as happens later in the war, if you're on a ship, there's no non-combat role. Right? Once torpedoes start hitting your ship, you're in combat. And so that was the experience for Doris Miller and others. One thing I didn't realize going into the book, and my favorite thing about being a historian is you learn so much in the course doing the research, there are obviously dozens of other Black mess attendants who were at Pearl Harbor. Right? They died in proportion to the numbers on the ship. And so we don't often think about Pearl Harbor as being that kind of situation, but there were dozens of Black men who died in the bombing of Pearl Harbor. One of them I talk about in the book, which was a name that was new to me, it was Julius Ellsbury. Like Miller, he was a young mess attendant originally from Birmingham, Alabama. He was the first person black or white, to be killed from Birmingham, Alabama in the war. He's on the USS Oklahoma. And his picture with the phrase, "Remember Pearl Harbor," was posted everywhere in Black Birmingham after the attack. And so Doris Miller, Jewess Ellsbury, these are the names that black people are talking about in those weeks and months after Pearl Harbor. But looking at the newspapers, some of what I showed earlier, they're also talking about black men and women being turned away from military service or trying to volunteer. They're talking about a lynching that happens in Sikeston, Missouri of Cleo Wright. And so these stories can't be disentangled. Black Americans desperately want to help the country win the war, but they also realize they're dealing with a whole separate battlefield at home. And so that's the kind of milieu, that's what's in the air in those months after Pearl Harbor. I appreciate you mentioning the sociological laboratory quote, because it's not a question I've often gotten, but from World War I all the way up into World War II, you have black civil rights activists, black newspaper editors fighting for the right to fight. They're campaigning for black Americans to be able to have a larger role in the military. And the pushback that they get from military leaders is, they say, and one of the quotes in the book is, "We can't do that. This is not a sociological laboratory." Right? Part of the absurdity of that is, of course it was a sociological laboratory, right? You're taking hundreds of thousands, millions of men and women from civilian life, throwing them into military training to create the largest armed force that the United States has ever seen. And at the same time, you're creating the logistics to fight a war on this tremendous scale. So you've got people moving all over the country in service of the war effort. It was absolutely a sociological experiment, as long as it wasn't about race. Right? And so part of the through line through all the chapters and through the whole book, and I think through the presentations today, is that segregation made no sense for a military that was trying to fight and win a global war. I don't think we stop and say that often enough. It served no strategic or tactical purpose. Right? In fact, it was just the opposite. It was wasteful and inefficient. It was literally someone's job to make sure troops remained segregated. They had segregated dining facilities, segregated latrines, segregated living quarters. In Des Moines, Iowa, where some of the women Army Corps trained, they drained the swimming pool after the WAP women swam. Right? None of this made any sense. Right? And it was all wasteful, and it cost people their lives because they didn't take advantage of the full people power of American citizens. Right? I think slowing down and sort of thinking about, okay, yes, the military was segregated, and it made no sense. It was a terrible, terrible strategic decision.
Absolutely. And in the book, you go one step further, and I want to go ahead and kind of, complete what you talk about in the book, where they say this is not a sociological experiment, and then I forget which African-American diplomat said, but when you are sending Northern African Americans south, and you are taking them from an environment where there is some semblance of equality, but now you're putting them in an area where Jim Crow was very strict, is that not a sociological experiment? So you're right, the way you weave these stories in is great. And also, you talk about other folks in the book when you mentioned the Navy story. I think Alvin Bell is one of them. I'm not gonna ask you to tell the story, but just to bring this full circle, and when we do the exhibition, and if you go into the Navy story, initially we had that image, which goes back to Matt's comment. Most people know Dory Miller, and like I said, I really like art, and we use a lot of Charles Alston artwork in the exhibition. I came across those maybe about 25 years ago when I first started studying military history. And what we decided to do was to use the Charles Alston image that actually tell the story of Dory Miller, Alvin Bell, and we also have the story of Charles French, who was known as the human tugboat. And there's a great story if you haven't heard of Charles French. So it's not only Dory Miller, it's hundreds of African Americans who serve in the Navy. And in Matt's book, he mentions that on the USS Arizona alone, and correct me if I'm wrong, 24 African Americans just on that particular ship died, and that's not the ship that Dory Miller was on. One other thing before we leave chapter 5, because this goes to the sociological experiment, and it goes to John and Jeffrey's. Jeffrey was mentioning tearing the draft card. Would you like to tell the story of Robert Brooks, who was in the 192nd tank battalion?
Yeah, thanks for asking about that. So Robert Brooks was in a tank battalion that was stationed in the Pacific. And so with the bombing of Pearl Harbor was just one of the sites that the Japanese attacked in that raid. There were several others across the Pacific, and Robert Brooks was actually the first man killed from his unit in the attacks. He died on December 8th, I think, given the timing of when the attack happened. Robert Brooks was celebrated by the military commanders who came to the base and wanted to do a big celebration of his sacrifice in the war. And so they invited his parents to come in. I think that his parents were from Kentucky, so they invited his parents to come in. It wasn't until his parents arrived that they realized Robert Brooks was black. His parents were sharecroppers, and he himself was very light-skinned. And so when Robert Brooks volunteered for military service, they assigned him to a white unit, not realizing that he was African-American, and he didn't correct them. And so it's a great example of the illogic of segregation and racial categorization in the United States. And I think to the military officer's credit, he still went through with a very laudatory statement about how brave Brooks' sacrifice was. But there was no sense of irony, because as he's saying this and how it's important for everyone to work together, he's saying it on a segregated base, in a segregated city, in a segregated state, in a segregated military. Right? And so I think it's a great single story that encapsulates really the kind of, for lack of a better word, the craziness of racism and racial categorization during World War II. And nevertheless, you still had black men and women in the thousands who were sacrificing themselves for this cause.
Absolutely, and I'm sure you've come across it in many other, research settings that stories like this happen quite often, where it's not until something happens that you realize that this person is African American or not white. Okay, so we are going to progress to chapter 7, and that chapter is entitled Dirty Work in Distant Lands. And this goes to the point where, most African Americans in World War I and World War II who served were not in fighting units, but their job was important nonetheless, absolutely critical to success. So Matt, talk to us about the 96th Engineer General Service Regiment and kind of tie in when they actually arrived and maybe some of the political and social aspects of assigning them in that region. And then the second point is maybe talk about the 93rd Engineer General Service Regiment as well.
And you have to forgive me, it's been a couple of years since I worked in that chapter. I know one of the regiments is in Australia and one's in Alaska.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah. But I think the stories are similar. So part of what happens, particularly earlier in the war, is even though the U.S. military is very reticent to use black troops, they still need black troops in huge numbers to do a lot of the logistical work that is going to be needed to fight and win a war on this scale. So part of that is building runways, clearing fields, making it possible to stage the kind of battlegrounds they're going to need to stage in the Pacific. So they deploy one unit to Australia, but it takes weeks of back and forth diplomatic negotiation because Australia at the time has a white-only immigration policy called the White Australia Policy. And so even though they're desperate for more Allied troops to be there, they initially say, we don't want black troops. Send us white troops, not black troops. After 3 weeks of back and forth, eventually the U.S. says, these are the troops we have, this is who we're going to send you. Those troops go there and they do the laborious hard work of clearing forests and jungle to be able to build runways that make it possible to have the U.S. planes and the Allied planes be able to take off to help the Allies get a better foothold in the war in the Pacific against the Japanese. The reason I title it Dirty Work in Distant Lands is because it's not glamorous work. Right? This is not the kind of storming the beach, frontline combat that is easy to celebrate in movies and in Hollywood stories, but it was absolutely vital to helping the U.S. and the Allies get a broader footprint in terms of their war capacities. Mm-hmm. The Alaska story, I think, is even more interesting because there you've got troops who are building this 1,000-mile-plus road to help increase the supply routes, to make sure that you won't have Japanese incursions coming through Alaska and then eventually into the continental United States. But a similar situation emerges. The white commanders who are there initially don't want any black troops sent to Alaska because they've thought about it as being the great white promised land that they want to maintain for after the war.
Right, yep.
And so you've got black troops there that describe their treatment by their white officers as being as though they're in slavery. Right? They're working, I mean, all this kind of logistical supply work was hard, but the tenor of the work combined with the tenor of the racism that they experienced from their commanders, their common point that they kept saying was, this is like as though we're in slavery again.
Right.
That's early in the war, but I think it helps to lay the foundation for the kind of logistical and supply effort that remains vital throughout the story of World War II.
And the reason I wanted to talk about the timing, when you look at when American soldiers were deployed overseas, there are some regions where among the first American troops to land in a location were African American, because they had to do some of the press work, the prep work. And you see that throughout, and I know in your book you use Ulysses Lee as well. You know, that's one of my Bibles. All of us as historians, we have certain books that are Bibles on our shelf, and I'm a long delay military historian, so that's one of my World War II books. Jeff and John's book is one of my Bibles for World War I, and then yours is added to that for World War II now. But in Ulysses Lee, there's a couple of charts in the book that talk about on some of these small islands, over 80 to 90% of the American soldiers on those islands are black soldiers. So you know what the other 10 or 15% are. They're probably the officers or the senior NCOs. So that's very key to realize. And the fact when you talk about it, I know you mentioned this before, being key to the victory, preparing runways and building areas where people could live and where ammunition could be stored. And then they were also a part of the island hopping, not necessarily storming the beaches, but we'll get there when we talk about the Montford Point Marines. So I think that's very key, and I'm so happy that you were able to weave that in as well. So I'm going to skip down from that particular chapter so we can get to some other discussions and go to chapter 11. And it's entitled Combat, and this is the chapter where you talk about Tuskegee Airmen.
In many ways, things are building up to that point. 1943, you have 2 years of African-American civil rights activists, newspaper editors, calling for black Americans not just to be in the military, but to have the opportunity for combat. Tuskegee Airmen, that we've heard about previously today, started as an experiment. Initially, even before the war starts, the Army Air Corps isn't allowing any black men to be pilots. They say no to it completely. Through pressure, they agree to establish a training base in Tuskegee. There's a debate whether it's going to be in Chicago or Tuskegee. Some people favor Chicago because it would be integrated. Eventually, they decide on Tuskegee, Alabama. Those men and women who train at Tuskegee, the pilots are there for nearly 2 years training before they get a chance to deploy. And they're going through the same training missions over and over and over again. And one of the things I read about in the book that I didn't realize in this kind of detail was there's a whole world of black excellence that develops on the airbase in Tuskegee. It's not just the pilots, but you've got hundreds of black mechanics. You've got hundreds of black women who are nurses there. You've got meteorologists, people with STEM backgrounds from MIT who are doing the weather forecasts. Right? So when we talk about the pilots or the airmen, we're really talking about the whole support staff that makes it possible for them to take flight. Finally, in 1943, the airmen deploy to the Mediterranean and get their first chance at combat, which they've been eager for over a year. And they perform well in combat. But unlike a lot of white pilots, not only are they fighting against Nazi pilots, they're also in some cases fighting against their own commanders. Because in their after-action reports, some of their white commanders say, you know, these black pilots, they don't have what it takes. Right? They aren't natural flyers. They don't have the instincts to be able to perform well in combat. They're too timid. This ends up becoming a congressional investigation, a congressional hearing on whether this experiment is working or not. It's in major newspapers and magazines. Something you would never ever see for white servicemen or women at the time, right? Questioning the capacities of these black pilots. Thankfully, they both sort of stage a PR campaign to stay fighting long enough to prove themselves. And then in the Battle of Anzio in early 1944, they score the kind of victories that they need to be able to finally persuade their more reticent commanders that they have what it takes. And I think at a more technical level, the kind of flying they were often asked to do was tremendously demanding because they had to be extraordinarily disciplined to be on the wings of those bombers. Right? all the while they know that they're fighting not just for themselves, but for, quite literally, the ability of black men to be pilots in the future. Had they failed, it would have been a whole other generation before black men had the ability to be fighter pilots.
Absolutely.
And so I think that's, and each time they go into the air, their stories show up in the black press, right? And so there's that, again, connection between the battlefront and the home front. People are rooting them on from small towns, big cities all across the United States.
All right. And, the black press is so important. In the exhibition, I think we have the black press mentioned in just about every chapter, and you have the black press mentioned in a lot of your chapters to include this particular chapter, and it seemed like there were more African American and white press eyes on the Tuskegee Airmen than any other unit. And also to your point about Tuskegee, still today, for every fighter pilot that goes up, even if he or she is a single-seater, it's 7 to 9 people on the ground to get that aircraft flying and doing its mission. Tuskegee Army Airfield, although it only had just under 1,000 pilots, it was 1,500 people on that air base, and they all considered themselves Tuskegee airmen, although only about 1,000 were pilots. And then something else you mentioned really just stands out, and you do allude to it in a great way in the story. Imagine this: Davis is the commander of a combat fighter pilot unit, and he has to go back to D.C. This is in World War II. You're not getting on a 747 and going back and then coming back within a day or two. He has to go back to D.C. to defend what is being written about his unit. So think about that as well when you're talking about the different scenarios that an African American unit or commander may have had to deal with, and then the discipline. One of the reasons that the Tuskegee Airmen ended the war with a stellar record, because Davis was so hard on his pilots, he told them, you're not going to go off and do these thrill-seeking missions to shoot down German aircraft. We're going to skip forward, but I really wanted to talk about the Merchant Marines. Maybe we'll talk about those guys later. But let's go to Chapter 14, D-Day. And not only the 320th Barrage Balloon Battalion, but dump truck units and other units. There are almost 2,000 African Americans who land on D-Day on the actual day.
Yeah. D-Day, obviously, the museum starts as the D-Day Museum. June 6, 1944, perhaps the most iconic battle in the war from the U.S. perspective. There are about 2,000 black Americans that land on that day itself. I think most famously, the 320th Barrage Balloon Battalion. So if you look at pictures of the Channel crossing, you see these kind of funny-shaped silver sausages floating in the air. Those were called barrage balloons, and they were tethered to the ships by long cords, and they had wires dangling from them that had mines attached to them. And the purpose of those was to make it difficult for German planes to be able to drop low enough to strafe the ships they're crossing the shore, or to strafe the troops as they were coming onshore. There was a combat medic in that unit named Waverly Woodson, who performed heroically on D-Day. He was wounded as the ship was coming to shore, but he set up a medical aid station on the beach and worked for 30 hours consecutively, tending the wounds of more than 230 men. He was recommended for the Medal of Honor, but it wasn't awarded. During the war, there were 433 Medals of Honor awarded, none went to black troops during the war. But part of what I try to show in the book, too, is that D-Day, of course, just stood for Day of the Invasion. There was still D-Day +1, D-Day +2, and it was really the weeks and months after June 6th that turned the tide of the war for the Allies. And that's where the vital role that black troops played in the supply effort became readily apparent. The Red Ball Express that is mentioned in the exhibit was a group of black truck drivers that moved ammunition, food, and fuel across France and eventually into Germany in those weeks and months after D-Day. They moved 400,000 tons of ammunition, food, and fuel. It's remarkable work. And part of what you can see when you look at their work is that almost everything the Allies moved to the front passed through the hands of at least one black American. That without these black supply troops, the logistical supply effort would have ground to a halt. Ollie Stewart, who was one of the other black war correspondents, called this the miracle of supply. And he said, this isn't glamorous work. These men don't get to drink champagne or kiss happy girls. But when things become critical, the first cry of high command is give us more supplies. Right. And so one of the arguments I try to make in the book is that World War II wasn't just a battle of strategy and will, it was a battle of supply. When you see it from that perspective, the absolutely vital role that black troops played becomes really apparent. And really, American Allies couldn't have won the war without this black supply work.
Well, absolutely, you do a great job in the book, and I think you also say in the book, but I heard you say this on a program, that without the Red Ball Express and the number of African Americans who were part of that supply effort, beans, bullets, and fuel, it would have been extremely hard, if at all, for the Allies who are actually fighting forward to do their job and perhaps get into Germany as soon as they did after the Battle of the Bulge. So let's catapult forward to Victory in Europe chapter. This is where you talk about the 92nd Division in Italy. You talk about the 761st Tank Battalion in Europe. And this is where you bring up the story again, and this is where I want you to talk about Edward Carter, but also some of his background. So those three points, kind of talk to those.
Yeah. Let me start with the 761st. So the 761st was a tank battalion, nicknamed the Black Panther Tank Battalion, and they fought for 160 days consecutively through 4 major campaigns, including the Battle of the Bulge. And one of the things I like in the exhibit is it talks about the importance of leadership. So one of the things that's notable about the 761st is they had a white commander, like many of the white units did, but their white commander, a man named Paul Bates, really respected the men under his command. And the men fought all the harder because of that. It should be obvious to say, but it mattered a great deal whether the black men and women felt like they had the respect of their white commanders. And so the 761st, I think, is a great example of a unit that felt like they had that kind of support. And then as tankers, not dissimilar to the Tuskegee Airmen, they proved that black men had the ability to manage this machinery in ways that a lot of white critics would have doubted. And in contrast to the 92nd, their white commanders were typically not showing the kind of respect that one would want to see for troops. And it really hindered the performance that the 92nd could do. That was one of the most debated units that served in the war.
Right.
I appreciate you asking about Edward Allen Carter Jr. If I had to vote for the most interesting person to fight in World War II, Edward Allen Carter Jr. would get my vote. So give me a couple minutes to kind of tell his story a little bit. So he was raised by black missionary parents in India and China. And so he was fluent in Hindi, Mandarin, and German in addition to English. When he was 15, he left home to join the Chinese National Army to fight against Japanese incursions in Shanghai. He volunteered for the Spanish Civil War, like I mentioned earlier. He's one of those volunteers. And all that's before he turns 21 years old. He volunteers for Army service before Pearl Harbor. And you would think with that combat experience and language skill, the Army would have a good role to give him. Instead, they assigned him to be a cook in a quartermaster unit, which I think speaks to the illogic of segregation. They weren't interested in what capacities he had. They were only paying attention to his race. Nevertheless, he serves in that capacity until late 1944, when the Army is desperate for more frontline combat troops. He was one of 5,000 black men who volunteered for infantry duty just to have the chance to fight in the front lines. He actually gave up his rank, went from being a staff sergeant back to being a private to be able to do that. He's assigned to provisional infantry unit, fighting alongside General Patton. And in March of 1945, he performs the actions that earn him the Medal of Honor. He's with a small detachment of men who are facing fire from German troops who are stationed behind a warehouse. 2 of the troops who are with him get shot immediately, and so he ends up leading a single-man charge across the field. It takes him 2 hours as he's zigzagging. He's pinned down multiple times. He gets hit several times. Eventually, he's pinned down. 8 German troops come to capture him. He pops up, shoots 6 of the German troops, and captures the remaining 2. And I mentioned earlier, he's fluent in German, so he interrogates these 2 German troops he's captured in German as he's leading them back across the field, getting valuable intelligence about where the rest of the German troops are, helping to save lives of men in his unit. It sounds like Hollywood movie stuff, but he actually did it. Right? It's just a remarkable story. And thankfully, he's one of 7 men who was promoted from the Distinguished Service Cross to the Medal of Honor in the 1990s.
All right. And number 1, correct me if I'm wrong, Corey, Carter's Medal of Honor is in this exhibition. The National World War II Museum has the medal. And also, this is a chapter where you interject the 1925 study. I'm not going to recount that. John did a great job this morning, but it alludes to the fact, juxtapose that to Edward Carter and what he was all about. And in the exhibition, you know, one of the things that I wanted to promote when we talked about leadership, I didn't want to talk about everything being negative. So we have 5 more minutes. I'm going to ask one more question. So there's a portion of that exhibition that is entitled Leadership Matters for a Reason. And the decision was made to talk about white commanders who treated their soldiers fairly. And Paul Bates is one of the studies, and Noel Parrish, who was the white commander at Tuskegee Army Air Base. Because throughout history, one of the things that I always try to get across is that community, coalitions, and people are not monolithic. You go back and look at African Americans during World War I, people like to think that everybody fell in line with W.E.B. Du Bois. No, there was a guy named A. Philip Randolph, and a lot of people followed his direction, and perhaps rightly so for them. So let's jump to the last chapter, Victory in the Pacific. Certainly hit on the Montford Point Marines. I think those stories in the book, they're really great. And, you know, maybe interject some stories about the black press, because their experience with the press was a little bit different than what was going on in Europe, a little bit more positive.
So the Montford Point Marines, taking a step back, at the start of the war, the Marine Corps isn't allowing any black Americans to serve in any capacity at all. The Commandant of the Marines at the start of the war says he'd rather have a Marine Corps of 5,000 white Marines than 25,000 black Marines. And so he's adamant they're not going to serve. Through pressure found by late 1942, they established a training base at Montford Point near Camp Lejeune to train the first black Marines. And I think what's notable about their story is they eventually get to deploy to the Pacific Theater, and they fight the battles of Iwo Jima and Saipan and elsewhere. And I think to the Marine Corps' credit, they evolve in those few years. There's a new Commandant of the Marines, and after these black Marines perform highly at those 2 battles, he says, these were Marines 100%, right? Race doesn't matter for them. They're fighting side by side with white Marines, and they've shown themselves as to be fully Marines. For the Montford Marines themselves, they do describe that once they got back out of battle, some of the racism was still there, so I don't want to say that it wasn't. But the Marine Corps from 41 to 44 made tremendous advances there. I think, again, part of the story of the importance of the black press in these stories is that there were a number of units that had black war correspondents embedded with them who were able to write about the bravery and the heroism of these black units as they're doing this work. The 761st had a man named Tresvant Anderson. The Montford Marines had people writing about them. And I think when you juxtapose it to white newspapers of the era, if you look at New York Times, Chicago Tribune, you have hardly any idea that black Americans were serving in any capacity. And so part of the reason black newspapers are such an important source is they talked in great detail about many of the units that we're mentioning today. Right? They talked about these stories. And so we can sometimes fall into the trap, and I do it occasionally myself, of saying this history is unknown or forgotten. It obviously wasn't unknown to black people. Right? People knew these stories intimately well during the war because it was written about in their newspapers. And the challenge is, and a number of the black journalists and scholars immediately after the war recognized that those stories were intentionally pushed out of the recollections of how the country started to talk about the war in 46, 47, 48. And so part of our work as historians, I think, is to recover and recenter this work so future generations know about it.
Absolutely. And, you know, one of the key points I think we want to make sure that is pointed out with the Montford Point Marines on Saipan and Iwo Jima especially, I mean, they were supply troops who were actually going in on the first waves because their mission was to bring Marines ashore. But then, of course, if you are bringing them ashore, you are caught up in battle, and then ultimately some of them do end up fighting as infantry, you could say. And we have a great image that a lot of people have seen throughout the years of black Marines on Iwo Jima. That's one of the images that we selected for this particular exhibition. And talk about being written out of history. I was going to say this earlier, but in the interest of time, but I do have one more minute before I throw it open, is the Barrage Balloon Battalions. You know, for me, that's one of my favorite, and they're my heroes. I knew of that image for about 10 years. Somewhere in the mid-'80s, you know, I saw that image. Okay, D-Day, I'm reading about it. But now when I go to graduate school and I'm going to study history, but also military history, then I learned that the unit on the other side of those balloons are African Americans. So I've always said this, that one of the most iconic World War II history images, and so this is me. Everybody else has their other iconic image, I'm sure. One of the most iconic World War II images that we have seen, and even in movies, African Americans were there, you just didn't see them. And that has happened in a lot of history, except in the last 10, 15 years. It's great for historians like Matt, like Marcus, like Greg, John, and Adrian, and Jeffrey, and others, you know, to bring those to full circle. So with that, I promised at least 20 minutes. It would be selfish, I think, for me to just continue to sit up here and ask all the questions of Matt, because I do know from earlier, you know, we have a lot of folks in here who have great and informed questions. So with that, I'm going to throw the last 20 minutes open to the floor.
First question will be here in the middle.
Thank you. Very good presentation. Matt, I was wondering if you could speak to the role of service and supply troops in Great Britain, black troops, prior to D-Day. There were about 137, 140,000 in Great Britain prior to D-Day. For the most part doing those same things, but because they were in Great Britain and it was a very social part of that presence there, I wonder if you could talk about that in terms of how their presence as service and supply troops and the issues that arose from being in Great Britain prior to D-Day.
Mm-hmm. Thanks for asking. So one of the most common things that black veterans talked about was how positively they were treated in Great Britain. They said it was like a breath of fresh air. In part, they just meant that it wasn't the same kind of strictures of Jim Crow segregation like they experienced in the United States, which meant that they could go to any pub they wanted to, dance with whomever they wanted to, eat at whatever restaurant they wanted to, didn't have to step off the sidewalk if a white person passed, like they might have in Mississippi or Alabama. And so the kind of treatment they experienced from people in Great Britain, they felt like they were treated as Americans, as potential liberators. Problems emerged because white troops wanted to instill the kind of American-style segregation that they expected to be the norm. And it led, as you mentioned earlier, to racial clashes and racial attacks in Great Britain between black and white troops. One of the quotes I have in the book is that they said it was a, excuse me, a good thing that the D-Day invasion happened when it did, because otherwise these race riots might have gotten out of control. Right? So things were that tense in the summer of 1944. But in terms of the supply effort, those troops are the lifeblood of the supply chain on that side of the channel. They're the largest ports. I think it was the port of Southampton. It becomes the largest port in the world in those months after June 6th. They're the ones that are supplying all the ships that keep coming across. Those are 75% black troops, right, who are doing that work. And so I mean it quite literally that everything the Allies moved to the front passed through the hands of at least one black American, whether it was on the English side of the channel, whether it was unloading those ships when they crossed, whether it was the Red Ball Express. To fight and win a war at this scale, everyone deserves credit for it. Right? Obviously, the troops that were in frontline combat absolutely deserve credit, but they needed the bullets, the food, the fuel, everything that the tanks and the trucks needed to run was being handled by black men.
Next question will be in the back.
This is so very interesting. Now, we saw the image of the barrage balloons, but those of us who don't really understand how they worked, can you explain how they worked and what was the process that these men went through to even attach them to a boat, a ship, I guess? And
yeah. Absolutely. And so I should say there's a good book on this topic by a historian named Linda Herveau called Forgotten that goes into this in great detail. But they're large silver balloons, hydrogen-filled balloons. They were tethered to ships or held on the shore by long cables. And then from those barrage balloons, other cables were dangled, and those cables had explosive attached to them. And so you had the men on the ships being in charge of attaching the wires and making sure that they were not getting tangled. And then when they landed on the shore, they were holding them down to keep them on the shore, or hovering over the shore, so that German planes couldn't drop low enough. But because winds are unpredictable, it wasn't just like sending up a test balloon. They had to figure out, okay, what height do we fly it at so we're not hitting our own planes? Which way is the wind blowing today? And so they're doing this work not just during the channel crossing, but then for weeks after D-Day. And as Dr. Salter said, you can look at those pictures and see these kind of funny shaped sausages floating in the air, these silver sausages, and have no idea that there are black troops who are manning those. And so it's one of the, I think, less heralded stories, but it's a fascinating insight into one of the ways that black troops were part of the D-Day invasion.
Can I jump in and add some? Have you been to the exhibition? Okay, so that is a great question because one of the interpretations that we do in the exhibition is the 320th, and there are actual artifacts in an exhibition, so you can see what was used to hoist balloons up. And so we actually have what they trained on, which was a generator, but because a combat load on an LST and other crafts, while they were in Europe training, they came up with makeshift way to get the balloons up on the beach, and that's where you see the wire reel, and that's what they used initially on the beach. After the invasion, they go back when they're defending the ports, and they use those generators. And interestingly enough, there were several barrage balloon battalions in the U.S. military, and some of them were white barrage balloon battalions. And the 320th was one of 4, if I'm not mistaken, of African Americans that were used. And as Matt said, there's a great book that goes into detail about a lot of these individuals who served in the 320th Barrage Balloon Battalion. But their mission was to make sure that the German planes had to fly higher than normal, so the accuracy of dropping the bombs would be off whatever was left of the Luftwaffe. And as Matt said, you know, they had explosives. You hit that wire, the explosives are going to come up and destroy the plane and or tear the wing off the wires. It would tear the wings off as well.
Next question will be to the right.
Fascinating. I work for a museum, and I do consider myself a storyteller. And I think this question is for both of you, but I'll start with you, Matt. In terms of the socio-cultural component of your book, I'm charged with trying to bring back 3 best practices to my museum community. What should I be incorporating or interpreting, or how should I be interpreting these stories for my exhibits so that people become not only just moved by it, but, you know, shift their thinking and action to advocacy for my museum or advocacy for those who are now represented in the museum but weren't before, and build community. How do I do that?
Thank you so much for asking. So stories particularly about World War II, you say? Okay. Yep. I think capturing something of the personal element I think always resonates so powerfully with people. I think it's one of the things that the museum does so nicely, is trying to remind people that while millions of people fought, these are each individual stories, right? Individual stories on behalf of a much larger story. And so any way to find connection points there, whether those are local connection points that would resonate with your community, or stories. So I like the Rosa Parks example. Names that people might know well, but might not know they're connected to the war in some way. Thinking about things that change our fundamental understandings about something we think we know well. And so one of the things I think is important about everything we're hearing today is that it's not just, oh yeah, there were some black people in World War I and World War II, right? But if we take these stories seriously, it fundamentally changes what we understand the war to be about, right? It changes the chronology of the war. It didn't start in 41, didn't end in 45, but also the clarity and urgency with which black communities fought the war, right? I think it's part of what is important about the Double Victory campaign is that for a lot of average white Americans, they were fighting a single victory campaign, right? They wanted military victory and then go back to the way things were, right? That's why there was such a conflict in 1945, is they had 2 radically different views about what the country should be. Right? I think those are useful points to bring through. And then I think today, I guess evidence is always important. I think particularly today, evidence is important to remind people that history isn't just a debate where you can make up whatever you want to, but we have to ground our interpretations of the past in facts and evidence. And so I think getting people familiar with what does that look like, what kind of evidence do historians marshal, and how do we put those puzzle pieces together in a way that is relevant to non-professional audiences, I think is really valuable.
Okay, I'll keep mine really short. My first one dovetail on what Matt just ended with evidence, because what I wrote down is, as best you can, try to use as many period quotes or interpretations. This if you're doing an exhibition. See, the thing about an exhibition, it is a science project as well, because you have this much story, and then your space is going to be this much. So evidence, but let the people of the era, as best you can, talk to you. And then the other thing, you talk about agency and advocacy, inclusive stories. You know, that there is this polarization all over the world, but I always, and I said it before, that no people is a monolith. You know, so also use stories like the story we use on Leadership Matters. That was a conscious decision that I wanted to recommend not to have a story about Edward Ullman and others again. So, you know, make the stories inclusive, you know, that together is what makes victory, especially on the battlefield. And then the last point that I wrote down, let me see where I wrote it. I think I turned my paper over. Maybe that's why. The last point that I wrote down is unvarnished truth. You know, if you're using the evidence of the period, you know, make sure that, you know, you tell the unvarnished truth. It's not to try to make something harsh or something pretty, but tell it the way it was as best you can in the space that you have.
Next question, we'll stay to the right, and we're in the back.
Hey, Matt, got another question for you regarding your research for the book, right? So I doubt the racist or illogical decisions, strategies that were deployed in World War II surprised you. I mean, you're a historian, but I'm curious, what things did surprise you as you conducted your research? What did you come across that just kind of maybe stopped you, or maybe there was an aha moment?
So I had no idea that the supply story was going to be as large as it was in the book, that the Red Ball Express and that kind of large supply effort, the troops building roads and everything, the Lido Road in Burma, I didn't know that was going to be as large of a story. And so I went down these rabbit holes about things like how many horses the German army had. It turns out the idea of the Blitzkrieg, for folks who are military historians, they would know this already, but for the idea of the Blitzkrieg is overstated, right? The German military by 44, 45 was struggling to keep up with the pace which the Allies were fighting the war. And one of the ways that was true was that they had more horses than they had trucks. Right? And so part of the story of the Red Ball Express is not just that you have this amazing truck convoy, but that once the French rail system is in ruins, the Germans have hardly any way to move anything quickly because they're doing horse and buggy, right? Whereas you've got this fleet of trucks driven primarily by black truck drivers that are sending goods all over across France and eventually into Germany. Those kind of nuances were not anything that I anticipated being as large and important in the book as I anticipated.
Next question in the center with John.
Oh, thanks. Kowalski, I don't know why you mentioned Nate Allman at the last second, but this is sort of a statement and a question to both of you. It struck me as I'm listening to what you folks are saying and what Jeff and I were dealing with in World War I, that the 92nd Division in both world wars is commanded by racist, out and out racist. Jeff told the story for World War I. You just mentioned Nate Allman, who is the commander of the 92nd Division, appointed by George C. Marshall, who was himself a racist about African-American troops, who was on record as saying to Edward Stimson, Secretary of War, if we're going to deploy black combat troops, we have to deploy them to Greenland in the summer when it's daylight all long, so that they would be willing to stand up because of the notion they would be afraid to fight at night, which is horseshit, okay? World War I disproved that. Marshall should have known better, but he's on record for that, and so he picks a racist to command the 92nd Division, which actually delivered a couple of Medal of Honor awardees, namely Vernon Baker, who was the other. My two favorites are Carter and Baker. And it's this sort of...
And John Fox.
Fox, exactly. So the two. And what strikes me is that it's no coincidence. Marshall was there in Europe in World War I and totally ignored what black units actually did as opposed to what the 92nd Division officers said they hadn't done, and perpetuates the lie into World War II. And fortunately, I'd like you to talk a little bit, because you mentioned this. Who is it that actually decides that in 44, 45, under Eisenhower's command, that they need to put black troops into combat and then goes out and recruits them? And I'd just like to hear a little bit about a guy I don't particularly like personally, but I love his name. It's J.C.H. Lee.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ himself, as he was known to his soldiers. But he's the man who said, we need to do something about this. So just sort of interweave that, because the thing that struck me was, why do we do this again? It's because of Marshall. Yeah. They could have changed, but he was a VMI product, as was Nate Allman, and so same type of general in World War I and World War II.
Thanks, John. It's a lot of good points there. And one of the connection points that we've spent some time on here that is really important is the idea of leadership, right? And so one of the bad decisions that the U.S. Army made was that they thought white officers who were either Southern or who had experience with colonial troops in Latin America or Central America would be the best to manage these black troops. They thought they knew how to, quote unquote, manage the colored populations, right? And I think that had predictable results. You had people who had racist upbringings, racist beliefs that treated their men without respect, and it worked to the detriment of the morale of black troops. But the other thing you just asked about is the people made choices, right? They made choices about what they were willing to do, what they're willing to stand up for. And by late 1944, part of it's desperation, right? They literally need more frontline combat troops, but also it took people to stand up and say, look, we have a solution to this problem. If we go and recruit black troops, they will get the job done, right? And there are enough stories like that that I think give us an opening to understand people made decisions that were more forward-looking rather than more backward-looking.
Okay.
Okay, another question towards the right.
Thank you, gentlemen. I have a question about General Benjamin O. Davis. And he's often held up as this example of African-American success in the Army. But can you speak to the experience that he has in navigating the interwar years and then what he goes through during World War II?
Yeah, he's one of the main characters I feature in the book. I try to tell the story of the Tuskegee Airmen through Benjamin O. Davis. For folks who aren't familiar with the name, he is the first black graduate from West Point in the 20th century, only the fourth overall. His father eventually became a general, and so he's about as from elite black military family as it's possible. Right? That he's right at the peak of that. His experience at West Point was harrowing. He described being ostracized and that people wouldn't talk to him for the full 4 years he was there. But nevertheless, he graduates from there. His desire throughout is to be a pilot. He's fascinated about the idea of flight because he got to go on a test flight when he was younger. But when he graduates in 36, the Army has no idea what to do with him because at that point they won't allow any black men to be pilots. So instead, they sign him to be an instructor at a black college, a military instructor at a black college. But he becomes the focal point. He becomes the first leader of the Tuskegee Airmen experiment once it gets established. And then, as Dr. Salter mentioned, he recognizes the importance of them doing everything at 110%, right? Because some of their initial commanders try to pull petty tricks on them, right? They'll say this meeting happens at 2 o'clock when actually it's happening at 1:30, right? So they'll intentionally will make it so that they're late, which really pisses them off, right? But I think the kind of discipline and work ethic he instills in the men under his command, and these men are also coming from tremendous backgrounds who come with a real sense of purpose and fire. Davis, I mean, he's about as patriotic as a person as you can imagine, but he still describes it as being a hellish experience, both the training in Tuskegee, a lot of his experience in the military. He's titled his autobiography All-American, but recognizes that has always come with caveats, that he had to fight every step of the way to be treated as a full citizen.
And I was going to mention that book, that's a good one to get. And John, you also mentioned you were getting to the replacement platoon. point, yeah, so, that letter was written, interestingly, the day after Christmas of 1944, and J.C. Lee, and of course, Benjamin O. Davis Sr. worked for him at that time, and so basically, the Americans had lost so many soldiers between D-Day and the Battle of the Bulge that in order to continue forward, they needed more infantrymen. And that's when supply soldiers such as Baker, that you so eloquently discuss in your book, men like him volunteered to take a reduction in ranks and go forward and fight.
Time for one last question. It'll be here in the front.
I'm beginning to feel, as a white person, I'll just say, whose father and uncles and many were flyboys, famous in both the Pacific. My uncle was shot down in a P-51 over Italy, survived. And I learned from you that when my dad was on an island, all the people who took care of those runways and so on and so forth, many of them, were black. I never heard that from my family. I'm beginning to believe that erasure of history is a cultural thing. I hate to say it. And it's happening again. And I'm going to take us back to the beginning of our history, which is we hold these truths to be self-evident that all people are created equal. And I don't know how many people know about Alexander von Humboldt, but his book, In the Cosmos, was rejected from coming to America when he went to talk to Thomas Jefferson about why he denied information about slavery. So it goes all the way back to that. Moving forward real quick, a person who was really appreciated Humboldt, who named Humboldt in the West, where I'm from, Fremont, was actually the first person to emancipate slaves, but that was never revealed. 1861, 2 years before Lincoln. His history was hidden. So I'll just stop at that. So I just think you can comment how you want, but this erasure of history is an underlying theme that I'm very concerned about. Thank you.
We'll do one more right in the front.
I'd just like to know why it took so long for the Montford Point Marines to be recognized.
I mean, I think that the two go together in different ways, right? So I think, importantly and frustratingly, the erasure of certain parts of our nation's history have been a through line, right? It's been it's one of the reasons it's been so important for black people especially to tell our own stories. I talk about in the book, immediately after the end of World War II, the story of World War II starts getting written, right? And black people start getting written out of it, right? And so the reason we don't know about Montford Point Marines immediately after the war is that efforts are made when the first big books on World War II are written to not talk about them, right? With the Tuskegee Airmen, they take it upon themselves to tell their own stories, right? They start holding reunions in homes in Detroit, holding their own reunions. I think with Montford Point Marines, it's a similar thing. People know their stories. They're not willing to let their stories be erased, but it takes a full generation for them to be able to start to get their stories into the mainstream. And it takes exhibits like the one we have here, it takes historians like the ones we have in this room, and it takes average citizens who are willing to learn these stories and share them with people in their communities so that we make sure that despite other high-level efforts to limit what we know about our past, that we refuse to let these things be silenced.
And I would just like to end, you can come up, Mike, but this exhibition, because I know you want to cut me off here, I think that's why this exhibition is so important, and my hat's off to the National World War II Museum for putting this exhibition up, and I believe it's going to travel. So for those of you out there and you talk about agency, when the exhibition is up for to be rented or sold or whatever the term is here. You know, advocate for it to come to a museum near you and invite people to come and talk about that exhibition and go beyond what's in the exhibition, because an exhibition is a science project. I can guarantee you that there are twice as many pictures on the cutting room floor that's up in the exhibition. I can guarantee you that the 25-word, the 40-word, the 75-word interpretation around an object in an exhibition, there's a book and an article behind it. And you know, someone can come to your town, your school, and actually have a series of programs just about one particular part of that exhibition. And the other part to your question is not only the Montford Point Marines, and it's not only African Americans, you know, not the Nisei, but the MIS, the Japanese Americans who fought in the Pacific, the white women pilot, the WASP, although two of them were Asian Americans, and the 6888. There are a lot of other units that it took a long time for whatever reasons, but for African Americans, a lot of it was the eraser of history. Matt talks about this in the book. He didn't mention it today because we have a small amount of time, but he talks about the fact that photographers were told not to film, and I've seen this in Ulysses Lee and other books, where their African American soldiers make sure they're out of the shot. And I appreciate Matt for also getting that into his book as well.
So ladies and gentlemen, join me in a round of applause for Matt Delmont, Steve Salter for the great conversation. So I'd invite you all to join them outside for book signing. We'll kick off again at 3:45 for the closing session. But again, let's give them a round of applause for a great conversation.
They were ordinary people, just like you and me, who never expected to find themselves like this. But they found courage. They found grit, grace. They found strength in each other, and in their stories, we find strength within. The National World War II Museum. Find the extraordinary inside.
Knowing our American history is very important, and World War II was a significant event in America's history. I think this exhibition adds that extra layer because it interprets a part of our American history during World War II that quite often gets overlooked.
Fighting for the Right to Fight started as a small exhibit in 2015, and it was immensely popular. And we knew we had to do a bigger and better version. So this version that just opened It allows us to tell a lot more stories about these millions of people who served in World War II.
This is my 4th national level exhibition that surrounds the African American experience. 2 at the Smithsonian, 1 at the Pentagon, and 1 here. I do personally feel privileged to have also been able to act in the role of guest curator and subject matter expert for this exhibition, but with a host of people at this great institution to help bring this exhibition to fruition.
So the materials in Fighting for the Right to Fight came from the National World War II Museum, but also from all over the world. We tapped various archives, the National Archives, the Library of Congress, various museums and institutions to acquire the artifacts and a lot of the imagery that you see in this new exhibit.
We went out of our way to make sure that we did not only tell those known stories, but tell some of the unknown stories that surrounds World War II, that surrounds African Americans participating, and that surrounds why they were fighting for a double victory. Because that double victory was, 1, they were willing to fight for victory overseas, but they also wanted to have victory at home to end separate but equal.
To a lot of people, it's going to be jaw-dropping to see the way that these African Americans were treated at home and how they gained a little bit of freedom overseas and then came home again and were immensely disappointed that America hadn't changed. This is an important story of American history, and it's often forgotten, and we feel honored to be able to tell it.
When visitors walk through the exhibition, they're going to learn quite a bit. They will learn that the contributions and participation of African Americans on the home front and overseas contributed to Allied and American victory during World War II. I hope individuals will come to this exhibition and learn that African Americans were Americans. They were 3rd, 4th, and 5th generation Americans by that time. So they were willing to fight and die for their country. And so we're hoping that today it will set a spark and have people go out and learn more, because I've always approached an exhibition in this manner, that an exhibition is to educate and inspire.
A remarkable group of African American pilots not only played a critical role in defeating the German Air Force in World War II, but also paved the way for civil rights and equality in the United States. This is the story of the Tuskegee Airmen, and this is World War II in 2. I'm Wayman Brothers with the National World War II Museum in New Orleans. Before World War II, the United States Army was segregated, and it was argued that African Americans were inferior and unfit for certain roles. As a result, the African Americans were barred from serving as pilots in the United States Army Air Corps. But as war loomed once again in 1939, President Franklin Roosevelt signed the Civilian Pilots Training Act in an effort to expand the Army Air Corps. By June, the act set the stage for historic change by including African American colleges. The Tuskegee Institute near Montgomery, Alabama became a hub for training African American pilots for the Army Air Corps. The first group of aviation cadets arrived in Tuskegee in August of 1941. After rigorous training, many joined the 99th Fighter Squadron, which became the first Tuskegee unit to fly combat missions. Initially flying the P-40, this unit saw service in North Africa, Sicily, and Italy. Later, 3 squadrons joined the 99th to form the 332nd Fighter Group, led by Colonel Benjamin O. Davis, Jr. The group flew several aircraft, including the P-39, the P-47 Thunderbolt, and finally, the iconic P-51, painted with a distinctive red tail. By the summer of 1944, the 332nd was escorting bombers of the 15th Air Force over the Alps into Germany. They earned a sterling reputation for losing fewer aircraft under their protection than the other fighter groups. They also earned the Distinguished Unit Citation in March of 1945, escorting the 15th Air Force's longest mission to Berlin and shooting down 3 German jet fighters. By the end of the war, the 332nd had flown over 1,400 combat missions, downing 112 enemy fighters. More than 81 Tuskegee airmen were killed, with 31 captured and becoming POWs. Their bravery and skills not only proved their worth as aviators, but also as dedicated Americans in a time of crisis.
Millions of American servicemen and women were stationed in Europe in 1944. Most relied on the military mail system to connect with loved ones back home. When the volume of emails and letters became overwhelming, the women of the 688, a unit made up primarily of black women, stepped in to untangle the mess. I dug into our collection of letters to find evidence of the mail getting back on track. And look what I found. One letter home from Corporal Chet Murray. Last night, we got our first mail in weeks, and I was glad to hear from you. I got 10 letters from you, 2 from Mother, and 1 from my sister, and 1 from Pat. Another from engineer Jack McDonough reads, "Mail seems to be getting to us a little more quickly than usual, and I hope it's working the same way with our mail going home." And in a letter from an Army surgeon, Captain Richard Bulkins, he wrote, "While moving, we were given a big sack of mail and I hit the jackpot. When it rains, it pours." The joy was brought to these service members by the unseen women of the 688 Central Postal Battalion. They were able to bring a piece of home to many soldiers fighting in France, Belgium, and Germany. These letters that will be on display at the National World War II Museum's new Fighting for the Right to Fight exhibit show off just how successful the network of the 688 was at fixing the mail pipeline.
Today we visited Treblinka. It was a hard day, very hard to think about how many people came under the false sense of going to a labor camp or just relocating, and then were very quickly stripped of all of their humanity.
I'm Noah Nassoff, I'm 17. I was a student reporter for the World War II Museum's Holocaust electronic field trip, and I go to Benjamin Franklin High School. The experience was unlike anything I'd ever done before. I've heard about all these places, I read about these places in a textbook, but being able to stand on the very land where maybe my relatives went to die was quite a striking experience. So it was just very overwhelming and really made me think critically more as a student.
Currently, there's less than 120,000 American veterans still alive, and they're passing away at a steady rate. And so, you know, it's difficult to imagine that 10 years from now, there will be any American veterans still alive. And our ability to get personal testimony about the war, to get their perspectives, and also to understand their views and the importance of the war itself, that responsibility passes to us as this generation passes away.
Sacrifices were made years ago, 80 years ago now, to preserve the freedoms and values that we consider so dear.
One of the veterans of the Great War, of World War II, that great worldwide conflagration, said this: "We did not defeat the enemy, we just took away their guns." There you have the task that lays before us and is, in fact, the mission statement of this magnificent museum, of this campus, of this repository of knowledge.
I got to one point when I said to my wife, I'm sick of my story. I've heard it so many times, I'm through with it. And I don't want to remember it, I don't want to recall it, it's not pleasant. I'm going to hang it up. I'm through. And she said, you can't. You have a duty and an obligation because you were there and you experienced it.
They were ordinary people, just like you and me, who never expected to find themselves like this. But they found courage. They found grit, grace. They found strength in each other, and in their stories, we find strength within. The National World War II Museum. Find the extraordinary inside.
Knowing our American history is very important, and World War II was a significant event in America's history. I think this exhibition adds that extra layer because it interprets a part of our American history during World War II that quite often gets overlooked.
Fighting for the Right to Fight started as a small exhibit in 2015, and it was immensely popular. And we knew we had to do a bigger and better version. So this version that just opened, it allows us to tell a lot more stories about these millions of people who served in World War II.
This is my 4th national level exhibition that surrounds the African American experience. 2 at the Smithsonian, 1 at the Pentagon, and 1 here. I do personally feel privileged to have also been able to act in the role of guest curator and subject matter expert for this exhibition, but with a host of people at this great institution to help bring this exhibition to fruition.
So the materials in Fighting for the Right to Fight came from the National World War II Museum, but also from all over the world. We tapped various archives, the National Archives, the Library of Congress, various museums and institutions to acquire the artifacts and a lot of the imagery that you see in this new exhibit.
We went out of our way to make sure that we did not only tell those known stories, but tell some of the unknown stories that surrounds World War II, that surrounds African Americans participating, and that surrounds why they were fighting for a double victory. Because that double victory was, 1, they were willing to fight for victory overseas, but they also wanted to have victory at home to end separate but equal.
To a lot of people, it's going to be jaw-dropping to see the way that these African Americans were treated at home and how they gained a little bit of freedom overseas and then came home again and were immensely disappointed that America hadn't changed. This is an important story of American history, and it's often forgotten, and we feel honored to be able to tell it.
When visitors walk through the exhibition, they're going to learn quite a bit. They will learn that the contributions and participation of African Americans on the home front and overseas contributed to Allied and American victory during World War II. I hope individuals will come to this exhibition and learn that African Americans were Americans. They were 3rd, 4th, and 5th generation Americans by that time. So they were willing to fight and die for their country. And so we're hoping that today it will set a spark and have people go out and learn more, because I've always approached an exhibition in this manner, that an exhibition is to educate and inspire.
A remarkable group of African
So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get started. If you'd kind of mosey over. So as we get going, first what I want to do before we move into this panel, this next panel is the post-war session, but more importantly is an opportunity to honor a very special guest. And if I could direct your attention over to the side. Wave, James. There he's waving. This is James Killebrew. He joined the U.S. Navy in 1943. And served on board the battleship USS Tennessee, where in addition to his other duties, he was the gunner on a gun crew against kamikaze attacks at Leyte and Okinawa, also served in Iwo Jima, and then discharged in 1945 as a steward's mate second class. But he's here today not only as an honor to us, but for his 100th birthday. So I can't think of a more fitting visitor today than to have James with us. So James, Godspeed, fair winds, following seas. We really, really appreciate your example and your service. Let him take a couple pictures. So I'm almost speechless after that. We've reached what's our final session of our program. It's been an incredibly engaging opportunity. I know many of you will take away these for your classes. Our task at the museum is tell the story of the American experience in the war that changed the world, why it's fought, how it's won, and what it means today. And so, about a year and a half ago, we opened our Liberation Pavilion, which looks at the post-war and the lasting legacies of this horrific war, the largest war in world history. But it's a war that not only changes the world, but it changes America. And I think that's an important aspect of this. So this session is going to look at the post-war world a bit and what the black experiences in World War II mean today. And we'll hear from two of our closest advisors, Dr. Marcus Cox and Dr. Adrian Lewis. They'll be chaired by Dr. Sean Scanlon. He serves as one of our Institute World War II historians. Sean joined us from Mississippi, but has an incredible perspective in history, diplomacy, diplomatic history, religious studies, and really has been a great contribution to our team. But with that, and let's give James one more round of applause, though. I can't resist that. So Sean, I'm sorry to say you've got to compete with James now for attention. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bell, and James, once again, happy birthday. We're very glad you're here. I just want to take one more opportunity to thank my colleagues here at the museum, the historians, the staff. There's a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes, and they've just done a really incredible job keeping it together. And as Dr. Bell alluded to earlier, just a moment ago, our sort of three major tasks here at the museum are to tell the story of the American experience of World War II, including why it was fought, how it was won, and what it means today. I think this panel is really focused on the third of those pieces. What does it mean today? So entitled Post-War Lessons and Legacies, I'm excited to introduce two panelists. We're going to talk about the legacy of the African American experience in World War II through two really important and significant lenses. The first one is the experience of African American veterans and the role that they played in the American Civil Rights Movement, especially in the 1950s and 1960s. And the second is the desegregation of the U.S. Armed Forces after the Second World War. Our first panelist is Dr. Marcus Cox. Dr. Cox is Dean of the College of Humanities and Social Sciences at Fayetteville State University. He's a specialist in African American civil military history, the author of Segregated Soldiers, Military Training at Historically Black Colleges in the Jim Crow South, and was an advisor to the Fighting for the Right to Fight exhibition. Our second panelist is Dr. Adrian Lewis. Dr. Lewis is the David B. Pittaway Professor of Military History at the University of Kansas. He's a retired U.S. Army officer and a specialist in U.S. military history. He's also the author of Omaha Beach, A Flawed Victory, and the American Culture of War. He's also an advisor to the museum's Fighting for the Right to Fight exhibition. So with that, I'm going to turn things over to Dr. Cox first, and then Dr. Lewis. I'll have a question or two for each of them afterwards, and then we're going to open it up to all of you. So please, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Cox.
Thank you, Sean. And thank you, everyone, for being here. This has been just an awesome day. I've really enjoyed all the presentations from my colleagues. And I want to commend the committee that planned these sessions. I think they teed up these presentations in the right order. You know, as I was preparing my thoughts and ideas about you know, what I want to talk about and how much I want to talk about WWII and what I want to talk about in terms of the Black experience during World War II and certainly and how African Americans have always fought for the right to fight. And I realized throughout these sessions I don't have to do any of that because my colleagues did an awesome job of highlighting this continuum as we're talking about the right to fight and also the Black experience. This has just been absolutely terrific. My presentation is going to talk a lot about or just highlight how African Americans came back from World War II and what their expectations was and how they wanted to change their communities. With that, I'll go ahead and start. I want to, here we go. I want to start off by just kind of talking a little bit about World War II itself. World War II is different, and as I look at conflicts, you know, World War I, the Spanish-American War, the Civil War, the American Revolution. You know, one of the things that has been established today is that African Americans have always fought in those conflicts, and they've always had an expectation of coming out of those conflicts with enhanced rights, opportunities, and respect. And as we know, throughout American history, that didn't happen. But World War II is different. It's different for many reasons. First of all, prior to World War II, you have the Great Migration. And so you have African Americans after World War I, maybe even during or a little bit before, but certainly after World War I, they're leaving the South in large numbers. And they're going up to the north, they're going to the Midwest, and even out west. And as a matter of fact, as I was doing my research and years ago when I taught at the Citadel Military College, and I would, you know, talk to my cadets about, you know, what happened during this particular period. I learned, and I don't know if any of you in this audience know, but during the Great Migration, African Americans in different parts of the South, they left the South and they went to very specific areas of the United States. You have on the East Coast in South Carolina, I learned that a lot of African Americans left from South Carolina and they went to New York. Now, again, and I kind of figured it out as I was sort of thinking more about this. African Americans in Mississippi, they went to Chicago. I'm originally from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and I always knew that I had relatives in California. never knew why they went to California, but African Americans in Louisiana, they moved to California during this particular period. And they went to those areas because they found community there. They had relatives there, they had neighbors that went there, and so it wasn't this arbitrary thing where they just, closed their eyes and picked a place. They went where there was a community where they can thrive, where they had family. And so, of course, going to those locations, especially in the Northeast, now what you're doing is you're changing the political map of this country. African Americans, now they can vote. Now they have a political voice. And so World War II is different from the standpoint that now you have some level of political engagement from the black community to the White House. You have FDR is starting to listen to what black people are saying because African Americans can have some impact on the national election. So that's one thing that's different about World War II. You also have World War II, and of course we talk about how the war impacted the country. And I think one of the biggest areas that World War II had on the nation was it literally pulled the nation out of the Great Depression. Many people might think about the New Deal and all the agencies and the federal spending, and that was really designed to impact the economy and help America come out of this terrible economic situation. But it was really World War II that literally had that type of impact. And so my colleagues earlier had kind of talked about what America was like during the interwar years and during the Great Depression, and how people of color, and in particular African Americans, really suffered. Because as those New Deal programs were being administered from the federal government, they were being administered through the state governments. And the state governments, as we all know, in the South, which was highly segregated, many of them was white supremacist organizations. So African Americans were not necessarily getting a lot of the economic relief and opportunities as white Americans. And so when World War II starts, you have African Americans who are joining the military, if for nothing else, to get a job, to be able to send money back home to their families. And you also have many people who are joining for patriotic reasons. But one of the things I used to always tell my students is that you don't necessarily have a dominant reason why people would join the military. And you also had many, hundreds of thousands of African Americans who refused to go to the military because they did not want to fight for a country that didn't value them or didn't offer them first-class citizenship rights. And of course, many of us who might be familiar with, as an example, the story of Malcolm X, who did everything he could not to go into the military, because that literally contradicted his belief in why would he fight for a nation that doesn't want him. And so we know that overall African Americans served, but I always used to try to make it very clear to my students that they didn't all serve for the same reason. They served for many very different reasons. And I think earlier it was sort of pointed out that African Americans fought really for themselves. They joined the military to support their families. They fought throughout American history for the side that would give them freedom. So they were fighting for themselves. But make no mistake about it, they're Americans, and they've contributed so much to this nation that they want to be treated fairly and equitably. The other thing that is really different and important about World War II is that, of course, Franklin Delano Roosevelt goes on the radio and talks about the 4 freedoms. You know, why America is fighting in World War II, or even supporting the Allies. Now, the reason why he would have to do that is because many people may not realize that, you know, the war was in the very beginning before Pearl Harbor. There was a large percentage of the population that did not want anything to do with World War II. They didn't want to contribute arms. They felt like that what was happening in Europe was Europe's problem, and they didn't want any part of it. And so the federal government, in particular FDR, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, felt like he had to convince Americans why they should contribute to the war. And of course, we can talk about isolationism, we can talk about other aspects of foreign policy, but more importantly, many people just didn't want to have anything to do with it. So that's where the four freedoms come from, you know, why we're in this war. So African Americans and marginalized citizens are listening to this. And of course, they're thinking to themselves, well, why would I join the military and fight for the four freedoms, but the four freedoms have nothing to do with me because I'm still a second-class citizen. And so this war is different, and that's one of the things that I want to sort of stress. The fight for the right to fight has always been there, but this time in history is a little different. Now, this war is very important because, like I pointed out, you have the Great Migration, and it's not just African Americans. You have white Southerners who are leaving the South during the war, and they're going throughout the country. And in particular, you have African Americans, like I pointed out, who are going to these northern and Midwest cities. You have women who are going to be employed in the war industries. They're earning a paycheck, they're supporting their families, they're living independent from their husbands and their families and gaining a sense of pride in themselves. And then you also have gay Americans who at this particular time, and certainly are not necessarily in the public view, but certainly are moving to different areas throughout the country and finding hope and finding strength in a community of other individuals who are enduring the same type of challenges. And so World War II, it really sows the seeds of the social movements of the 1950s and the 60s. You have the civil rights movement, you have the women's liberation movement, and I'm gonna talk a little bit more about that. And you certainly have the gay rights movement of the 1960s. It all starts during World War II. So again, this is a decisive moment in American history. There's something different that's happening during this particular war, and people's expectations are very different than they have been in the past. So African American military service and civil rights, and again, my colleagues have done a great job of pointing out that there's always been that very strong connection. And so I'll tell you very briefly a little bit about myself. And I was talking to Dr. Lewis, Dr. Rochelle Lewis earlier, who pointed out that my bachelor's degree was in business. It wasn't in history. But I've always loved history. My grandfather was a World War II veteran. He served in the Army from 1941 to 1972, and he raised me and my brothers. And so often when I taught at the military college at the Citadel, and people would ask me, well, when did I serve? And I'd say, well, I've never served. I got interested in this topic in terms of African American military history because of my grandfather. And when I went to Northwestern to work on my PhD, and I was trying to figure out what I wanted to do in terms of a dissertation, the idea came to me because, like Judge Judy says, if it doesn't make sense, it's probably not true. I was trying to figure out, why would African Americans fight for the right to fight for a country in a military that didn't value them, that didn't support them, and really oppressed them? It didn't make any sense. And so my dissertation was the title, and I can barely remember, it's been so long, but it was about African American attitudes toward military service. I was really trying to figure out, why would people do this? And there are several things that I sort of came up with, or I found, throughout my research, that military service throughout American history for African Americans were focused on three things. Number one, there was always desire for first-class citizenship. because African Americans were marginalized. They, of course, certainly throughout the antebellum period, whether you were a slave or you were a free person, it didn't necessarily mean that you had first-class citizenship rights. But also when you look at other marginalized Americans, the Irish or other hyphenated Americans, military service was always a pathway or an avenue for first-class citizenship. And so the military was that pathway. So that's why, you know, during the American Revolution, African Americans fought for the British. Well, they offered them freedom. Who would not do that? And this was even after they petitioned, of course, the Continental Congress and said, we will fight. And of course, George Washington and other leaders said, absolutely not. When you look throughout, obviously, the Civil War, there's some people believe that there were African Americans who fought for the Confederacy. And that's generally not true, because the Confederacy did not employ African Americans. They wouldn't dare do anything that ridiculous. They were fighting to keep people enslaved, not to give them a gun. So of course, African Americans, by the hundreds of thousands, they fought for the Union. So first-class citizenship was always probably the number one thing. The second thing that became really important throughout my research is African-American men served and fought for the right to fight for definitions of manhood, definitions of masculinity. Certainly in a society where there's a strong distinction between dependents and individuals who serve in the military, and African Americans, if you weren't able to fight in the military, then you were considered to be a dependent. Well, who are dependents in society? It's usually women, children, and the elderly. And so that's how throughout American history, or certainly the term of referring to black men as boy, or not seeing them as men, was partially because they were not in the military and they were not able to serve and protect their communities and be counted among men. So that's the second thing that I found. One of the more interesting things that I found throughout my research was throughout most of American history, certainly starting in the American Civil War, education was closely connected with military service for African Americans. So during the American Civil War, almost every U.S. colored troop regiment had an improvised school within that regiment where they could learn to read and write. And so it got to the point where military service for African Americans during the Civil War was synonymous with education. And so if you wanted to learn to read and write, if you joined the military, that was one of those avenues. Many African American soldiers left the Union Army after the Civil War, and now they could read and write. And not only that, they became very staunch supporters of education. So my book focuses a lot on military training programs at historically black colleges. And one of the things that I learned was many historically black colleges that were being established after the Civil War were established through the funding and the support of former black soldiers who learned to read and write while they were in the military. In particular, like Sean pointed out, I'm the proud dean of the College of Humanities and Social Sciences at Fayetteville State University. And Fayetteville State University, that was established in 1867, 1 to 2 of those founders, and there were 7 of them, were former Union soldiers who pulled their resources together, and I think they collected something like $125 to start the Howard School, which was the foundation for Fayetteville State University. And you see this same type of activity that happened throughout the American South, certainly Lincoln University in Missouri. The pictures I have here, of course, John talked about Charles Hamilton and his military service, but I don't know if everybody knows who the other gentleman is, and that's PBS Pinchback. He was the first black governor of a state in the United States. He was lieutenant governor in Louisiana, and then for a short period of time, he became governor of Louisiana. PBS Pinchback was a officer in the Native Guard here in Louisiana during the Civil War. He was also one of the sponsors of a bill that established Southern University and A&M College here in Louisiana. So you have lots of examples of how African Americans who served in the military also supported educational opportunities, and they also were civil rights leaders, if not on a national, but a local level. And this is just another example here of soldiers of democracy. And of course, my colleagues and Matt Delmont pointed out, and he talked a little bit about Jose S. Williams, who was a World War II veteran. He was in the 761st Tank Battalion and fought in the Battle of the Bulge. And he was also a civil rights leader who was responsible for the Selma to Montgomery March and was a prominent member of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. If everybody sort of remembers that very iconic picture, unfortunately, when Dr. King was assassinated and he was at Lorraine Motel on the balcony, one of the individuals standing next to him was Jose S. Williams. But Jose S. Williams saw combat and lots of, I guess, death and destruction while he fought in the Battle of the Bulge, and also came back home with a fire and a passion to fight for equal rights and social justice here in the United States. You have Medgar Evers, also, who was field secretary for the NAACP, and who also came back after his experiences in World War II and the Red Ball Express, and decided to devote his life, and unfortunately was assassinated in, I think it was 1963, maybe. Again, he was a military veteran. The other gentleman here at the very bottom is Amazi Moore. Amazi Moore was also a veteran in World War II, and he came back to Mississippi, one of the worst segregated states, and started organizing voter registration drives. One of the things that I'm doing now on this book project is I'm focusing more or looking at local leaders that most people don't know very much about. And I'm going to introduce you to 3 people today, just in another minute. The other thing I want to say before I move on is I'm sure a lot of us hopefully have seen the movie, the 6888, and how important the military service of those courageous black women was. One of the things I do remember when I was working on my research years ago at the National Archives is going through boxes of letters and documents highlighting how African American men and women came back to the United States after their service, and how they would be sitting on a bus in a segregated society, and when asked to move, they would refuse. Of course, people are familiar with Rosa Parks, but there are countless numbers of African American men and women who we don't even know their names who did the same thing. One of the things that always struck me was the most defiant, most militant individuals who wore the uniform and would not budge on the bus was not even black men, it was black women. They felt that their uniform and the symbolism of their uniform and their contributions that they made to this country to earn a victory against racism and fascism afforded them the rights and the privileges of first-class citizenship. And so what you have is you have a generation of African American men and women who come back to this country and continue to fight, but this time on a domestic front. And that is sort of the seeds and the origin of the modern civil rights movement.
Marcus, you're getting a little...
Getting close? I'll go through this real quick. So we have the first person is Mr. Robert Brown. Mr. Robert Brown was drafted in 1942. He was part of the 389th Combat Engineers, and he was at Normandy at Omaha Beach during the D-Day invasion. his unit primarily focused on removing landmines. And so after the war, he came back to Utah, Alabama, and became a local civil rights leader, and also became the first black superintendent in the South from 1970 to 1980. And he is an individual who pointed out that combat stress was so great that when he came back to the States, he was never in fear of his life or backed down from Ku Klux Klan or white supremacists because of what he endured during his military service. His service helped him get to the point where he wanted to lead in his communities and support the fight for equal rights and social justice. Johnny A. Jones is from Louisiana. He was a civil rights attorney here in Louisiana, and he also served as a state representative here in Louisiana. He also was at D-Day at Omaha Beach, and his unit was the 494th Barrage Balloon Battalion. He also was a member of the Red Ball Express, and he fought in the Battle of the Bulge. Johnny Jones was the civil rights attorney who was connected with the Baton Rouge bus boycott. Many people are familiar with the Montgomery bus boycott and Dr. King, but many people don't realize that that bus boycott was modeled after the Baton Rouge bus boycott of 1953. Johnny Jones was the attorney that helped make sure that African Americans could ride more fair and more equitably. And he gave his life to service and became the first African American to pass the bar here in Louisiana. And last, you have John Monroe. John Monroe was very fascinating, very interesting individual. He was the Harvard dean in the 1960s and late 1950s. He left Harvard and decided to move to Alabama and start working at Miles College. During the military, during his service in World War II, he was on the USS Enterprise, and he served as a damage control officer. He won the Bronze Star, and during his time in the Navy, he also promoted racial integration on the USS Enterprise. After he decided to leave Harvard University, he decided to go to Miles College and devote the rest of his life to supporting black higher education and helping African Americans with equal rights and social justice through educational opportunities. And while he was in the military, he felt that his life was spared to come back to the States and do a greater good. And so there are countless Americans during this particular period who come back to the United States and devote their life to another fight, a fight for social justice. So I will conclude by saying that we've often talked about how World War II is the war that changed the world. But one of the things we haven't talked about in detail is how that war changed individuals and inspired them to come back to the United States and fight and ask for more. And so when you look at the social movements of the Vietnam era or the 1950s, the civil rights movement in particular, but certainly the women's liberation movement, many of those women were World War II veterans, and also the gay rights movement. And you have many individuals who also served the nation. And so this is a story about how this war, this conflict was different, but what impact it had, not only on the national political scene, but on local governments. Thank you.
Great. It's an honor to be here with you and to be able to talk with you. Let me first thank the National World War II Museum, the leadership of this museum, particularly Nick, Mueller, who has been here, Stephen Watson, both have done an excellent job. And one of the things that I want to start off by saying is that this museum has had a commitment to diversity. Our country today is having a war with the word diversity. DEI has become a bad word, and one of the things I appreciated in this museum is the fact that it has a commitment to diversity. I've served on several projects here, the Liberation Pavilion. I have served on the recent one, and I've been asked to serve on another event here that they're preparing, another exhibit. And in each case, and how many of you have been over at the Higgins Hotel? The images on the wall there, you can see there's a commitment here to diversity. I'm on a number of other committees, and I will tell you that that is not the case everywhere. It just isn't. So I appreciate this museum. I've been struggling with myself all day about a particular, how exactly to go about this, and Greg and I were talking earlier about how much you should say. So let me give you a little bit of background first. I come from a military family. My father's a World War II veteran. He's 102 years old right now, and he landed on the 13th day at Normandy, served all the way through the Battle of the Bulge there. My beautiful wife, Rochelle, is retired Army. She outranks me. She retired as a lieutenant colonel, and I served 20 years, infantry. Served with the 2nd Ranger Battalion. And my sister is retired Army. My brother served 4 years, and you can trace our family all the way back to the Civil War. So we have a long commitment to this country. So recent things have been bothering me a little bit, and the lack of commitment to diversity. Let me explain something to you. I'll get started here in a minute. 17% of the armed forces of the United States are black. Let me say that, 17%. You can't go to war without black people. Diversity isn't something you can just think about and say, okay, I don't want to do it this time, every time a president changes. Right? You can't do that. 13%, of the armed forces are made up of women. 31% of the armed forces are made up of minority. You can't go to war without black people. Anybody recognize that? Yeah, people understand that in Washington? Again, I've been hesitating on how much to say on this, but the way our country is going has been bothering me greatly lately. Lately, there was a tragic plane crash in Washington. You all heard about it. And they actually blamed that on DEI, which to black people said they blamed it on black people. Black people were not flying the airplane, were not flying the helicopter, were not in the tower. But black people were blamed for that. Again, I'm having a I'm having a problem with this thing that our country is going through right now because, again, I spent 20 years of my life defending this country. I served in cutting-edge units. These knees are steel now. They have total knee replacement. I jumped out of too many airplanes, too many 25-mile road marches and stuff like that for this country. I've taught at the United States Military Academy, I've taught at the University of Kansas, the University of North Texas, and I used to have black students come up to me and they'd say to me, how could you fight for this country? How could you serve this oppressive country? And I used to say to them, without hesitation, without a moment's doubt, I love this country. I'd put my life on the line for this country. I've done that. But now I'm telling you, it just bothers me, the direction that we're headed in. It just bothers me deeply. My wife and I have been struggling with this, and the question we keep asking ourselves is, will we do it today? You may not know this, but the Armed Forces of the United States is a family-owned and operated business. 60% of the people in the armed forces are the sons and daughters. All right, 60%. The majority of the people in the armed forces are the sons and daughters of soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines. So when we're talking about our 6 daughters here, and we're thinking about these things, and we keep asking ourselves, gee, will we encourage any of them to serve today? I know I need to get into my talk, but the diversity here is not a weakness, it's a strength. Right? And if we live in a world that has threats out there. The U.S. Army, and I give talks on other issues, but the U.S. Army is smaller than it's been since before World War II. It's 450,000. It's too small to meet all the various threats. And recruitment is not what it should be. The U.S. Army ought to be doubled in size right now. Right? For the threats on the horizon there. Again, I keep digressing here, but let me just one more digression here, and then we'll come back to my talk. Way before Pearl Harbor took place, when the fall of France took place in May of 1940, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, President of the United States, before Pearl Harbor, right? In 1939, when World War II starts, the U.S. Army is 180,000. The Army of Belgium is bigger than the United States Army at that time. Right? And when the fall of France takes place, no Pearl Harbor has taken place. The fall of France takes place. Franklin Delano Roosevelt will say, I need an army. So when Pearl Harbor takes place, there are 1 million men in the armed forces. There's 1 million men in the U.S. Army. So he didn't wait till Pearl Harbor to start growing the force, right? Which is what you're doing right now, by the way. Okay, you're waiting for the Pearl Harbor to actually start growing the force. It's 450,000. It's way too small for the threats that you have around the planet. We are forward deployed in all parts of the world. All right? Too small to do everything we're asked to do. We need to double the size of them. Where are those folks going to come by? Black people are 13% of the population, 17% of the armed forces. You're going to want to draft some of those? You want to bring some of those in? All right, the Hispanic population. We are a diverse country. To argue with diversity to me is just nonsense. It's just insane. I know. I'm sorry. I'm on the wrong topic here. Okay, let me go to the executive order, and I'm going to cut. Again, I apologize. So I'm going to the desegregation of the armed forces of the United States. So that's my big talk here. I want to advance all the arguments as to why desegregation took place. And there are some arguments there I'm going to stress more than others. Some of them are very clear. But let me first quote a guy named Harry S. Truman. Truman's biographers, some love him, some don't. Some believe he's a very moral guy and he made all the right decisions. Others are very critical of him. But these were his words at the State of the Union address. That's another digression. I'm going to come back to these two gentlemen. I'm going to come back to them because when you want to think about the legacy of Truman's executive order, that's your chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Brown. That's the legacy of what Truman did. Right? Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff is a black man, 4-star general. Right? And many of you know the guy outgoing SecDef, Lloyd Austin, was what? 4-star general. So again, when you want to think about the legacy of this thing, but then this is General Mark Mealy, and I'm going to come back to him. So let me see if I can get started here. Right, this is the environment in which Truman is giving his executive order. All right, the United States is an apartheid state during this period. Jim Crowism is around the country. All right, I have a number of different slides that I show on this, but 5,000 is the official number of African Americans killed during this Jim Crow period. The the African American historian at the University of Kansas says it's closer to 20,000. This is the environment that is going on during World War II, and this is the environment in which Truman has to issue his executive order. So Truman made a moral, ethical, practical, and political decision to go against the cultural norms of this country. Well, what he said at the State of the Union address was, the United States has always had a deep concern for human rights. Today, however, some of our citizens are still denied equal opportunity for education, for jobs, and economic advancement, and for the expression of their views at the polls. Most serious of all, some are denied equal protection under the law. Whether discrimination is based on race or creed or color or land of origins, it is utterly contrary to American ideals of democracy. Truman tried to put in place, through Congress, legislation. He tried to get a Civil Rights Act done. However, Congress would not support that. So the executive order is actually Plan B. So Plan A was to get, under Eisenhower, there is civil rights legislation, but as you all know, it's not until 64, 65, under the Johnson administration, that real civil rights legislation is actually put into place. But Truman tried. Truman made the effort. However, he could not get it past Congress. As a consequence of that, his Plan B was to go to the executive order. And so he issued the executive order. By the way, during the Jim Crow period, 48 states had lynchings. In other words, it wasn't just the South that was doing this. Other parts of the country were also. Some of you have seen this image in the exhibit over there. Truman initiated desegregation of the armed forces of the United States. Okay, so this is Truman's State of the Union address, one I just read. And this was his executive order. Truman's executive order in part say, I hereby declare to be the policy of the President that there shall be equality of treatment and opportunity for all persons in the armed services without regard to race, color, religion, or national origin. This policy shall be put in effect as rapidly as possible, having due regard to the time required to effectuate any necessary changes without impairing efficiency or morale. So, a couple of things about this order. Number one, it did not say specifically to desegregate. Number two, it did not set a time limit in here. However, Truman did mean desegregation. That was, in fact, what he meant. He will establish something called the Fahey Committee, and it will be the committee charged with negotiating with the armed forces. And each of the services will have a different approach to this desegregation. We'll talk about that a little bit later. But each of the services will have a different approach to this. And only one of the services actually will start this process immediately after the order, and that's the Air Force. The U.S. Army, the U.S. Navy, Marine Corps, all will fight this order. They will not start this. As a matter of fact, the U.S. Army doesn't start desegregation until it's in the midst of the Korean War. All right. So the question then is, the question I want to run through very quickly here is, why did Truman make this? And I have delineated a number of different arguments, and I'm not going to hit all these arguments, all right? One of the things I do is I work with graduate students, and we always talk about the historiography of an event. And one of the things that I require students to do is to delineate all the arguments, all right? So that's what we've done here. We'll talk about some of them. We will not talk about others. So I will highlight some of these arguments. First, it must be recognized that Franklin Delano Roosevelt started this process. He did a couple of things. Number one, he required all the service sisters to accept black people. The Marine Corps at this time did not accept black people, as stated earlier. Number two, he required the integration of all branches of the armed forces, not just the service supports. In other words, if you left it up to the Army and the Navy, they would be messmen, they would be service, and that's all there would. There would have been no tank battalions, there would have been no artillery units if he left it up to there. So Roosevelt requires that. And third, he required the expanding defense industry to hire black people. Right? And that was huge in terms of this great migration we're going to talk about. So that's the first argument. Second argument, he did it for moral and ethical reasons. Truman bore witness to the treatment of black servicemen returning from World War I, what we call the Red Summer of 1919. I'm not going to go into a great deal of detail on that. However, the case of Sergeant Isaac Woodward is one that Truman actually noted, and he thought this particular act pretty egregious. And again, this was mentioned earlier, but Woodward was taken off a bus in uniform in Fairfax County, South Carolina. He was brutally beaten and blinded. He was denied hospital treatment, and this becomes public. Truman insists that some sort of prosecution take place, and the policemen who did this, they were actually, it's never would have happened if Truman had not insisted. He insisted that the prosecution take place. However, an all-white jury acquitted the policeman for that. So sort of the same story you get with Emmett Till. They finally find the guys who did it, and then an all-white jury acquits them. The third element in our argument here is the civil rights movement. Black activism, led in part by World War II veterans, influenced Truman's decision. Courageous civil rights leaders such as A. Phillips Randolph, Mary Bethune, Thurgood Marshall, all contributed to this. Some of you know that when Roosevelt was president, he had this thing called the Black Cabinet. Right? And they advised him. And after the war, Truman doesn't have the same Black Cabinet, but these same individuals are out trying to influence events. And so the civil rights movement is taking off. Fourth, political argument. The black vote mattered. Jeffrey Jensen, a friend who writes on these issues, wrote the following: whether seeking election as a senator or later as president, Truman appreciated the growing power of the black vote. That's unquote. Truman won the election in 1948 by a very narrow margin. The positive reaction of African Americans to his decision to integrate the armed forces was one of those things that gave him the support of many in the black community. Later, other presidents, John F. Kennedy, Lyndon Baines Johnson, also would make a political calculation that the black vote actually mattered. As you know, that millions of African Americans during World War I and World War II moved from the South. They moved to Chicago, Detroit, Oakland, California, Cleveland, and this created political clout for black communities. As a matter of fact, my father, who grew up in Arkansas during this period, his family moved to Chicago and to Oakland, California. My aunts used to brag about building Liberty ships during the war. I remember those stories that they would tell about that. Number 5, the fifth element in this thing, the Holocaust. The Holocaust gave racism a bad name. Prior to World War II, racism was thought to be a science. Racism and the eugenics movements, all of those things were out there before World War II. However, when people see the destruction of 6 million Jews and the images there, I teach a class on the Holocaust, and I show some of the footage of this. Nobody who sees that can then say that racism is a good thing and that that this is a science. It's a pseudoscience at best. It was never a true science. Number 6, the collapse of the British and the French empires. How many of you have heard the term rules-based order? All right. You should have all. That is a term that your Secretary of State loved to say right now. Right? Well, why should people join the American rules-based orders? Why should these brand new countries that are put on the map with the collapse of the British and French Empire, why should these new countries in Africa and in the Middle East and Asia agree with the Americans? Why should they support that?
Adrian.
Okay. Well, let me just finish up here. There's two more elements here, and I'll close it. I'll close it out here. Again, there was more here at the beginning than I thought. All right. The creation of the United Nations. On December 10th, 1948, the General Assembly of the United Nations promulgated, and this is the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which stated, at least in part, I'm just going to give you the first sentence, whereas recognition of the inherent dignity and equality and inalienable rights of all members of the human family, right? Inalienable rights of all members of the human family. This declaration had 30 articles to it in this declaration. The United States violated all of them. The U.S. apartheid system violated every single one of them. Finally, the final element I'll leave is the Cold War. Cold War is a political military contest between the Soviet Union and the United States. Soviet Union is beating the United States up for being a liar. We say one thing, we preach one thing, and then people will come to the United Nations and see the United States, and they will see the apartheid system at work. Secretary of State Dean Acheson, these are his words. This is Secretary of State, and he wrote the following: the existence of discrimination against minority groups in this country has an adverse effect upon our relationship with other countries. We are reminded over and over by some foreign newspapers and spokesmen that our treatment of various minorities leaves much to be desired. Frequently, we find it next to impossible to formulate a satisfactory answer to our critics in other countries. An atmosphere of suspicion and resentment in a country over the way a minority is being treated in the United States is a formidable obstacle to the development of mutual understanding and trust between the countries. All right? So U.S. foreign policy, the Cold War, the creation of new states out there that are not white, and trying to get their influence, trying to get them on the American side, also influence what's taking place on here. I'm going to leave this next element up. I'll say that the final element is military effectiveness. And the desegregation did not take place in 1948. It actually takes place in 1951. And it takes place in the midst of the Korean War. And there's a guy named General Matthew B. Ridgway. And General Matthew, this is my last comment. All right, General Matthew B. Ridgway writes the following. It is my conviction that only in this way, and you got to remember, the U.S. 8th Army got its butt kicked the first phase of the Korean War. And then it gets its butt kicked again when the Chinese enter the war, longest retreat in the history of the United States Army. All right, so keep in mind, this is the U.S. 8th Army in Korea. And these are the words of General Matthew B. Ridgway, one of my heroes. It was my conviction that only in this way, desegregation, could we assure the sort of esprit a fighting army needs, where each soldier stands proudly on his own feet, knowing himself to be as good as the next fellow and better than the enemy. Besides, it always seemed to me both un-American and un-Christian for a free citizen to be taught to downgrade himself this way, as if they were unfit to associate with their fellows or to accept leadership themselves. And that's the three-star general who's commander of the U.S. 8th Army in Korea. And when he takes command after General MacArthur is fired, he will start immediately the desegregation of the United States Army in the midst of the Korean War. By the time you get to 1954, the entire Army, because once it starts in Korea, it goes to Europe and other parts of the world, So the process will start in the midst of the Korean War, the desegregation of the armed forces of the United States, or the Army at least. All right. Okay, I'm going. I apologize.
Can folks hear me?
There's my hero.
Well, thank you, gentlemen, for those fascinating papers and perspectives. I want to throw out a sort of one question to each of you, and then we'll open up with the remaining time to folks for questions. And Adrian, since you spoke last, I want to start with as a not too distant graduate student, I'm familiar with the types of assignments that you outlined. And I imagine that while you tell your grad students to come up with all the different explanations, at a certain point you tell them, pick one. Tell me which one is the most compelling. So I want to put that question to you. Which of those explanations do you find most compelling for the desegregation of the U.S. military? And so for Marcus, I'm really interested in the relationship between military service and during World War II for these veterans and activists and the our sort of understanding of the civil rights movement as a nonviolent civil disobedience. So I'm wondering if you, in your research in these activists, either known or not so well known, is there any tension between their military service and the sort of movement's commitment to nonviolent civil disobedience? Is there like does military service shape these activists' attitudes towards their activism, and perhaps maybe at times make them more confrontational than maybe some of the more well-known activists? So maybe we'll start with Marcus and then come back to Adrian.
Yeah. That's a great question, and something I did want to sort of highlight in my comments. So, one of the things I used to always, tell my students is that this idea about nonviolence as being sort of the mechanism to promote change in terms of the civil rights movement is not completely accurate from the standpoint that you have Dr. King, who is a leader of the civil rights movement, but he's not the leader of the civil rights movement. He's one of the leaders of the civil rights movement. And as a matter of fact, you have a lot of leaders who don't necessarily agree with all of his sort of approaches and tactics. One of the things that is well documented throughout American history, but African-American civil rights movement is the promotion of self-defense as activism. You have a lot of African-American leaders who feel that that nonviolence is not necessarily the way. And I'll give you a great example. You have the gentleman that I sort of highlighted was Robert Brown. Robert Brown, of course, I mentioned was in a combat engineer battalion. He was at Omaha Beach. He saw a tremendous amount of death and destruction. And when he returns back to Alabama and he starts to promote civil rights activism, and he starts to be threatened by whether it's the local Ku Klux Klan or white supremacists, Robert Brown would sit on his porch with his rifle and his handgun that he used in World War II, and he would literally dare anybody to come and either threaten him or his family. And what you find more often than not is that you have many African-American veterans who believe in self-defense activism. And self-defense activism is exactly that. These individuals had no interest in attacking anybody or using violence in a way beyond defending their families and defending their homes. And normally the threat of a person who's going to fight back usually will deter most people. And so again, there was sort of a tension, I think, with some African-American civil rights leaders. Another example is the Deacons of Defense for Defense who are here in Bogalusa, Louisiana. I mean, again, you have combat veterans who said, you know, look, I want to be a part of the civil rights movement, but I don't believe in the nonviolence thing. So their role was to protect the protesters and to protect the marchers. And they were very, very effective. They were chapters that were throughout Louisiana, Mississippi, and throughout the South. And when these individuals, protesters, would march, these individuals would either carry concealed weapons or open weapons to say, look, if you attack them, we're gonna respond. That is a very important thing to realize, because the movement is effective with nonviolence and self-defense activism, not either or. And that's something that most people, you know, don't necessarily, I think it sounds romantic and it's whatever about nonviolence, but, you know, I'll just say really quickly that, the military is not desegregated for moral purposes. The morality and the moral issues had always been there. What's different about the World War II? What's different? And I would argue, and you didn't ask me, I say the Cold War. That's the difference.
The military effectiveness.
Okay.
Military effectiveness. Let me quote the General J. Lawton Collins was the chief of staff of the Army during the Korean War. Some of you know Lightning Joe is what they called him in World War II. He commanded at Utah Beach. He commanded the 7th Corps. A very, very accomplished senior leader in our armed forces here. And during the Korean War, he is the chief of staff of the Army. And these are his words. Combat casualties in Korea in the all-white divisions, there created an increased demand for replacements which could not be met by tapping, could be met only by tapping the excess black strength in stateside units and among incoming draftees. By June 1951, blacks among replacements arriving in Korea rose to 22%. One of the things that people don't recognize is that the Army started integrating, not as a function of some regulation, but military necessity in the Korean War. We don't have enough white folks to fill these units. Hey, we got these black people over here. Let's use them. All right. That is the process of actually in the midst of the Korean War, where the desegregation of the armed forces start. The percentage of African Americans in combat in Korea goes up considerably from what it was in World War II.
Brilliant. Well, thank you, gentlemen. So Connie has a microphone. I think we might have time for a couple questions.
Yes, we do have time for a few questions. Raise your hand. Come right here.
I don't actually have a question. I just wanted to hear how General Milley linked into what you were talking about. Not to get him going again, but just to understand why he had that up there. Thank you.
Can we go back? Can we have that?
The quote on the podium there.
Thank you. Let me
Mike.
Let me see if I can go back to.
No, here, why don't you try?
Okay. Let me see where we are. Nope, I'm going the wrong way. I'm sorry. There we go. John Mark Mealy had his picture removed from the Pentagon recently. The President of the United States directed that his picture be moved and that his security staff that he had around him, that it be removed also. So let me tell you what just quote General Mark Mealy. And one of the charges when they asked me to do this was to bring it up to date, to bring it up to where we are today. And these images show the conundrum to me. They show the riddle that's America. On one hand, I got a 4-star black general who's the chairman of Joint Chiefs of Staff, and yet I can still have the outgoing chairman of Joint Chiefs of Staff say these words, and again, I'm just going to quote him. I am outraged by the senseless and brutal killing of George Floyd. His death amplified the pain, the frustration, the fear that so many of our fellow Americans live with day in and day out. The protests that have ensued not only speak to his killing, but also to centuries of injustice towards African Americans. We are still struggling with racism, and we have much work to do. Racism and discrimination, structural preferences, patterns of mistreatment, unspoken and unconscious bias have all placed in America, have no place in America, and have no place in our Army. The diversity of America is one of the core strengths of our nation. The diversity of America is one of the core strengths of our nation, and it is therefore a core strength of our military. And that's General Mark Milley, Chairman of Joint Chiefs of Staff, talking to NDU, National Defense University, to other general officers and senior colonels during this period of time. So that's why I meant the conundrum. On one hand, I've got this great success, and then on the other hand, I've got another senior Army leader saying, we got a problem. All right. So, thank you for the question.
We'll be in the front for the next question.
Dr. Cox and Dr. Lewis, will it take a crucible of conflict to make this change that we see in many conflicts in World War II and in Korea and Vietnam? Or can we do something like national service? Like all day today, African Americans have benefited from the military for education. You both mentioned that. Can we do something like national service for the rest of America to benefit from being with African Americans, like my father in the 1st Air Cav, like my grandfather in Korea in the Navy? Would that be a solution? I mean, we've seen in history the Dreyfus Affair in Europe. We've seen blaming the burning of the Reichstag as phantom canaries in the coal mine, that hopefully this air accident isn't an indicator of, like you mentioned, Dr. Lewis, that was terrifying, maybe an indicator of what's coming in the future. Our enemies are just salivating at using our diversity against us. Is there something we can do to turn this around, to get us back to being this nation, the only nation formed on principles and ideals, instead of like an ethnic group or a lineage or a monarchy? We're supposed to have these principles that make us stronger, but our enemies are using it to tear us apart. Do we need another conflict, or can we do something smarter to head this off, like national service, to bring us all together and get us to, learn more about each other and work together?
Yeah, I've written articles and others on this particular issue, and I support conscription. I think there should be a draft. I don't think there's anything wrong with asking Americans to dedicate a couple of years of their life to this country. So I have made the argument that the U.S. Army, particularly, is just too small. You are not getting the recruits that you need. There are threats on the horizon. We are not prepared. You need, quite frankly, the U.S. Army ought to be 1 million men. It's just way too small for the potential threats that are on the horizon right now. I would tell you, when the war in Ukraine started, that's when I was making an argument that now's the time to start growing the force. Now is the time to start getting us ready for the next what's coming on this thing. And people in Congress and the executive are so afraid of the American people. They're so afraid of saying the word draft or conscription that they don't even think about it. So I think we do have a dilemma. I personally, and I'm on a group, the Eisenhower Media Network. You can Google it, but there are a group of us, general officers, State Department officials who are making an argument that conscription is necessary, that we need to do this thing, and that we are unprepared for the future threats that we have. So absolutely, I agree with you that public service is absolutely necessary. In my book, The American Culture of War, I made the argument we can't fight World War II today because the country is too deeply divided. All right? And if we don't repair that before external threats hit us, then it's not going to be pretty. So thank you for the question.
Yeah, let me just say this real quick. If you're talking about, you know, the military and its capacity and its effectiveness, that's one question. If you're talking about people having a desire to serve our country in the military, that's a whole nother issue. And I think, you know, Adrian just sort of pointed out, this country is very deeply divided. The partisan politics is absolutely terrible. I think, you know, when I talk to young people, and I think Adrian sort of alluded to it about when people ask him, well, why would you serve this nation or whatever? You know, you have a lot of young people, African Americans in particular, minorities, but young people in general, who don't see the value. In their minds, there's nothing to fight for because there's nothing to gain for them. Especially when you have legislation that's trying to turn the clock back on civil rights, women's rights. Why would someone want to fight and defend a nation, this goes back to what I pointed out earlier, who doesn't value them or support them? We have deep-seated issues in this country in terms of politics and social justice. And until those things are addressed, I don't see where you're going to have people who are going to want to proudly stand up and say, I want to defend this country because I believe in what it represents. That's where the problem lies. And even right now, of course, with the recent election and the partisan politics, it's very discouraging.
And we have time for one last question of the day, right here in the front.
Yeah, Dr. Cox, it caught my attention when you were talking about women in uniform coming back, and to use my word, appeared to be more assertive in terms of civil rights than their male counterparts coming back.
Yeah.
What theory do you have to understand why that is true?
That's a great question, and I've never really sort of figured that out. I will say this, and a lot of civil rights scholars know this very well, that the grassroots leadership of the civil rights movement on the local level was primarily led by women. I mean, throughout the United States. When you look at the Montgomery bus boycott, when you look at the voter registration drives, when you look at activism and leadership in a lot of the church and communities, women were the vanguard and the backbone of those local movements. And I think a lot of women that served in the military, they were also very proud of their contributions and the symbolism of the uniform. And that may have, again, a lot of people focus on a lot of the national well-known leaders like, Martin Luther King and Ralph Abernathy and all these individuals. But I assure you, they would have never been effective in terms of organizing and getting people to respond to the call without women. And so I think women have always been overlooked and undervalued when it comes to leadership in this country. And certainly when you talk about their involvement and their support of this nation at a crucial time, maybe inspired them to be more vocal and demand more. Yeah, sure.
So thank you to Sean, Marcus, Adrian. Before you go to the book signing, though, I want to take a moment to really acknowledge all of our expert speakers today: John, Jeffrey, Matt, Gregory, Corey, Gretzky, Adrian, Marcus. Let's give them all a round of applause. Yeah, our speakers, it's been great to be able to call on the best and brightest minds in this field. Certainly provocative, But thank you for providing such impactful insights that we'll certainly remember and will change our thinking. And thanks to AV team, the quiet folks up there, make this possible. I'd say for folks who may have been, in galleries or came in late or at home, you'll have a chance once we get this on YouTube to see this again, to refer back to it. It's incredibly powerful. You'll see this on the museum's YouTube page. Subscribe to that for this and other content. Great opportunity there. I would also like to thank our team, the chairs we had, Bradley, Steph, Greske, and Sean, but also our team that's worked mostly behind the scenes to make this happen. Jeremy, Connie, let's give them in particular a round. But also John, Kevin, Jason, folks that you didn't see, really that made this work. Pick up a Institute brochure. You can see all the stuff we do, but I welcome you to kind of stay in contact with us. And then certainly I want to say once again, thanks to our sponsors, first of the exhibition, Fighting for the Right to Fight, which was presented in honor of Corporal Warren J. Donald Sr. by the Arnold Donald family. He's one of those young soldiers that became part of that Tuskegee group, guarding their base in Italy, and first in North Africa, but in Italy, incredible story that no one thinks about. On display in New Orleans, thanks to additional support from Bobby and Miss Lori Kent Savoy, Timber and Peggy Floyd. Let's give those sponsors a round of applause. And certainly to our symposium sponsors here today, our presenting sponsor, the Lois and Lloyd Hawkins Jr. Foundation, our supporting sponsors, Henry and Karen Coaxum, and certainly thanks to all of you here. So thanks for the people that endured this today, have stayed with us, but also have contributed to this conversation. I would ask, share this with friends and family at home, upcoming programs that we have, the offerings out there, everything we can do to keep alive the memory, the legacy of the Second World War, and really, understand and make judgment about what's happening today. Now, speaking of learning, you got 3 big opportunities still. I said 3. Almost was a math major. You have the book signing station out there for our panelists. You have the opportunity to see the special exhibits still, if you haven't done that yet, just down the hall. And number 3 is the post-symposium reception right next door in the American Sector Restaurant. You guys say, well, I don't know if I want to do that. We've got hors d'oeuvres for you. And also the bar is beer, wine, and well drinks are all part of the reception. So welcome to New Orleans. But an opportunity to continue these conversations. At some point, certainly we'll end the conversation and kick you out. But I do want to say thank you for coming today. Thank you for enriching this conversation, and thank you for your interest, really in the American experiment. And so with that, I'm going to say thank you very much for coming, and we'll see you at the reception.